Okay. Also, a quick reminder that this match is being live streamed on a delay, but you will be on the YouTube channel eventually.
Everyone will see me fail. Oh wait, are we unmuted?
Yeah.
You are unmuted, boys. Be warned.
Yeah, Daniel, don't be too feisty this game, Daniel. Don't be too feisty.
Codename Waffle, what? Plug? Hey, plug Codename Waffle.
This round is brought to you by on the live stream, so it must be true. Oh, okay, yes, I have to wait after a bonus. I think this bonus might be
After you power up.
I'm not
gonna be associated.
I'll be this one. This power is brought to you by.
All right, here are some more Cho players. Perhaps. Okay, and these were the three players we were expecting, right? Yes, good. Okay, great. I see we have a couple of spectators, Tiffany and Scott. Could I ask you to turn your cameras on? You don't have to unmute. You don't have to keep your hands on camera, but you do have to have your cameras on in order to spectate. Thank you, Scott. Tiffany, are you there? Okay, well, we'll do the buzzer check, and then if we can't get our camera on, I'll have to move you to the waiting room.
Okay.
Ah, there we go. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That's much better. And then the second camera for Andrew. All right. There we go. Okay, great. And it looks like we have one more player yet to join the buzzer. Let's see who that is, because we have 6 out of 7.
Did you send the code?
The code is in the screen that I'm sharing.
Oh, I am blind.
That's okay. Then it's 221267. I actually had a player on my team who was blind for a couple.
Oh no,
very interesting.
sorry, that was...
No, I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just yanking your chain. I did have a player who was blind on the team I coached, so it's very, very interesting experience for him. He lives around the corner from me these days. So we've got Luke. Ah, there's Andrew. Excellent. Okay, good. That's everybody. All right, welcome. This will be round 10. I'm going to get that screen out of the way. It's done its job. And let's get a buzzer check going on. What's going on here? That's not what it should be doing. There we go. That's better. Okay, great. Let's check the buzzers. This is round 10 between Stevenson and Choate. And let's start with a buzzer check from Stevenson. I'll call your name out. I'll ask you to buzz in and just say hi or your name or whatever back to me. Let's start with David.
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Arjun? Yeah, welcome. Good. Billy? There's Billy. Go ahead.
Hi.
All right, Billy. And Daniel? Hi. Could you speak a little louder?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Good. That's better. These gentlemen represent Adlai E. Stevenson A. of Lincolnshire, Illinois. Welcome. And Choate now. Lucas, please.
Hello.
Hi, Lucas. Joy?
Hi.
Hi, Joy. Welcome. Andrew?
Hello.
Hey, Andrew. Okay, good. That means I can hear everybody and everybody can hear me and your cameras all work. So that's all good. Your buzzers all work too. Just a reminder again, you'll have to start any bonus answers you want to direct with the words "our answer is." Please don't forget that. Also, please remember to keep both hands visible at all times and your screen visible at any time you can answer a question, which is other than during the other team's bonuses. Okay, my advice is to just keep your screen visible at all times, but if you want to put your phone down for a moment during the other team's bonuses, that's fine. You do have to pick it back up again at the next toss-up. Any questions about the rules or anything? Nothing? Okay, good. I should let you know my name's Mike Cerise. I'm your moderator this round. I'm a math teacher in Champaign, Illinois. This is my misbehaving dog. He's going to jump on me throughout the round. Our scorekeeper this round is also our chief editor. You want to introduce yourself, Mike?
Mike Bentley.
Mike. Okay, and I'll hope you please listen to any directions that myself or Mike have to give you throughout the round. Obviously, you've played many rounds and done quite well to make it so far, so I expect you do know how to play. But I'm going to now open the packet. If you have any questions, this is the time to ask. If not, then we'll get started in just a moment here. Oh, it always takes longer than it should. Just a second here. There we go. Oh, maybe. Okay, and as my fellow official let you know, this game will be streamed. This will appear on YouTube later. So if you want to watch your old games, you can. An ICT undergrad final I played in, I think 2003 that I still watch sometimes. Might have been 2004. It's a long time ago. Before you guys were born, I guess. Pretty wild. Okay, download, please. There we go. All right. Unlock that. Excellent. Okay, let me just make sure there aren't any special instructions. We've certainly done those things. And we're ready to go. This round does not have a sponsor. If you do want to sponsor a round in the future, I hope you will. It's a great way to give back to the Quiz Bowl community. Can I get a thumbs up from each player indicating you're ready to go? That's everybody. Good luck. This is toss-up 1. Changes that produce descent in this property often preserve the irreducible representation symbolized E and lower the number of columns in the character table. Knowledge of the Gerard and Ungerard form of this property is sufficient to identify forbidden transitions for an orbital. Spectroscopic selection rules are predicted using this property. All optically active compounds lack a form of this property denoted by the S sub n point group, whose elements are three-dimensional isometries. Chiral molecules must lack a form of this property because they have neither inversion centers nor mirror planes. Molecules that can revolve and return to their original position have the rotation. That's Daniel.
Symmetry.
That's good for 10. Bonus to Stevenson. Lorenzo de' Medici so admired the two companion panels to a Bartolini Salambeni family commissioned painting of this battle that he had the panels transferred to his palace. For 10 points each, part A, identify this battle. Paolo Uccello's painting of Niccolo de Tolentino leading troops on a white horse at this battle is littered with broken lances that create perspective.
Maybe. Our answer is Pavia.
Sorry, no, it's the Battle of San Romano, part 2. Paolo Uccello lived in this Italian city. Uccello painted the clock dial of this city's cathedral, whose dome was designed by Filippo Brunelleschi.
This is Florence. Our answer is Florence.
That's your city. Finally, Paolo Uccello is included in this painter's The Lives of Artists. This man's last judgment adorns the underside of the dome of the Florence Cathedral.
This is Vasari. Our answer is Vasari.
Yes, Giorgio Vasari. That's 20 points for the second and third parts. Toss up 2. This poem compares one character falling to a watchtower of a town which an earthquake shatters down. Before asking, pleasure past and anguish past. Is it life or is it, is it death or is it life? A character in this poem is told a cautionary tale about a girl who dwindled and grew gray, then fell with the first snow and pined away, named Jenny. Upon seeing this, that's Arjun.
Goblin Market.
That's 20 points, Stevenson's bonus. These entities can be represented by two state systems, such as a pulse in a fiber optic cable or a switch in an electrical circuit. For 10 points each, part A. Name these basic units of information that are often used to represent true or false values. 8 of these units make up a byte.
Our answer is bit.
That's right, part 2. This universal logic gate takes in 2 bits and outputs false if and only if both bits are true. This gate can be created by placing an AND gate immediately before a NOT gate.
Can you draft it?
Our answer is NAND.
Yes, NAND. Finally, both the NAND gate and XOR gate share this property. Gates with this property cannot have their inputs reconstructed from their outputs.
Oh, this not this. Yeah.
Our answer is destructive.
Sorry, irreversible is the answer we need here. That's 20 for the first two parts. Toss up 3. This technique exploded in popularity in the United States in the 1970s, following its so-called discovery by Paul Dudley White and classification as a deductible tax expense. Practitioners of this technique usually work across 12 basic meridians with objects that are deemed Class 2 medical devices by the FDA. The placement of tattoos on Ötzi the Iceman may mean that this technique was known even in the Copper Age. The devices used for this technique are sometimes also used for moxibustion and can cause a type of numbness known as that's Lucas.
Acupuncture?
It's good for 10 there. Bonus to Choate. In autumn and winter, a phrase asking for this thing is included in the Gevorot, the second prayer of the Amida. Each part A, name this thing. In a story from the Talmud, Honi Hamegel drew a circle on the ground and refused to leave the circle until God sent this.
Joy, it's your best guess, I think.
I have no idea.
Answer, please.
Our answer is a plague. I don't know.
It's rain. Part 2. The full
Oh.
prayer for rain recited on Shemini Atzaret recounts water-related events in the lives of men from the Bible, such as this man floating in a basket on the Nile, drawing water for Jethro's daughters, and striking a rock that then gushed water.
Moses, right?
Sounds like Moses.
Yeah.
Our answer is Moses.
Led you to 10 points. Finally, rainwater is the ideal type of water to fill one of these baths used in ritual purification.
Oh no.
Basin?
Go for it.
Our answer is baptismal font.
Sorry, it's a mikvah. That's 10 points for the middle part. Toss up 4. A language from Jersey uses these 2 English letters to represent a cross-linguistically rare sound that corresponds to the letter R in French. The sounds represented in English by these 2 letters are fronted in Cockney. In American English, the sounds represented by these letters are pronounced interdentally, but in other dialects, they are voiced and unvoiced dental fricatives. A letter that looks like a P with its stem extended upwards, that's Lucas.
T and H.
Yes, that's good for 20 points. Bonus.
The fucking, yeah.
Although this
Good
right
job,
does not
Lucas.
explicitly appear in the Constitution, it was used to justify the majority opinion in Roe versus Wade. For 10 points each, part A, identify this right that one justice ruled the government could not invade in a decision involving telephone wiretaps.
Like the right
Is
to
it right? Yeah.
I think-
yeah.
Our answer is right to privacy.
Yes, privacy is correct. Part 2. This future Supreme Court justice wrote about the right to privacy in an 1890 article co-written with Samuel Warren. He wrote his namesake brief for the labor case of Mueller versus Oregon.
Oh God.
Is
Oh wait.
this
I don't know.
Warren Burger?
Please.
Holder.
Our answer is Chase.
Sorry, it's Louis Brandeis. Finally, in his
Brandeis.
opinion in Griswold versus Connecticut, William O. Douglas used emanations and this other term for rights that follow by implication from the rights explicitly articulated in the Constitution.
It's like penumbras, right? Like
No.
Sure.
our
Oh,
answer,
that's cool.
Repeat it, please.
our answer is penumbras.
Penumbras is correct. That's 20 for the
That's
outer
actually really
parts.
cool. Nice.
Toss up 5. This musical work is often performed alongside a tango suite, whose English title suggests that it is a version from Buenos Aires. That suite is by Astor Piazzolla. The largo movement of a piece from this collection is also marked pianissimo sempre. In that movement, the viola plays a 2-note, always forte motif. Dancing drunkards are represented by the second movement of the third of these pieces. That is Joy.
The Four Seasons.
That's good for 10. Bonus to Choate. The New York Review of Books recently republished Jean Amory's sympathetic book about this country doctor. For Triple H, Part A, identify this character who, after his wife's suicide, discovers a desk full of letters revealing that his wife had cheated on him with 2 other men.
I have absolutely nothing.
I don't know. Young Werton.
Name
That's not the
it,
plot
please.
at all.
Answer is John.
Repeat it, please.
John.
No, sorry. This is Charles Bovary, part 2.
How
Charles
true.
Bovary's wife, Emma, titles a novel by this French author of a sentimental education.
my God, who wrote Madame?
Bovary's- Oh my god.
Flaubert?
Flaubert? Does that sound right?
Answer, please.
Is it?
Our answer is Flaubert.
Flaubert is correct. Finally,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Bovary
Good job.
suffers professional embarrassment when he botches an operation to cure this condition in Hippolyte Tautin using a new medical device.
I have no clue. Tuberculosis?
Sure.
That tracks.
Our answer is tuberculosis.
Sorry, no, it's clubfoot. So that's 10 for the middle part. Next is toss up 6. A religious movement in this country has been criticized for its use of an argumentative proselytization method called break and subdue. That movement venerates a calligraphic mandala inscribed by its founder on a log of camphor wood. A pangram about crossing the deep mountains of karma called the Eroa is ascribed to a monk from this country who notably underwent self-mummification. A saying that one should be born in its indigenous religion, marry Christian, and die Buddhist originates from this country. It's also the origin of a chant glorifying the Dharma of the Lotus Sutra. Tantric Buddhism is practiced in this country by its Shingon school. For 10 points, name this country. That is Lucas.
Nepal.
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll finish for Stevenson. For 10 points, name this country, some of whose Buddhist movements were founded by monks like Kukai and Nichiren during its Heian period. It's Arjun.
Japan.
Yes, good for 10. Stevenson's bonus. This concept was originally believed to be a conserved quantity until an experiment run by Chien Shuang Wu for 10 points each. Part A. Name this quantity, which is the P in CP symmetry. Symmetry of this property indicates a lack of handedness.
Our answer is parity.
That's right. Part 2, CP violation and C symmetry are two of the Sakharov conditions for the imbalance between this substance and its far more common counterpart. The baryon asymmetry problem considers the relative lack of this sort of material in the universe.
Our answer is antimatter.
That's right. Finally, antimatter's existence was first inferred from the Dirac equation containing solutions for electrons whose energy had this property. The charge of the electron is typically given as a number with this property.
Our answer is what?
Isn't it positive?
That's no answer. Sorry. Once you say your answers, you have to finish your answer. It's negative is the answer. So that's 20 for the first 2 parts. This is toss up 7. Winston Churchill criticized the folly of the UK ceding treaty places of this type, like Low Swilly, to Ireland in 1938. A temple to Serapis was located in Canopus, the most prominent ancient Egyptian place of this type. An agency named for these places runs the Path Rail system and controlled the original World Trade Center. They're not colonies, but Claudius and Trajan expanded Rome's chief place of this type, Ostia. Since the 1960s, containerization at these places has reduced. That is Lucas.
Cemeteries?
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll finish for Stevenson. Has reduced much of the need for stevedores. By the 15th century, the city of Miletus no longer functioned as one of these places due to an accumulation of silt. For 10 points, name these towns and cities that are centers of maritime trade. It's Billy. Ports is correct for 10. Stevenson's bonus. The term gestalt or enframing describes how this concept turns the world into a standing reserve. For 10 points each. Part A. Identify this concept whose relation to design is explored in a 1954 essay, which takes a questioning approach toward it.
Nothing. This is our time.
It's like sign and design, but I don't know.
Sign.
Answer, please.
Our answer is sign.
It's technology. Part 2. In his late period, this philosopher produced meditative essays like The Question Concerning Technology. His earlier period included a project that analyzed the form of existence unique to humans, which he called design.
Heidegger. Our answer is Heidegger.
Right. Although Heidegger disgracefully joined the Nazi Party, this student of his critically examined Nazi ideology in her book Eichmann in Jerusalem, which originated the concept of the banality of evil.
Our answer is Arendt.
Yes, Hannah Arendt. 20 points for the latter parts. Toss up. 8. Although not related to the circadian rhythm in general, this stimulus causes action potentials of the pulvini found in Fabaceae, which gives Mimosa pudica its so-called sensitive organism. Its name, excuse me, is a so-called sensitive organism. One organism is known to be able to count to 2 and to 5 because 2 instances of this stimulus within 20 seconds will release an action potential. That organism is in the genus Dionaea. Tendrils grow in the direction of this stimulus, whereas roots grow away from it in an example of negative thigmotropism. Pancinian corpuscles and Merkel cells are mechanoreceptors that detect this phenomenon. That's Daniel.
Touch.
Yes, that's for 10. Bonus.
Science flair.
In the 16th century, an inscription from the Yasin Surah was added to the exterior of this building. For 10 points each, part A, identify this building, whose most prominent feature rises some 75 feet above its unusual octagonal base. Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan's name was once visible in the mosaics of this building.
It's the Alhambra, right? Our answer is the Alhambra.
Sorry, it's the Dome of the Rock, part 2. The double-shelled wooden Dome of the Rock is more noticeable than the dome of this temple in Rome's Circus Flaminius. This temple was dedicated to all the gods.
Pantheon.
Yeah.
Our answer is the Pantheon.
You've got it. Finally, the Dome of the Rock was also inspired by the Basilica of San Vitale in this city. This city houses mosaic portraits of the Empress Theodora and Emperor Justinian, who captured it from the Ostrogoths.
Ravenna.
Yeah.
Our answer is Ravenna.
That's your city. That's 20 there for the latter 2 parts. Toss up 9.
Just real quick, just a reminder to spectators to make sure that you keep your sort of face visible in your camera. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Mike. Toss up 9. In a story by this author, Jonathan says that nothing puzzles God after thieves take his egg rasher of 20 pounds. A tortoise falls on some sharp things after adopting the name All of You to steal the food of the birds. That's Daniel.
Things fall apart.
That's not correct. Sorry. I'll continue. In a fable by this author. That fable appears in a novel by this author in which a Christian convert kills a sacred python. This author's many stories about his country's civil war include civil peace. He wrote about a church destroyed in retaliation for Enoch's unmasking of an egwugwu. The protagonist of that novel by this author hates his flute-playing father, beats his wife during the week of peace, and kills his adopted son Ekemefuna. For 10 points, name this author of Things Fall Apart. That's Lucas.
Achebe.
Yes, good for 10. Bonus. Nasbandi certificates that verified a person had undergone one of these operations became a de facto identity card that entitled one to land and other benefits. For each part A, identify these medical operations that were forced on perhaps 12 million people during India's emergency.
Probably circumcision, right?
I'm thinking, yeah.
Either that or sterilization.
Oh, that also.
Answer, please.
Our answer is sterilization.
That's correct. Part 2.
Good
The
job.
emergency took place during this Indian prime minister's tenure. She was voted out of office 6 weeks after the emergency ended.
Is this Indira?
Indira
fascinated.
Gandhi?
You can give it a go.
Yeah, go
Yes.
for it.
Answer, please.
Our answer is
Gandhi.
Indira Gandhi.
Yes, that's correct. Finally, Sanjay Gandhi, architect of the forced sterilization program, had earlier supervised Maruti Limited, a failed attempt to build these products for the people. The Malaysian government pumped money into Proton, a maker of these things.
Birth control?
Sure.
It fits with the theme. Our answer is birth control.
Oh, no, sorry, they're cars. That's 20 for the first 2 parts.
Tough.
Toss up 10, the last of the half. 3 diverse families from this city are chronicled in J. Anthony Lucas's book, Common Ground, which examines the ramifications of a decision by Judge W. Arthur Garrity. This city's first female city council president was backed by a group called Restore Our Alienated Rights. That's Arjun.
Boston.
That's 20 points bonus. This author created characters known as eggs, beans, and crumpets, who are so called because they call each other Old Egg, Old Bean, and Dear Old Crumpet. For 10 points each, part A. Name this British author and humorist who created characters who are part of the Drones Club, such as Oofy Prosser, Freddie Threepwood, and Bertie Wooster.
Maybe Saki. Our answer is Saki.
Sorry, this is P.G. Woodhouse. Part 2. Woodhouse's Bertie Wooster employs Reginald Jeeves in this servile occupation.
Butler. Our answer is Butler.
I can take that. The main answer is valet. Finally, this other Drones Club member appears in multiple novels with his cricketer friend, Mike Jackson. This character claims to be able to tell when someone pronounces his name without the silent letter that he'd added to distinguish himself.
But you know this?
I don't know. That's my guess.
Our answer is Thompson.
No, it's Rupert Smith. but there's a P at the front of Smith that he added. It's hilarious, believe me. That's 10 on the bonus for the middle part. This is halftime.
All right, so we have 190 for Stevenson and 110 for Choate.
Any substitutions, protests, or other issues? We do have a couple people wanting to come in, so I'll admit them at this time.
Oh yeah, Nathan, are you here?
Yeah, I think Nathan's coming in.
I think our fourth.
Oh, good.
is
Okay. Yep.
arriving.
Excellent.
Yeah. And Ryan Yang is a spectator for
Yay,
us.
Our fourth.
Oh, good.
my
Okay, we'll get him
God.
in here.
Live.
Okay, Ryan,
Yeah,
I'm
we have
gonna
our team.
I'm gonna add the spectator
Let's
tag to your
go.
name, Ryan, and
Yes,
I'm going
this
to add
man
the
is
team
here.
tag to your name, Nathan. Nathan, if you want to join the buzzer, the code is 221267.
Nathan's not wearing red. Is he really part of this team?
Joy, chill out. He just flew to
Okay.
Switzerland. Their flag is red.
Ah, I see.
Okay, welcome, Nathan.
Yeah, it's fine.
Perhaps the true red was the friends we made along the way.
There you go.
The true friend was a red meat along the
And
way.
you're on the buzzer. Excellent. Nathan, let's have you try your buzzer and say hi, please.
Hi.
Hey, welcome to the game.
Also,
Okay,
Ryan,
any other,
reminder you
uh,
need to have your camera on here.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mike. Yes, all spectators, Ryan included, you need to have your camera on. Please keep your head in the camera, please. You don't need to keep your hands or screen there, just your head if you're a spectator. You can get a very convincing cardboard cutout. You may be able to baffle us.
Oh, thanks.
Please don't do that. Okay, any other business to attend to at this time? Hearing none, we'll go on to the second half. It starts with toss-up 11. Good luck, everybody. Buzzer is clear. Fully convective systems can begin this process before reaching radiative equilibrium if they're small enough to contract with constant temperature. This process begins at the terminus of the Heine tract. Sufficiently large objects transition between a form of this process with 4th power dependence on temperature to another with 20th power dependence. Fred Hoyle predicted a 7.7 MeV resonance for carbon-12 that acts as an intermediate in one form of this process, in turn increasing the system's metallicity. The beginning of this process marks entry into the main sequence at which that's Daniel.
Fusion.
Yes, that's good for 10 there. Bonus, Stevenson. The Virginia Theological Seminary created a $1.7 million fund for these payments in 2019. Forget what's each part A. Named these payments, usually earmarked for enslaved people or their descendants. Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote an Atlantic article on the case for these payments.
Our answer is reparations.
You've got it. Part 2, a university in this British city where James Watt once worked also created a reparations fund. Its tobacco lords heartily profited from the slave trade.
Our answer is Oxford.
Sorry, it's Glasgow. Finally, in 2017, All Souls College, Oxford established a fellowship to benefit Codrington College in this country in restitution for slaver Christopher Codrington funding an Oxford library. This country's port of Bridgetown was once a major sugar exporter.
Barbados. I think. Our answer is Barbados.
That's 20 for the outer parts. This is toss-up 12. A Van Alist heir sold this man 7 of Raphael's original cartoons depicting the Acts of the Apostles. This man commissioned a work depicting an eagle carrying his father upward toward Minerva, who waits with a triumphal crown. That work depicting the apotheosis of this man's father was commissioned for the ceiling of an Inigo Jones designed banqueting house at Whitehall. In another painting, Endymion Porter is holding a horse next to this man, who is at the hunt. This monarch patronized both Peter Paul Rubens, that's Joy.
Napoleon?
Sorry, that's not correct. I'll finish for Stevenson. And Anthony van Dyck. Paul de la Roche painted Soldiers Insulting, for 10 points, what English monarch prior to his execution during the English Civil Wars? It's David.
Charles I.
Charles I is good for 10. Stevenson's bonus. In addition to serving as an antibacterial, dioxycycline inhibits metalloproteinases, which degrade proteins in this structure. What's each part A? Name this structure. In animals, it includes an interstitial component and a basement membrane. It provides support to surrounding cells.
So
Yeah.
yeah, our answer is intercellular matrix.
Say it again, please.
Intercellular matrix.
No, I have extracellular matrix, part 2. Many of the proteins and gags forming the extracellular matrix are produced by these cells, which are the most common cells of connective tissue.
epithelial, isn't that thing? I don't know. Epithelial.
Our answer is epithelial.
Sorry, I have fibroblasts. Finally, fibroblasts produce this triple helical protein for the extracellular matrix. It is the primary structural protein of the ECM and the most abundant protein in mammals.
Our answer is collagen.
That's good for 10 there for the last part. Next is toss-up 13. This novel was originally planned as a short story follow-up to Under the Ridge. This novel's epilogue was cut so that it could both open and close with the hero on a bed of pine needles. The Workers' Party of Marxist Unification is mocked by the journalist Kharkov in this novel. In this novel, an orphan nicknamed Little Rabbit joins the protagonist in his sleeping bag after another woman reads the protagonist's palm and de-escalates an argument in a cave with Pablo. Pilar and Maria are members of a guerrilla group. That's Arjun.
For whom the bell tolls.
That's good for 10. Bonus. This composer wrote a menacing leitmotif that is introduced by a chorus intoning Kora Mata in Sanskrit. Triple H Part A. Name this American composer of the bassoon concerto, The Five Sacred Trees. He wrote the Imperial March for Star Wars.
Williams. Our answer is Williams.
Yep. Part 2. John Williams recorded the soundtrack for the first 6 Star Wars films with this orchestra. It shares the Barbican Hall with the BBC Orchestra. It was led by Sir Colin Davis from 1995 to 2007.
London Symphony Orchestra.
Oh, yeah.
Our answer is London Symphony Orchestra.
That's right. Finally, Sir Simon Rattle took over the LSO in 2017 after leading this orchestra for the previous 15 years. It was directed for 45 years by Herbert von Karajan.
Berlin Philharmonic. Our answer is Berlin Philharmonic.
Yes, Berliner Philharmoniker. That's all 30. Toss up 14. These devices made it possible to demonstrate second harmonic generation, which is often used to adjust their output. Studying the Raman effect was made far more viable with the invention of these devices due to their superior output as compared to a device that relied on sending electricity through mercury vapor. Donna Strickland and Gerard Moreau, that is Andrew.
A laser.
That's right. That's good for 20. Bonus to Choate.
I was thinking that. Good
The
job.
book from this author's libretto for Deems Taylor's opera The King's Henchman sold out 4 printings upon its publication in 1927. With each Part A. Name this author who declared, "All that I really love is the rain that flattens on the bay and the eel grass in the cove." She also wrote Renaissance.
I've got nothing.
Oh my God, my girlfriend sent me this poem and I'm not going to remember who wrote it.
Our answer is Mary Oliver.
It's Edna St. Vincent Millay, Part 2. In the poem First Fig, Millay created the image of one of these objects that burns at both ends and will not last the night.
Candle. Our answer is a candle.
You got it. Finally, in a Pulitzer-winning poem by Millay, the speaker's family is left with one of these objects only, with a woman's head, after a harsh winter. Coleridge compared all of animated nature to one of these instruments, diversely framed.
An instrument. Okay.
I don't know.
Our answer is a
Flowers?
piano.
A piano was directed. That's incorrect. It's a harp. Those there.
Oh, sorry.
Close.
10 for the
Sorry.
middle part. Toss up 15. This director once attached a note to his camera stating, "Remember that this is a comic film." In a film by this director, a woman walks through side streets at night with a white kitten perched on her head. Another film by this director ends with a fantasy in which the protagonist's younger self is wearing a white uniform and playing a flute in a parade around the unfinished full-scale set of a spaceship. A film by this director opens with a helicopter transporting a statue of Jesus. That film by this director includes a scene in which the protagonist and the actress, that's Lucas.
Coppola?
Sorry, that's not correct. I'll finish for Stevenson. And the actress Sylvia wade in the Trevi Fountain. In a film by this man, Marcello Mastroianni plays Guido, a director with writer's block. For 10 points, name this Italian director of 8.5 and La Dolce Vita. It's Arjun.
Fellini.
Yes, Fellini is good for 10. Bonus. Stevenson. During this event, Flemish people were supposedly massacred for not pronouncing bread and cheese in the correct fashion. What's each part A? Name this 1381 uprising of poor farmers against Richard II. It was led by Wat Tyler in response to an increased poll tax.
Our answer is the Peasants' Rebellion.
I'm going to
that's
accept
fine.
that answer. The main answer is the Peasants' Revolt. Part 2. Friars who could not pronounce the word Chichiri were massacred during the During this Easter 1282 rebellion, which overthrew Charles of Anjou, the ruler of a very large island kingdom.
What? Yeah, large island Corsican Rebellion. I have no idea.
Answer, please.
Answer is the Corsican Rebellion.
The Sicilian
Oh.
Vespers. Finally, during this modern-day country's civil war, people were shot by the White Guards if they mispronounced the word Ushki. A man nicknamed the White Death killed many enemy soldiers during a later conflict in this country.
Finland. Our answer is Finland.
That's 20 for the outer parts. Toss up. 16. High taxes during these foreign conflicts paid for the construction of the defensive Martello Towers. Ned Despard was executed for plotting to block mail coaches during these conflicts. John Thelwall challenged the gagging acts passed during these conflicts, one of which prohibited seditious meetings. During the economic depression following these foreign conflicts, mounted yeomanry charged into a crowd gathered to hear orator Henry Hunt outside Manchester. Some rioters during these conflicts chanted, "No war, no pit, cheap bread," due to economic hardships caused by the continental system. That's Lucas.
The War of Austrian Succession.
Sorry, that's not correct. I'll finish for Stevenson. The Peterloo Massacre followed, for 10 points, what series of wars between Great Britain and a namesake French emperor? It's Arjun.
Napoleonic Wars.
Good for 10. Bonus, Stevenson. Economist Eleanor Ostrom's book titled For Governing These Places outlines design principles for them, such as clearly defined boundaries and monitoring. For 10 points each, part A. Identify these places. They title a 1968 essay in Science by notorious eugenicist Garrett Hardin.
Cities, because they're not sure to stuff for treasure. Our answer is cities.
Sorry, it's commons. Part 2. Ostrom's Governing the Commons includes a case study of Sri Lankan farmers failing to maintain one of these systems. Carl August Wittvogel's hydraulic hypothesis argues that states emerged from building these systems that make farms more productive.
Irrigation. Is that decision? Our answer is irrigation systems.
That's the one. Finally, these organizations, like Commons, are subject to free rider problems and open shop situations, since the benefits that they secure tend to go to everyone.
Is it public utilities? Our answer is public goods.
Sorry, we need a labor union here. That's 10 for the middle part. Toss up. 17. 33 Mohawk steelworkers drowned in a river of this name in August 1907 while constructing the world's longest cantilever bridge. In 1914, over 1,000 people died when the Empress of Ireland sank in the mouth of a river of this name. Nazi U-boats initially held the upper hand against the RCN in a years-long battle of this name, which disrupted Allied shipping to the UK. An international engineering project of this name, completed in 1959, boosted the economy of Duluth, Minnesota. A river of this name that flows past the city of Quebec is a key part of a larger waterway that is Arjun.
St. Lawrence.
Good for 10. Bonus. For 10 points each, answer the following about mythological figures who accidentally killed their own sons. Part 1. In a fit of madness, this Greek hero killed his children in addition to his wife Megara. In penance, this hero served King Eurystheus for 10 years.
Yeah.
Heracles.
Oh, our answer is Heracles.
He's your man. Part 2. The Irish hero Cuchulainn killed his son Conla with this spear after having mistaken him for an intruder. Made from the bones of a sea monster, this spear had 7 heads that each had 7 spines.
Our answer is Guybald.
Right. Finally, in the Shanamech, a hero unknowingly kills this son of his after a long wrestling match. This son is later identified by the onyx jewel that his mother, Tahmina, had given him for protection.
So one's Rustam and Sorab. I think the son's Sorab. Our answer is Sorab.
Sorab is the son. That's all 30. Toss up. 18. Peter Neumeyer argued that a story set in this location cannot be taught to students because of distorted religious symbolism in Willa and Edwin Muir's English translation. 2 men who attempt to leave this location are instead coerced into staying by a man who threatens them with a heavy knotted rope. Instructions to have faith and wait are written on a gravestone at this location that foretells the return of the old commandant. An object found here is made up of the harrow, the designer, and the bed. While at this location, the officer is brutally killed during his attempt to inscribe the words "Be just," that is Daniel.
Penal colony?
Yes, the penal colony, from In the Penal Colony. That's 10 points. Bonus, Stevenson. Goethe's Faust borrows the prologue to a play by this playwright, in which the play's director asks an actress to sing about the pleasant summer which has just begun. Triple H Part A. Name this author of a play in which Durvasa is cursed to forget about his queen Shakuntala. This author also wrote The Cloud Messenger.
Our answer is Kalidasa.
Right. Durvasa's curse is broken when he sees one of these objects belonging to Shakuntala. Sauron forged an example of this kind of jewelry in the fires of Mount Doom.
Our answer is Rink.
Right. Finally, Durvasa decides to contact his wife at the start of monsoon season. This modern author's Hullabaloo in the Guava Orchard also opens at the start of monsoon season. She won the Booker for The Inheritance of Loss.
Oh, our answer is Mohan.
No, sorry, it's Kiran Desai. That's 20 on that one. For the first two parts, toss of 19. A ballad relates that every 7 years, these people must pay a tithe to hell, from which a maiden saves their shape-shifting hostage, Tam Lin. Good and evil beings of this type were thought to be governed by the Seelie and unseelie courts, respectively. In some countries, that's Choi.
Like fairies.
Nice buzz, 20. Bonus.
Yes.
Sea sediment analysis shows that the amount of terrestrial debris rafted by these objects will occasionally spike in response to Heinrich events. For 10 each, Part A. Name these objects that are stereotypically depicted roughly 90 degrees from their stable orientation. Small examples of these objects are called growlers.
What?
I have nothing. I thought it was gonna be like garbage patches.
Yes,
It's not.
please.
Our answer is garbage patch.
It's icebergs. Part 2. The creation of icebergs, termed calving, occurs at the termini of these long, icy features. Climate change has already caused many alpine examples of these features to disappear entirely.
Glaciers?
Glaciers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our answer is
Glaciers.
Our
glaciers.
answer is glaciers.
Glaciers was directed. That's correct. Finally, both calving and melting fall into this general class of processes of material loss, which define a zone below the firn line where the glacier's mass decreases.
I think this is ablation.
Go for it.
Sure.
Sure.
Our answer is ablation.
That's right, for 20. That's
Good
right.
job. Nice pull.
And this now is toss-up 20, the last of the game. During the 1920s, wealthy residents of this country would often travel directly from Europe to its capital for the annual La Rural livestock celebration. In this country, the 1912 Sáenz Peña law, expanding male suffrage, helped to bring Hipólito Yrigoyen to power. That's Arjun.
Argentina.
Heck of a buzz, 20 points. Bonus, Stevenson. The importance of German auto factories in cities such as Győr to this man's economy has led this politician to be nicknamed an Audi-crat. For 10 points each, Part A. Name this world leader whose Fidesz party has rolled back various democratic institutions in his country.
Our answer is Orban.
Right. Part 2. Hungary's Viktor Orban notoriously built a 4,000-seat stadium for this activity in his hometown of Ferkstut. In the 1990s, satellite provider Sky brought an English league for this sport to a Europe-wide audience.
Soccer. Yeah. Our answer is soccer.
You got it. Finally, Orban's government effectively forced this research university to relocate to Vienna because it had been founded by George Soros.
Our answer is Charles City.
No, sorry, it's the Central European University. And so that's 20 for the first two parts and the end of the game.
Final score is 440 for Stevenson and 180 for Choate.
Good game.
Everybody happy with the score?
Good game.
Okay, great game, team.
game,
Thank you
y'all.
very much. Good luck in round 11.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for reading. And
You're
Stevenson,
welcome.
best of luck in the rest of your rounds.
My
Good
pleasure.
luck,
Bye for
Stevenson.
now.
Jesus, keep getting our past match.
Quick reminder that this game is being live streamed. Really doesn't want to focus today. Still not gonna do it. So looks like we have teams here. I have the packets loaded. If you haven't seen already, the screen sharing has the buzz-in code. All right. Will we do a buzzer check? I guess TJ, you want to start with that?
Hello?
Okay. Hold on. Mouse buzz.
I buzzed. Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
Hey, Mike, you want to check if there's a setting here that sets it to buzz for other players? Because I noticed when I buzzed, I hear it, but when other players are buzzing, I do not.
Got it. I'm looking here. Players should change your tone. I have it. It is set to allow buzzing sound on player devices, but you're not hearing it when people buzz, huh?
No, am I the only one who's having this problem, or do other people in general not hear buzzes when other people buzz in?
Yeah, I only hear my own buzz.
Really?
Okay. That seems like a poor feature.
That's not good. Okay. Show team, show points.
Has this been a problem throughout the tournament or only in this room?
I have not heard this raised as an issue before now. The buzzing sound on the house. All buzzes. The buzz list on player devices. Show player points. Team points. Show time. Well, why don't I try to set it to what looks like to me it's muted. Somebody buzz right now. Did you hear?
Yes, I heard
Yep.
Oh,
that.
okay. So the setting where the speaker has sound coming out of it mutes it, and the setting where the speaker has no sound coming out of it unmutes it. So go figure. Okay, let's continue with the buzzer check then.
I think Aaron from T did their budget check.
Great,
Yeah, so we've
Stevenson,
had
you wanna go?
Pratyush and Vishal, I believe, tests. So David and Elliot should buzz now. Or sorry, Justin, that is, and Elliot.
Testing.
Hey,
Testing.
excellent. Go ahead, Stevenson.
My teammates will introduce themselves from my left to my right.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Hello.
All right. Seems like that works then.
Sorry, could I test my buzz one more time?
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Oh, although that one mysteriously didn't buzz.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
hopefully
yeah.
that's not a problem. Okay. Is everyone ready to get started? All right. So we're on round 11 of the 2021 PACE NSC. My name is Mike Bentley, and scorekeeper here is Mike Cerise. Reminder that this one is being live streamed on a delay. We have Stevenson and Thomas Jefferson A. And let's get started. Toss up number 1. Count Ferdinand Palffy attempted to secure the venue for this event by offering his theater for free, but lost out to the Karntnerter Theater. Michael Umlauf served as the concert director for this event, which was followed by the dismissal of Anton Schindler. Henriette Sontag and Caroline Unger were recruited to perform this event, which was originally intended to take place in Berlin. At this event, which also included a performance of the Consecration of the House Overture, the composer kept tempo with his hands before turning around to face the cheering Vienna audience and bursting into tears. So, Elliot.
Like Beethoven's premiere of Ode to Joy.
No. For 10 points, name this 1824 concert featuring the first performance of a symphony that sets Friedrich Schiller's Ode to Joy. Arjun.
The premiere of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, can you go back to the settings and make sure the sound saves because it's not buzzing again?
We'd like to. Yeah, sorry. We'd like to make a protest. Sorry.
Okay, we will note that.
I set it again to the thing where the speaker is showing sound. Perhaps someone would like to buzz to check it.
Well, right now it's locked.
Yeah.
Okay, that seemed to work.
That could, okay. Okay, protest is noted on toss-up 1.
Okay, so we'll move on to bonus. In 2009, a referendum to ban construction of these structures was passed in Switzerland after the right-wing SVP ran an ad campaign portraying these structures as missiles. For 10 points each, name these towers, which are attached to mosques and used to make the adhan or call to prayer 5 times per day.
Our answer is minarets.
This position is held by the man who recites the call to prayer from a mosque's minaret. Bilal ibn Rabah was appointed by Muhammad as the first holder of this position.
Our answer is muezzin.
Yeah, Bilal was from this ethnic group. During the year of the elephant, Muhammad's birth year, a king of Yemen from this ethnic group named Abraha unsuccessfully invaded Mecca.
Arab. Our answer is Arab.
They're Ethiopians, 20 points. Toss 2. In ancient Rome, the pullest variety of this good came from southern Italy. Spanish nobility would sponsor trips on canadas to the Consulado of Burgos, a center for trade in this good. A medieval guild that controlled production of this good funded Michelangelo's David. Approximately 13,000 people briefly gained access to political office following a revolt led by people who worked, Elliot.
Wool?
Power. Bonus. Well into the 19th century, the British Museum earned significant revenue from making casts of famous sculptures out of this material. For 10 points each, identify this material. Many Baroque and Rococo ceilings are surrounded by decorative embellishments made of this material.
Plaster, maybe? Our answer is plaster.
Jean-Antoine Houdon, who was fond of making plaster casts, made one of the most accurate portraits of this politician. Robert Mills designed a monument to this man that was the tallest building in the world from 1884 to 1889.
Okay, our answer is Washington.
Hiram Powers used a pointing machine to create hundreds of plaster copies of a slave of this ethnicity, also the ethnicity of ancient sculptors such as Praxiteles.
Greek? Okay, our answer is Greek.
30 points. Toss of 3. Otherwise impossible chemical reactions can occur at interstellar temperatures due to the domination of this phenomenon. It is difficult to mathematically describe this phenomenon due to terms with imaginary exponents caused by a negative E minus V term. The current produced by this phenomenon is monitored in an imaging technique that applies a bias voltage to a conducting tip to analyze surfaces. George Gamow modeled alpha decay as this, so that is Pratyush.
Quantum tunneling.
10 points. Bonus. This character joins Colonel Arroyo's army after shooting a peso through the center. For 10 points each, name his character, who is later killed by Colonel Arroyo after he burns Arroyo's deeds to the Miranda Hacienda. The Carlos Fuentes novel titled for this character ends with Harriet Winslow sitting alone and remembering.
Our answer is Bierce.
Yes. The old gringo is eventually revealed to be this author of an occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, who disappeared in Mexico.
Our answer is Bierce.
Arturo and Ulysses search for the missing author Cesara Tinajero in Mexico and Savage Detectives, which was written by this Chilean.
You said Bolano? Okay, our answer is Bolano.
30 points.
Nice.
Toss 4. A novelist of this ethnicity wrote of a doctor who unsuccessfully takes his wife to divorce court for 17 years. The memoir Red Azalea exemplifies the scar literature written by members of this ethnic group. So, Justin.
Just Chinese.
Power. Bonus. Lydia Diamond wrote a 2019 play about Toni Stone, the first woman to play in this organization. For 10 points each, identify this name for a variety of baseball leagues where legends such as Satchel Paige played because they were not allowed on major league teams.
Our answer is Negro League.
During Jim Crow, Black performers traveled to nightclubs such as the Uptown Theater in Philadelphia that were part of this informal set of venues whose name is a play on the Borscht Belt.
Russ something belt. Porch belt. Kitchen belt. I don't know.
Answer?
Our answer is Kitchen belt.
The Chitlin Circuit. Many Chitlin Circuit venues are included on the Blues Trail in this state. B.B. King and Elvis Presley were born in this state where Medgar Evers was killed.
Okay, our answer is Illinois.
It's Mississippi, 10 points.
It's all good.
Toss 5. In the 1960s, a key component of these devices was called the Jesus Nut by American troops. One of these devices, nicknamed the Johnson City Windmill, was innovatively used by Lyndon Johnson to draw crowds during his infamous Elliot.
A helicopter?
Power. Bonus. This molecule's derivatives affect biochemical processes like energy transfer and signal transduction. For 10 points each, name this purine nucleoside, which builds up in the brain during wakefulness, causing drowsiness, and is flushed away during sleep. This neuromodulator's receptors are blocked by caffeine.
Just melatonin, maybe? Or is it... Okay. Our answer is melatonin.
It's adenosine. The inhibition of adenosine receptors by caffeine leads to increased neural activity, triggering the release of this fight or flight hormone from namesake glands above the kidneys.
Our answer is adrenaline.
Upon arriving at liver and muscle cells, epinephrine causes the breakdown of glycogen into glucose via a signal transduction pathway that uses this second messenger molecule to activate protein kinase A.
Yeah, it's just camp, right? Our answer is camp.
20 points.
Nice.
Toss of 6. Can we clear? Hold on. Let me answer Mike's question about the buzz on toss 1. Yes, it was not power for your question, and the buzzer has been cleared, and we are going on to toss up number 6. The long nose of a seated man evokes the title of this painting per the artist's wife, who insisted that its title should be 2 words long. Critics debate which of the short stories, The Killers in a Clean, Well-Lighted Place, inspired this painting, which is believed to evoke Mulberry Square. A popular parody of this painting by Gottfried Helnwein is titled Boulevard. Billy.
Nighthawks.
Power.
Nice.
Bonus. Prayers were sent to this god to destroy 3 indestructible cities built by demons. For 10 points each, name this god who destroyed the Tripura, or 3 cities. This member of the Hindu Trimurti is often known as the god of destruction.
Our answer, Shiva.
Yes. The cities of Tripura were constructed by the sons of these materialistic demigods. Often interpreted as demons, they included the Daityas and opposed the Daivas.
Asuras. Our answer is Asuras.
After destroying Tripura, Shiva is said to have performed a Tandava, one of these actions. Shiva is depicted performing this action in his Nataraja aspect.
Our answer is dance.
30 points. And can we clear? All right, toss 7. This scientist's graphical method has axes of volume, entropy, and energy, and was among the first to use a surface to describe possible states. Though not the first to study them, the scientist popularized the partition function in statistical ensembles. This infamously verbose scientist knew that indistinguishable particles would resolve his so-called paradox, but no one could, so David.
Gibbs.
Power.
Nice.
Bonus. Anne Deaver possesses a letter in which her ex-lover Larry admits that he used one of these things to kill himself after learning of his father's treachery. For 10 points each, identify these things. Joe Keller tries to blame his business partner for manufacturing faulty parts for these things during World War II in the play All My Sons.
Yeah, plain. Oh, is it plain?
Just say plain.
Our answer is plain.
Yeah, All My Sons is played by this author of The Crucible.
Our answer is Miller.
All My Sons opens with the destruction of one of these things, which had been honoring the memory of Larry after he went missing. Desdemona sings, "Her salt tears fell from her and softened the stones," in a song titled "For One of These Things" in Othello.
No. Our answer is grave.
That's a tree, 20 points. Toss of 8. It's not Las Vegas, but Charles and Ray Eames designed furniture for a nightclub in this city's outskirts, located next to the Bellin Jesuit Preparatory School. A little version of the city hosts the annual Calle Ocho Festival and is renowned for cortado, so that's Partouche.
Havana.
Power. Bonus. This composer filled his music with 9th, 11th, and 13th chords to blur any sense of harmonic movement. For 10 points each, name this French composer of The Girl with the Flaxen Hair and Prelude to the Afternoon of a Faun.
Yeah. Our answer is Debussy.
This orchestral piece by Debussy consists of 3 symphonic sketches, the second of which is Jeu de Vague, or Play of the Waves. This piece issues motivic development in favor of colorful sonorities to evoke the interplay of wind, water, and light.
Our answer is La Mer.
This Debussy piano piece imitates the Javanese gamelan with pentatonic melodies in its first movement, pagodes. Its third movement depicts a garden in the rain with flurrying 16th notes.
I think so. Our answer is Arabesque.
It's Estampe, so 20.
That's fine.
Toss up 9. A man in this musical fantasizes about chatting and not about Heidegger but wine in a song that ends by mentioning tumbleweeds and prairie dogs. Its original creator wrote the autobiographical musical Tick, Tick, Boom a few years prior to this musical's premiere. Characters in this musical ask, "Will I lose my dignity? And will I wake tomorrow from this nightmare?" before a scene in which a philosophy professor sings about his dream of opening a restaurant in Santa Fe. 2 characters dramatically break up. Arjun.
No, Newsies.
No. Break up in this musical's number Take Me or Leave Me. The cast of this loose adaptation of La Boheme reprised Seasons of Love after the death of a drag queen angel from AIDS. For 10 points, name this Jonathan Larson rock musical. Justin.
Rent.
Yes. Bonus. For 10 points each, identify the following about the Mayan economy. The Maya, who lived in Guatemala's highlands, had access to this material, which was fashioned into blades and swords. The Aztecs made mirrors from highly polished forms of this mineraloid.
Our answer is obsidian.
These luxury objects were traded by the Maya who lived in the rainforests. Many of these animal products decorate the war bonnets used by Plains Indian tribes, and other types were used to make quill pens.
Okay. Our answer is feathers.
In the 19th century, the Mayan Yucatan was a profitable exporter of henequen, primarily used to make this good. Structures named for this good, such as Quesachaca, helped Inca chasquis do their job.
Ropes, maybe?
Are the roads or houses?
Oh, this good though. Great.
Answer?
Okay. Our answer is grain.
It is rope. 10 points.
It is
Or
rope.
20 points.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Toss of 10. A.S. Byatt's novel Possession includes one of these works titled The Glass Coffin. Helen Oyeyemi's novel Boy, Snow, Bird is adapted for one of these works. Justin.
Like a fairy tale?
Power. Bonus. Along with kinetic energy, the 3 components of this quantity are constant in Poinsot's construction. For 10 points each, name this quantity that is equal to the cross product of a particle's position vector and its momentum vector.
Yeah. Our answer is moment of inertia. Wait,
No, it's angular momentum. Angular momentum is this type of quantity because it transforms like a vector under a proper rotation, but gains a sign flip when transformed by an improper rotation, such as reflection.
it's not a tensor, right? It's like a normal vector. I don't. Our answer is tensor.
Is a pseudovector. When transformed by a linear map R, pseudovectors pick up a sign equal to this mathematical operation applied to R. This operation is non-zero for invertible matrices, and Laplace defined this operation as an expansion of minors and smaller matrices.
Determinant. Our answer is determinant.
10 points, and that's a half.
At the half, the score 260 for Thomas Jefferson A, Stevenson A 120. There are 70 points that TJA can gain in the protest on toss-up 1.
1 second. Let me see if I can fix the score on the stream.
Just go for it. Nothing to lose.
Oh, I see. Just for future reference, Mike, if you can not change any elements on the display of the screen that messes up this, or on the spreadsheet that messes up the stream position, like collapsing columns and stuff, or collapsing rows.
Should I leave how it is now, Mike, or should I?
If you can like revert it back to what it originally was, that'd be great. It's not essential, but just it helps for the stream. It's very hard coded to look at specific positions on the screen. Yeah, that looks like it is restoring to what it needs. Thank you. All right, so we are on toss 11. American forces comically landed among sunbathers on the beaches of this city in Operation Blue Bat in So Elliot.
Nice.
Say it again?
Nice.
No. In Operation Blue Bat in 1958, after President Camille Chamoun supposedly requested U.S. assistance. Over 60 French nationals were killed in the city when a truck bomb struck a complex in its Ramel El Baida neighborhood. That attack occurred simultaneously with a suicide bomb at a Marine Corps base that killed 241 Americans in 1983. Up to 3,500 civilians were massacred by Kiteb Party militias in the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps in this city after the assassination of Bashir Gemayel. This capital city was devastated by a 1982 Israeli invasion and a 2020 explosion of ammonium nitrate from the MV Rosas. For 10 points, name's capital, Lebanon. Argent. 10 points. Bonus. Feminist scholar Sophie Lewis's book, Full Surrogacy Now, calls for an end to this social construct. For 10 points each, identify the social construct whose nuclear form was pervasive in post-war America.
Our answer is family.
Full Surrogacy Now quotes a passage by this author comparing motherhood to being a lump of food that my children chewed without stopping from her novel The Days of Abandonment. And Goldstein translated this author's The Story of the Lost Child.
No answer.
Ferrante. Lewis cites the hypocrisy of surrogate mothers being airlifted out of this country following a 2015 earthquake because they were carrying Israeli fetuses. 9 members of this country's royal family were killed in a 2001 shooting.
Our answer is Nepal.
20 points. Toss of 12. This denomination has been criticized for concealing child abuse through its policy requiring 2 testimonies before taking congregational action. Vishal.
Hare Krishna?
No. This denomination's New World translation of the Holy Scriptures translates the Greek word staros as torture stake instead of cross. This denomination gained its current name under its leader, Judge Rutherford, and its religious literature is published by the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. Members of this denomination believe that exactly 144,000 people will be chosen to serve as co-rulers of God's kingdom and meet for worship services in kingdom halls. For 10 points, name this controversial Christian denomination whose members reject blood donations and proselytize door-to-door. So Arjun.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
10 points. Bonus. In a 1979 paper, David Lewis analogized the rules of these systems to those of scorekeeping and baseball. For 10 points each, identify these linguistic concepts. The philosopher who created these concepts claimed that they were related by family resemblances and illustrated their definition with an example involving colored squares.
Our answer is language games.
Yes. The concept of language games originated in philosophical investigations, a work written by this philosopher.
Our answer is Wittgenstein.
Wittgenstein named his Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus in reference to an earlier Tractatus by this philosopher of the Dutch Golden Age. This Jewish philosopher advanced a kind of substance monism in his ethics.
Our answer is Spinoza.
30 points. Toss up 13. In Unix, the system calls break and sbreak were the only way to manipulate this entity. This entity is filled in discrete frames from the top down and continuously from the bottom up. Only a clairvoyant process can eliminate thrashing when swapping pages in the virtual form of this resource. Seg faults occur when a program extends beyond the assigned segment of this resource. So Pratush.
Cache.
Say it again?
Cache.
No. Calling the function free twice can allow malicious use of this resource. Users who call malloc must manually deallocate pointers to this resource or risk a namesake leak because C does not have a native garbage collector. Using this resource is much faster than reading and writing to disk. For example, same as resource that is stored in random access hardware. David.
Memory.
10 points.
We'd like to logic protest.
Okay. So you were buzzing like around the seg faults clue, right? Which was in power.
Protest is noted.
Okay. Bonus. For 10 points each, answer some questions about depictions of the Virgin Mary. This type of depiction of the Virgin Mary seated on a throne holding a baby Christ was popular in early Renaissance art. Duccio's altarpiece of this name was commissioned for the Siena Cathedral.
Answer is Maesta.
Answer?
Our answer is Maesta.
Yep, sorry, I didn't hear that our answer part. The Shahada is written backwards on Mary's halo in this artist's San Giovanelli triptych. A red angel hovers above Adam and Eve in a painting this artist created for the Brancacci Chapel.
That's it. Okay, our answer is Giotto.
That's Masaccio. A large Virgin Mary dominates Piero della Francesco's polytic of the Misericordia. Piero also wrote an early treatise on the use of the linear type of this technique to create more realistic images.
Our answer is perspective.
20 points.
We'd like to call a timeout and also get a score check from TJ.
Okay.
After toss-up 13, the score stands at Stevenson A 220, TJA 260. TJA can gain 70 from a protest on toss-up 1. They can also gain 50, 60, 80 from a protest on toss-up 13.
Easy.
Sad.
The strategy is just not passing
down. Okay, is everyone ready? All right, going into toss-up 14. Toss-up. Friend et al. Found that almost no textbooks reported the intense conflict reported in the qualitative responses from this study and thus misinterpreted its conclusions. This study, first conducted at Swarthmore College, intentionally differed from the ambiguous stimuli of a similar study employing the autokinetic effect conducted by Muzarar Sharif. 12 of 18 critical, Arjun.
like the Ash conformity experiment.
Power. Bonus for 10 points each. Identify the following about Soviet Central Asia. The Bolsheviks formed paramilitary groups of this name to counter the revolutionary Basmachi movement in Turkestan. This name is shared by a faction of the Creeks that killed some 500 people at Fort Mims in 1813.
Red stick. Our answer is red stick.
Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan were important Soviet sources of this resource. In the 1960s, the Soviets built the Druzhba pipeline to transport this fuel to East Germany.
Oil. Our answer is oil.
Soviet-era Dushanbe was the site of a large factory to make this good. The recipe for the Roman underwater form of this good was lost for centuries. These days, it's often combined with aggregates, such as sand.
Okay, our answer is cement.
30 points.
Nice.
Toss 15. Pausanias' account of this event was informed by a trip to the temple of Athena Alia, where part of one participant's body was kept. Hephaestus' thigh is ripped open during this event. Because they attempt a rape during this larger event, Hylaeus and Rhesus are killed. The vineyard owner Ancaius dies in this event, during which a young Nestor vaults with his spear and Jason kills a dog. A son of King Oeneus engages in this event because his winemaking father fails to honor a certain deity. After this event, a participant gives his lover the hide of the central figure. For 10 points, name this event in which Meleager and Arjun.
Like the plant of the Caledonian boar.
Yes. 10 points. Bonus. Carl Phillips, A View of the Empire at Sunset, is about this West Indies-born author. For 10 points each, name this author whose best-known novel describes how Antoinette Cosway's mother is driven insane by the burning of Colibri Plantation.
Our answer is Reese.
Antoinette Cosway is called the madwoman and the addict. In this Charlotte Bronte novel, the jumping off point for Reese's Wide Sargasso Sea. Mr. Rochester owns Thornfield Hall in this novel.
Our answer is Jane Eyre.
Antoinette accidentally starts a fire after she is startled by passing one of these objects at the end of Wide Sargasso Sea. One of these objects is damaged after the line out flew the web and floated wide in The Lady of Shalott.
Our answer is a mirror.
30 points.
Nice.
Toss-up 16. Under this president, the reporter Paul Cumley French corroborated testimonies given during the McCormick-Dickstein Committee. An executive order signed by this president created the Fair Employment Practice Committee, which effectively, Arjun.
Truman?
No. Which effectively desegregated part of the defense industry. Gerald C. McGuire allegedly planned to overthrow this president in the business plot, which was exposed by Smedley Butler. The switch in time that saved 9 ended the era of Supreme Court resistance to this man's policies. Hugh Johnson and Harry Hopkins led organizations meant to accomplish this president's 3 Rs of relief, recovery, and reform. Trump was famous president who implemented the New Deal. Elliot.
FDR.
Yes, 10 points. Bonus. Apocryphally, this object's design was one of 100 pitched to 3M by Sarah Little. For 10 points each, name these objects. Peter Tsai patented the use of electrostatic materials in these objects to promote interception and impaction, and unretired to investigate their response to steam and dry heat.
Objects.
Sure. Our answer is Stradivarius.
These are N95 respirators. The N95s must retain at least 95% of airborne particulates in these 2 categories, named for their maximum diameter in microns. Name either category of particulates.
50 microns. Our answer is 50 microns.
It's 10 or 2.5. As mechanical respirators, N95s allow molecules in this phase through, meaning that one should have no trouble breathing in the mask.
Gas. Our answer is gas.
10 points. And toss-up 17. In the closing passage of one novel by this author, a woman accepts her spinsterhood by sitting down with her needlework for life, as it were. Another of this author's heroines receives a large inheritance from her uncle at the request of her cousin, Ralph Touchette. In a novel by this author, Dr. Sloper takes his daughter, Justin.
James.
Power. Bonus. For 10 points each, identify the following about the House of Elsevier, which was prominent in the Netherlands in the 18th century. The Elseviers made their fortune selling these items. William Caxton was the first to make one type of these items in England.
A cigar.
A cigar? Okay, our answer is cigar.
It's a book. The Elseviers published Opera Mathematica, a treatise by Francois Villette, who worked on these things under 2 French kings. Leon Battista Alberti developed a tool composed of 2 concentric circles for creating these things.
No. Our answer is map.
They're ciphers. Despite censorship from the Inquisition, the Elseviers published 2 new sciences, a book by this Italian astronomer of dialogue concerning the 2 chief world systems.
Italian is Galileo, right? Our answer is Galileo.
Yes, 10 points. Let's go to score check.
After toss-up 17, it's 3-10 all. And TJ can gain 70 in a protest on toss-up 1 and 80 in a protest on toss-up 13.
All right, toss-up 18. The mu heavy chain found in these animals forms a tetramic IgM and may be the heavy chain for the original antibodies. A cone mosaic of precisely organized rows of cones are found in some of these vertebrates, including a species that can regenerate its retina. Tinbergen found that the presence of red bellies triggers one of these animals to attack in an example of a fixed action pattern. One of these animals, commonly used as a model organism, has transparent embryos and 5 distinctive prétuches.
Like frog, amphibian.
No. And 5 distinctive horizontal marks that extend to its tail. 96% of these species have a bony jaw in contrast to their cartilaginous counterparts. For 10 points, name these animals that include species like the 3-spined stickleback and one with striped fins named for zebras. Daniel.
Fish.
10 points. Bonus. Abraham Cowley popularized an irregular form named for this author, whose own poems follow a regular pattern of strophe, antistrophe, and epode. For 10 points each, name this poet, whose most famous works are collected in Pythian, Isthmian, and Nemean books of poetry.
Spencer. Our answer is Spencer.
Pindar. Another of Pindar's 4 books of victory odes concerns these games held every 4 years in honor of Zeus.
Olympics. Our answer is the Olympics.
This later poet drew on Pindar's style for an elegy in honor of the Egyptian queen Bernice's chariot racing prowess in his Atia. Stephanie Burt made Tumblr references in the 2020 book about this mentor of Apollonius of Rhodes, who indexed the Library of Alexandria and has now lost Pinakes.
No answer.
That's Callimachus, 10 points. Toss of 19. This novel begins by noting how its narrator is stubbornly, scrupulously silent about its events in a prologue titled Naturally, a manuscript. One character, Arjun.
Name of the rose.
Power.
Yes.
Bonus. Crystal field theory describes how ligands split the energy levels in these elements. For 10 points each, name these metallic elements in the middle of the periodic table that have partially filled d orbitals.
You direct.
Our answer is transition metals.
Yes. For coordination complexes with this geometry, CFT predicts that d orbitals will be split into 4 energy levels, with the d sub xz and d sub yz orbitals having the lowest energy. This geometry has a central atom connected to 4 others with 90 degrees between each bond.
Square plane. Square planar. Our answer is square planar.
For a square planar complex, this d orbital is the highest energy because its density lies directly on the axes of the xy plane.
Wait, what were they asking?
It's D orbital.
What? I don't know.
D2.
Yeah, D. Okay, D2.
Our answer is D2.
It's x squared minus y squared, 20 points. And last toss-up. If inserting a word with this part of speech into a phrase results in an instance of the original phrase, then that example of this part of speech is termed intersective. In English, when this part of speech occurs consecutively, those expressing opinions come first, according to the mnemonic ASCA. So, Daniel.
Adjectives.
Power.
Nice.
Bonus. Attorneys at the law firm Sullivan and Cromwell sent out a memo demonstrating loopholes in a 2018 New York law banning the use of this process for harassment claims. For 10 points each, name is alternative to jury trials, increasingly used by companies to prevent lawsuits.
Yeah, our answer is arbitration.
In May 2018, the Supreme Court found that Epic Systems, a company that provides software for this industry, could use arbitration to ban class action suits. Epic has benefited from a 2016 21st Century Act that has provided federal funding for digitizing this industry.
I thought it was game design. Our answer is voting machines.
It's healthcare. This ride-sharing company, founded by Travis Kalanick, had at least 60,000 arbitration claims against it when it went public in 2019.
Our answer is Uber.
20 points. And that's the end of the game. And so I think protests probably matter.
Yes, as called, the final score, Stevenson A 410, TJA 310. The total swing on protests is 150 points. So we'll need to adjudicate both those protests. And I've already started protest forms for both of those, Mike. So if you don't mind, I can just fill those in right here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, great. So let's get these facts straight. So on toss-up 1, TJA had the first buzz, and they gave the answer the premiere of the Ode to Joy, right?
Yes.
Okay, and where exactly did that buzz occur?
Answer was premiere of Beethoven's Ode to Joy.
Premiere of Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Thank you.
So I believe it was at the composer kept tempo at that clue.
I remember that about being right too. Okay, that answer was ruled wrong without prompt, so TJ got no points, and Stevenson got 10 and 20 on the subsequent bonus. Right, okay. TJ, please state the substance of your protest.
We think that it should have been prompted.
This answer should have been prompted. Do you want to say anything more?
Sorry, could you give us a quick sec? Was it Beethoven's premiere of Ode to Joy? Okay, our answer was Beethoven's premiere of Ode to Joy.
Right.
And I think that since parts of Ode to Joy were part of that, then we think, yeah, we think that should be factored in. At least prompted.
Gotcha. Okay. Mike, do we want to add anything to that?
I don't think so.
Okay. Stevenson, would you like to add anything?
Oh yeah, our note is that like we feel like the answer should not be prompted or accepted since Ode to Joy exists as a poem like before the premiere of the symphony.
Okay.
So incorrect.
Gotcha. Okay, that protest is now before the eyes of the protest committee. The protest on toss-up 13. The following were the facts. TJ, you hold that your answer should have been accepted or prompted.
Prompted, right?
This was toss-up 13. You were the first team to buzz. The answer you gave was cash.
Yes.
That answer was denied without prompt. And that buzz occurred, I forget where exactly.
So it was on the clue that it was in the middle of seg faults occur when a program extends beyond its assigned segment of this resource. I think it was near the end of that sentence.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Okay. TJ received no points on that question. Stevenson converted it for 10 and got 20 on the subsequent bonus. TJA, please state the substance of your protest.
Cache is a form of memory, and we think it should have been prompted, at least.
Mike, do you want to add anything here?
No.
No. And Stevenson, would you like to add anything?
We don't think like all the clues specifically apply to cache. I think that's what they said. I don't know computer science. So nothing else to add.
Okay. Okay. That protest is now before the eyes of the protest committee. At this point, this can be resolved asynchronously. So for now, the result will stand as a 100-point win for Stevenson, and you'll be contacted with the resolution of your protest after a later round. Okay? All right, so then it's on to round 12.
Mike, I just want to say thanks for the dialogue earlier. And
Absolutely, Coach. Thank you very much. That's absolutely valid that you brought that to our attention. We do want to make sure that we watch those things. So appreciate it.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
All right, so I'll be right back.
Do we know when the protests, when we'll get a resolution on the protest?
I think it's likely that it will be at the end of the last round of this phase.
Understood. Thank you.
I don't know. Obviously, we don't want to be playing under these weird rules, but that's where we're at these days. And, I think it's good Quiz Bowl. Let us now check the buzzers. I'll call Choate's players first to buzz in. Once I call your name, buzz in and say something back to me like hi or whatever you want to say. I'll also spotlight you as we're doing that. Let's start with Lucas, please.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Okay, next is Nathan.
Hello.
Hey, Nathan, welcome. Joining us from overseas, I believe.
Legend. That's our Swiss man.
The Schweiz. Andrew is next, please.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. And we can see Andrew has 2 cameras. I'm just going to spotlight the one that shows his face. And then Joy, please.
Hi.
Welcome, Joy. Good luck to you, Choate. You can look at my ugly mug if you want. There we go. And let's have Chattahoochee check in, starting with Jason.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Jason. How you doing? Ishan next, please.
Hello.
Hey, welcome, Ishan. Jennifer.
Hi.
Hi. And Drew.
Hi.
Welcome, Drew. Chattahoochee, your microphone's a little faint, so if you want to make sure you yell those answers real loud so I make sure I hear them, that'll save me from having to ask you to repeat yourself or missing your answers. No one likes that now, do they?
Try to speak up. Jennifer.
If you're a spectator, I'm going to add a spectator tag to your name if you don't have one. You can help me out by adding it yourself.
His voice is mine.
I'm pretty sure it's
No, it is. Yeah, it is. Just speak up.
And it looks like everyone is properly tagged. Any questions, teams, before we begin? Rules are the same, obviously. Nope. Okay. Good luck. Again, please make sure I can see your hands and screen. Okay, looks like everybody's good. Good luck, teams. This is round 12, toss-up 1. In the only decay mode used to identify the Higgs boson that doesn't involve a W or Z boson, the Higgs decays into 2 of these particles. The propagation of one of these particles forms virtual particle-antiparticle pairs that contribute to, that's Andrew.
Photons?
Yes, it is. That's 20 points. Bonus to
Great,
No,
Buzz. Good job.
These
You're amazing.
species are closely related to flagship, an umbrella species for WH part A. Give these term for megafauna like the bald eagle and elephant. They tend to receive a disproportionate amount of attention in conservation circles.
I didn't hear the lead in, but it could be like Apex, could be Keystone.
Or I think
I'd
Apex
say
sounds
Keystone.
better.
Answer, please.
Keystone. Right.
Apex?
Keystone was directed. That's incorrect. They're charismatic megafauna. Part 2. A newly emerging charismatic megafaunum are these mammals who have been targeted by former ivory poachers for their scales. They are sometimes called scaly anteaters.
Penguins?
Pangolins, I think.
That I believe that. Yeah.
Our answer is pangolins.
That's right. Finally, this bamboo-munching
Nice.
charismatic megafauna species lives mostly in the mountains of Sichuan. China has engaged in so-called diplomacy named for these creatures.
Sumo. Our answer is
Sumo.
pandas.
Yes, panda will do. That's 20 for the latter parts. Toss up 2 now. This conflict may have inspired a light pink dress designed by Elsa Schiaparelli to look as if it was being torn apart. A painting that supposedly prophesied this conflict depicts a monster whose arms and legs are awkwardly holding one another above the scattered tidal legumes. This conflict, the subject of That's Joy.
Spanish Civil War.
That's 20 points. Bonus.
That's
Band leader
the
was known
bean
for
painting.
up-tempo peaches such as Margie and I Know That You Know, and for firing almost any musician who might upstage him for 10 points each part A. Identify this so-called king of swing. He performed standards like the King Porter Stomp and Sing, Sing, Sing.
Benny Goodman, right?
Yes, Goodman. Yes.
Sure.
Answer is Goodman.
He's your man. Part 2, Goodman played mainly this woodwind instrument, which, unlike the saxophone and flute, is not an octave instrument. That makes it hard to change from the mid register to the altissimo register without squeaking.
Clarinet?
Clarinet.
Yeah.
Our answer is clarinet.
You've got it. Finally, Goodman stated, "You must be out of your mind" when asked to play a concert at this New York City venue. Duke Ellington's Black, Brown, and Beige
Carnegie.
premiered at this venue in 1943.
Carnegie Hall, right?
It could be.
Go for it.
Our answer is Carnegie Hall.
Like the super playoffs of PACE, you get there by practice. That's all 30.
Let's
Toss up
go.
3.
Yeah, baby.
In book 13 of the Metamorphoses, this deity tells how the companions of one of her sons became birds who would annually reenact the Trojan War. This goddess's disastrous affairs with such good-looking human men as an unblinded Orion resulted from a curse by Aphrodite. Pausanias seems to... That's Joy.
Eos?
Eos it is, 20 points bonus. Before a murder-suicide, a character in this novel writes a note that reads, "Done because we are too many." For 10 points each, part A. Name this novel, whose title character is ostracized for living unmarried with his cousin, Sue Bridehead.
Wow, what's going on there?
Well, I have nothing. What is that, Richard?
Name a British marriage novel.
Our answers
answers
are Brideshead Revisited.
Repeat it, please.
Brideshead Revisited?
Oh, no, sorry. It's Jude the Obscure, part 2. Jude the Obscure was written by this British author. He wrote about a tragic heroine's relationship with Angel Clare in Tess of the D'Urbervilles.
Hardy? Right?
Go with what you think.
Our answer is Hardy.
Har har. Finally, in Jude the Obscure, Jude desires to become a scholar at a university in this Wessex town, a fictional stand-in for Oxford.
Wow. Okay.
Boxford.
So true.
Our answer is Boxford.
It's Christminster. That's 10 for the middle
With
part.
the
Toss
B
up 4.
emoji.
Carl Brandy spent 40 years poring over the thousands of KD folios for his biography of this ruler. Shortly after arriving in one kingdom from the Netherlands, this monarch suppressed the anti-feudal Comuneros revolt. This monarch secured that's Ishan.
Charles III.
Yes, it is. 20 points bonus. Answer the following about the application of chemistry in industry. Part A, as reagents are introduced to the tanks of chemical reactors, they undergo this process by means of impellers or agitators. In the lab, this process is done by hand or with a magnetic bar.
Yes. Our answer is mixing.
Yes, it is mixing. Part 2, 100-foot fractionating columns are commonly used for this substance, which can be sweet or sour. The formation of naphtha from this substance is performed by steam or cat crackers.
Sweet.
Yes,
Defer to Jennifer.
Our answer is petroleum.
Yes, that's fine. Petroleum or crude oil. Finally, Mobil and its predecessor, Soconi, patented examples of these materials like ZSM5 for use in cracking of petroleum. These porous materials contain aluminum centers that act as sites of acid catalysis.
Nice. Defer to Jennifer.
Our answer is zeolites.
Zeolites it is, all 30. Toss up 5. Adding this element across a double pond will produce an anti-Markovnikov product due to its relative That's Andrew.
Boron?
Say it again, please.
Boron?
Boron it is, 20 points bonus. In the 1813 cartoon, The Battle of Lake Erie, this character pours a drink of Perry down the throat of John Bull. Each part A. Identify this rude personification of the United States, who was popular throughout much of the 19th century. He was largely replaced by Uncle Sam.
I was going to say Uncle Sam.
Yeah, I do not. I don't know. Father.
Please.
Father America.
That's Brother Jonathan. Part 2. One
Okay.
legend holds that Brother Jonathan derives from Jonathan Trumbull, colonial governor of this state. Roger Sherman, a representative from this state, broke a deadlock at the Constitutional Convention.
Oh God, this was the
Rhode Island.
yeah. What's the compromise? Connecticut compromise?
Please.
I just go for this. I answer Virginia.
Rhode Island.
Virginia was directed. That's incorrect. The answer is Connecticut. Finally, this other character from early American history derives from a song of the same name, derisively sung by the British. This character stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni.
Yankee Doodle.
Old
Yankee
MacDonald
Doodle.
has what? Wait, what am I doing?
Yankee Doodle was directed. That answer is
Yeah.
correct for 10 on the last part.
I'm a
This
clown.
is toss-up
I'm
6.
vibing.
Due to a vision of a bleeding lamb, Flemish hermit Gregory is brought to this modern-day country in the novel The Holy Sinner. A mother in this country is nicknamed the Lady of the Pearls. A man in this country tricks another into a kiss by pretending to be a woman named Sylvestra. On his way to this country, one character sees an old man wearing a wig and false teeth in order to seem young. That is Jason.
Italy.
Yes, it is. 20 points. Bonus. Andrea and the Brothers are plays in this language that were written by a freed slave. For 10 points each, part A, name this language. Another playwright who used this language used 8 types of stock character, such as clever and stupid slaves, as well as the swaggering soldier.
Latin.
Yes, it is. Part 2. The former slave Terence's oft-praised line, "I am a man, I consider nothing human alien to me," comes from this Latin comedy. Its title character, Menedamus, makes himself work in his field in penance for his son's misbehavior.
Oh God. Do you remember what it's called, man? Just say the farce.
Yes, please.
My answer is the farce.
It's the self-tormentor. Finally, this former slave and fabulist of the tortoise and the hare was traditionally depicted as black.
My answer is Aesop.
Aesop is correct. That's 20 for the outer parts. Next is toss-up 7. Along with an artist, this man founded the literary club above the Turk's Head, which his unclubbable literary executor, John Hawkins, was never allowed to join. This man lambasted the patron of his best-known project in his Letter to Chesterfield. His hundreds of quotes in Bartlett's include, "It is better to live rich than to die rich," and "Patriotism is the last refuge of a scoundrel." This man spent fewer than 500 days with a contemporary who recounted his trip with this man to the Scottish Highlands. That's Jason.
Johnson?
Yes, it is. Samuel Johnson. That's 10 points. Bonus to Chattahoochee. An injection study by Richard von Krafft-Ebing confirmed that this disease led to insanity. Each part A. Give the modern name, for this disease that in the 19th century was often treated with potassium iodide rather than the more toxic mercury.
What's the hysteria? No, but
Answer, please.
Yeah. Partridge hysteria?
No, sorry, it's syphilis. Joy, could I ask that you keep your screen visible and not type during bonuses? Part 2. Syphilis may have been introduced into Europe by men returning from the voyages of this man, who founded the colony of Hispaniola on his first voyage in 1492.
Partridge Columbus?
Right. Finally, other historians have argued that medieval descriptions of this disease often match the symptoms of syphilis. King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem likely suffered from this much stigmatized disease. Sufferers were often given funerals while they were still alive.
Okay.
Answer, please.
Partridge chlamydia?
No, sorry, it's leprosy. That's 10 for the middle part. Toss up 8. This composer dedicated his 5th symphony to Daniel Russell Davis, who in turn premiered this composer's 6th symphony, in which the soprano sings excerpts from a poem by Allen Ginsberg. Movements based on the songs Sense of Doubt and Sons of the Silent Age appear in his 4th symphony, which joins his Low and Lodger symphonies in a trilogy based on the Berlin Triptych by David Bowie. This composer of the Plutonian Ode began writing symphonies on the advice of Davies, with whom he worked on an opera opening with On the Kourou Field of Justice. That opera is grouped along with an opera that introduced the knee play as part of this composer's, that's Jason.
Glass?
Say it again, please.
Glass?
Yes, Glass is correct. That's 10 points. Bonus to Chattahoochee. In the 1980s, Michael Jensen popularized the idea that companies exist to maximize value for these people. Each part A, name these people entitled to vote on matters relating to the company they own stakes in at annual general meetings.
Board of directors? Answer is board of directors?
Sorry, that's incorrect. The answer is shareholders. Part 2. One way of returning value to shareholders is through these actions, an alternative to issuing dividends. Companies trade cash for equity in this process, which reduces the number of outstanding shares.
It's like buying up their own shares, right? But I don't know the time.
Answer, please.
Answer is buying their shares?
I'm going to accept that answer. The main answer is a stock buyback, but you've described it. Finally, Todd Shipyards was the first company to use this type of auction to perform a stock buyback. In this type of auction, the seller lowers the price until a bid is received or the reserve is hit.
Oh, shoot. Albany auction? I don't know.
Please.
Answer is Albany auction?
Oh, no, sorry. This is a Dutch auction. That's 10 for the middle part. Toss up 9. Martin Hildebrandt was the first professional to create this type of artwork in the United States, capitalizing on the fear of Civil War soldiers of a bad death. A contemporary American master of this art trained under a horahide and is named Ed Hardy. The English word for this art form was first recorded by James Cook, and it's known in one culture as moko. These artworks are created in a malut, that's Dhruv.
Tattoos?
Yes, it is. 20 points. Bonus Chattahoochee. Species vary in the number of offspring they produce, ranging from just one to thousands. Each part A. The selection named by this letter describes animals that invest highly in a small number of offspring, like humans.
Oh, is it R? I think it's R. Okay. Our answer is R.
Sorry, I have the answer K. Part 2. K-selected species generally follow type 1 examples of these curves, depicting the proportion of individuals of a species at specific ages.
What's it called? Like the livability curve, right? What's it called? Like the proportion of the population that makes it to like a certain age. Our answer is livability curve.
No, it's just a survivorship curve. Finally, Semilparous species have all their offspring in a single episode before dying, such as these fish, which are born in freshwater, migrate to the ocean, and then return to freshwater in order to spawn. Pacific varieties of this animal include the pink and sockeye.
My answer is Simon.
Good for 10 on the last part.
Sorry, what was the answer to the last toss-up?
The previous toss-up's answer was tattoos.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. And this is toss-up 10, the final toss-up of the first half. This thinker noted how Christianity promised the devil all the Jews and all the Turks in examining that religion's Satan problem. This thinker argued that society in every state is a blessing, but government is but a necessary evil, in a text that later received an appendix critical of Quakers. Theodore Roosevelt called this earlier thinker a, quote, filthy little atheist, end quote, for having rejected the institutions of the Christian church. He rejected the idea that any generation could bind later ones in a text responding to Edmund Burke. This author wrote The Age of Reason. That's Jason.
Paine?
Yes, Thomas Paine. Good for 10. Chattahoochee's bonus. Wahhabi clerics in this colony, called Padris, waged an unsuccessful insurrection in the 19th century. For 10 points each, part A. Name this colony, where 1/5 of crops had to be exported back to the home country via the culture system and enforcement planting. This colony was exporting some 74 million gulden of crop a year by 1840.
So I'm thinking American. He said, it sounded sort of like Dutch.
Answer, please.
French. Our answer is French Guiana.
No, sorry, it's the Dutch East Indies. Part 2. The Dutch East Indies were set up in this modern day country. This country gained independence from the Netherlands under Sukarno.
Indonesia. Our answer is Indonesia.
You've got it. Finally, soldiers from this non-European country were massacred on the island of Amboina during the conquest of Indonesia. The acquisition of scientific knowledge from the Dutch to this country was termed Dutch learning.
Okay. Our answer is Japan.
Good for 20 on the last two parts. This is halftime.
All right. So at the half, it's 150 for Choate and 190 for Chattahoochee.
That's what I got.
Good. Okay. Close game. Any substitutions, protests, or other issues?
Pause for a bit. I think
sure, we can take a minute.
Spectate.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, do we have anyone wanting to come in? We can take up to a minute for half.
I saw like a iPhone.
Yeah, someone was in there, and then they left, unfortunately. So.
Yeah. They might not be coming. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can take another 50 seconds.
Katie wanted to spectate, so I gave her the link.
Absolutely. Well, we love having spectators. These are great games to watch.
Katie. Katie. We love her. What a sweetheart.
Caught the Katie. And left me a mule to rye-eyed. One of my favorite songs. 30 seconds remain in the halftime.
All right. We can probably just get started.
Ready to go on? Okay. Chattahoochee, ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
Ready? Okay. Looks like everybody's ready. We'll start the second half then. Very well played first half, both teams. Toss up 11 coming. Georgiana Burne-Jones received the last of William Morris's 4 illuminated manuscripts of this book, from which Algernon Swinburne took the rhyme scheme for his poem Laus Veneris. The creator of this book dubbed his source the Tent Maker in the first of its 5 editions. Legendarily, this book was neglected until Whitley Stokes gave a copy to Dante Gabriel Rossetti. This book's namesake stanza has the rhyme scheme AABA. An entry in this collection inspired the title, that's Jason.
The Divine Comedy?
That's not correct, sorry, I'll finish for Cho. Inspired the title of Eugene O'Neill's comedy, Ah Wilderness. The pieces in this collection are attributed to an astronomer poet of a more agnostic and hedonistic bent than many of his Sufi contemporaries. For 10 points, name this Edward Fitzgerald translation of quatrains attributed to Persian poet Omar Khayyam. It's Lucas.
Rubaiyat?
Yes, the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. 10
Good
points.
job.
Shows bonus. This man painted the art collector and textile tycoon Pavel Tretyakov standing in front of his collection. For 10 points each, part A, identify this realist artist who received a record-breaking payment for an 1891 painting depicting the title Zaporozhian Kazakhs drafting a letter to Ottoman Sultan Mehmed IV.
Oh, I don't know any modern realists.
Like I have Courbet, and that's about it.
Go for it.
My answer is Courbet.
It's Ilya Repin, part 2. Igor Podporin smashed the glass of Repin's portrait of this 16th century Russian czar cradling his dead son because he believed that it was a lie. This czar's act of filicide led to the reign of his second son, Fyodor.
Our answer is Ivan the Terrible.
Yes, that's right. Finally, in 1888, Repin painted Yevgeny Pavlov, a member of this profession. In 1889, Thomas Eakins finished a portrait of David Agnew, another member of this profession.
Like a surgeon, probably.
Sounds good. Maybe just
That's
doctor.
what Aikens did. Just doctor, yeah.
Our answer is doctor.
Our answer is doctor.
Doctor is fine. The main answer is surgeon. That's 20 for parts
Okay.
2 and 3.
That's nice.
Toss up 12. The extent of this region can be defined dynamically by calculating potential vorticity using the potential temperature. The maximum parcel level due to adiabatic expansion lies within this region because the lapse rate transitions from positive to negative at its upper boundary. This region is capped by a thermal inversion that forces incus. That's Jennifer.
Stratosphere?
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll finish for Cho. That forces incus formations to stay within and gain their characteristically flat shapes. Rossby waves can disturb the path of polar jet streams formed in this region at the border between the polar and feral circulation cells. The majority of the water in the atmosphere can be found in this region, and hence the majority of the weather. For 10 points, name this region of the atmosphere that is lowest to the ground. It's Lucas.
Troposphere?
Good for 10. Bonus.
Okay,
Showed.
Earth science.
One research paper
let's
included
go.
diagrams for these devices alongside diagrams for tunnels of terror. For 10 points each, part A, name these wedge-shaped chambers that some lab animals were placed in for months on end in experiments conducted by Harry Harlow.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
The rats.
Please.
Now Utopia. Our answer is the Utopia cages.
The Pits of Despair. Part 2.
Okay.
Harlow found that monkeys could attach to terry cloth versions of these figures even if they didn't provide food. Cats with this
Mothers?
distinction tend to carry kittens by their scruff.
Mother.
Yeah.
Our answer is mothers.
You've got it. Finally,
Fire
Harlow
mother.
published his findings from his macaque studies in a paper titled For the Nature of This Concept. Eric Fromm wrote about the art of this concept.
I don't know. The mind, maybe?
Sure.
Our answer is the mind.
It's love.
Right.
That's 10 for the middle part.
Oh.
Next is
That would
toss
make
up
sense for the wire mother.
13. In 1910, a member of this community named George W. Veditz embarked on a film project to preserve its culture. In 1988, student protesters from this community launched a campaign to oust Elizabeth Zinser, who was not a member of this community, from being appointed president of a university. A school for members of this community in Northampton, Massachusetts, was co-founded. That's through.
Native Americans?
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll finish for Cho. was co-founded by National Geographic founder Gardner Green Hubbard. Some members of this community oppose oralism in education. While working on the harmonic telegraph, Alexander Graham Bell taught at a school for these people. Gallaudet University mainly educates these people, many of whom oppose the use of cochlear implants. For 10 points, name these people who might use sign languages. It is Lucas.
Deaf people.
Yes, people who are deaf. That's 10 points. Bonus to Choate. Wolfgang Pauli erroneously discouraged Ralph Kronig from publishing his correct interpretation of this experiment. For 10 points each, part A. Name this experiment. He used a magnet with a flat end and a rounded end to sort silver atoms according to their magnetic moments.
It's a Stern-Gerlach, right?
Go for it.
Our answer is Stern-Gerlach.
That's the one. Part 2, the Stern-Gerlach experiment demonstrated that spin has this property, which means that it can only take on specific values. In other words, it does not have continuous values.
Yeah, quantized.
Quantized, yeah.
Yeah, our answer is quantized.
That's good. Finally, the Stern-Gerlach experiment displayed one of these simplest non-trivial quantum systems in which population inversion is not possible.
System.
I have no clue.
Andrew, do whatever you want.
Our answer is qubit.
It's a 2-level system. That is 20 points for the first 2 parts. Toss up 14. Woodcraft was once the title of a response to this novel, centering on the Revolutionary War captain Porgy. 2 women hide in a garret in this novel's chapter, an authentic ghost story. This novel prompted Caroline Lee Hence's most widely read novel, as well as William Gilmore Sims's The Sword and the Distaff. Right before being beaten to death, the title character of this novel converts Quimbo and another assailant to crit. That is Lucas.
Uncle Tom's Cabin?
20 points. Choate's bonus.
Good job.
Joining this order requires the believer to undergo the Amrit Sankar baptism ceremony, after which they receive a new name. For 10 points each, part A, name this religious order, whose first 5 inductees were selected from a crowd and given nectar to drink because they were willing to offer their heads as sacrifices.
What?
Show your best guess.
Answer, please.
Sounds vaguely like the Sikh order, but I don't remember their name. Our answer is
That's
Sikhism.
time. Sorry, it's the Khalsa. Part 2. The Khalsa are an
Yep,
order
that's their
devoted to
name.
initiates from this Punjabi religion. This religion's worship, which takes place in Gurdwaras, involves kirtan, the act of singing hymns from the Adi Granth.
Is this
This is Sikhism, right? I'm not losing my mind. Our answer is Sikhism. I
You've
just
got it.
forgot the name
Finally,
of Khalsa. I'm
well, it doesn't have
sorry.
anything to do with battle. During Hola Mohalla, Sikhs gather at the Anandranpur Sahib for these shows related to the Khalsa's original purpose, which might involve gatka sticks. You can give a description.
Fireworks?
Sure.
I'm saying things.
go,
I don't think. Our answer is fireworks.
These are mock battles or like displays of martial arts.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sick.
So that's
cool.
10 for the middle part. Yes, I encourage you to go do that anytime you want. Toss up 15. This man's controversial footnote 351 called for allowing mitigating factors to be considered for people in, quote, irregular situations, end quote. A year earlier, this man had argued, quote, today we have to realize that a true ecological approach always becomes a social approach, end quote, in his environmentalist text on care for our common home. In the year 2020, this man reversed a decree granting special exemptions to married officials in the Amazon. This man has upset conservatives. That's Nathan.
This is Pope Francis.
Yes, it is. That's 20 points.
Good
Bonus
job.
to
You're
Choate.
amazing, Nathan.
This character helps a tongue-tied protege named Christian de Neuvillette to woo Roxanne by telling him what to say from the shadows. Each part A. Identify this title character of an Edmond Rostand play, noted for his large nose.
Cyrano de Bergerac. Sorry, I don't know why that came out so aggressively French. Our answer is Cyrano de Bergerac.
Mais oui. Part 2. Cyrano composes
I
a ballad
love
at
you.
the Hôtel de Bourgogne between de Bergerac and a Béotian, while also engaging in this activity with Valverde, which thus humiliates Valverde.
Okay, so so he like duels him while sort of like tirading. So did I already talk about insulting him?
Answer, please.
Our answer
They
is sword
dueling
fighting.
while insulting.
Repeat the answer, please.
Our answer is like sword fighting.
Yeah, that'll do. A duel. Yep. He
Good.
composes
I
a
love
poem
you.
while dueling. In Cyrano de Bergerac, Christian is killed fighting alongside Cyrano in a battle against forces from this country. Le Cid, the title character of a play by Pierre Corneille, got his nickname fighting Moors in what is now this country.
Spain. I have also read that. I think, yeah. Our answer is Spain.
Spain it is. That's all 30.
Yeah,
I love you. You're
I love you,
Good
Lucas.
job.
Toss up 16. A modified form of this protein that contains additional arginine residues has a longer half-life due to increased isoelectric point and is known as glargine. Increasing the rate at which this protein functions typically relies on accelerating the dissociation of its zinc-stabilized hexamer. This hormone causes the release of vesicle-bound GLUT4 receptors, which in turn integrate. That's Jennifer.
Insulin?
Yes, it is. That's 20 points bonus. I'm sorry. No, that's 10. Excuse me. That's 10. It was close. Yes, that's 10, though. A couple words out. Still a good buzz. Your bonus. This system introduced the pronologue grain tax to lessen the burden on peasants. For 10 points each, part A. Name this system, which replaced war communism and whose implementation was quickened by the Kronstadt Rebellion.
New economic plan. New economic plan. Our answer is the new economic plan.
Sorry, that's not correct. It's the new economic policy. Part 2. The NEP fell out of favor during a grain shortage, which Joseph Stalin blamed on these wealthy peasants. They were decimated during the first 5-year plan.
Wires? Oh, kulars? Kulaks. Yeah. Okay. Referring to Sean. Kulaks.
I'm going to take kulaks as your directed answer. That answer is correct. Please remember to say our answer is before your answer, even if you defer. Finally, war communism had helped a Bolshevik army named for this color to defeat the White Army. A yellow hammer and sickle sit against a backdrop of this color on the Soviet flag.
Our answer is red.
Yes, that's good for 20 for parts 2 and 3. This is toss-up 17. A continuous wire mesh loop was the key to an improved method for making this material, invented by Louis-Nicolas Robert during the French Revolution. In 2006, archaeologists discovered some of this material dating to 8 BC in Gansu, challenging the traditional account of its invention during the reign of Emperor Hu. That's Druv.
Gunpowder?
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll finish for Cho. The reign of the Emperor Hu by a eunuch named Sai Lun. Knowledge of how to make this material supposedly spread to the Arab world following the 751 AD Battle of Talis. Holy Roman Emperor Friedrich II banned the use of this Muslim material in favor of alternatives made from animal skins, such as vellum. This material was once made from rags, but is now more commonly made from wood pulp. For 10 points, name this material key to making books. It's Nathan.
Paper.
Paper it is. 10 points. Chote's bonus.
The 4 great inventions. Let's go.
Henry Adams
China
describes this
moment.
event as the first expression of American thought as a unity in a chapter from his Education. For each part A, name this event that also provides the setting of Eric Larson's nonfiction book, The Devil in the White City.
Oh,
Event.
the Chicago World's Fair.
Go for it.
Our answer is the Chicago World's Fair.
That's the one. Part 2, Jimmy's great-grandfather abuses his son at the Chicago World's Fair in Jimmy Corrigan, a book of this type by Chris Ware. Jews are drawn as mice in another of these works, Art Spiegelman's Mouse.
Like a comic book.
Allegories? Right?
No.
Oh, okay. I believe you. Go for it.
Our answer is graphic novel.
Yeah, that'll do. Comic book would have been
Why
fine
are
too.
you so
Finally,
good?
this author wrote an autobiographical novel about Edgar Altschuler set during the 1939 New York World's Fair. Mother's younger brother falls in love with Evelyn Nesbit in another historical novel by this author.
Hey, who does historical novels? I don't know. I was just going to randomly guess Pynchon. Our answer is Pynchon?
Oh, no, sorry. It's E.L. Doctorow. That is
Great 20 though.
20
Lucas,
for the first two
I love
parts.
you. You're amazing.
Toss up 18. In a painting by this artist, a red cloak has fallen off a nude slumping Christ. In a sculpture by this artist, a red marble sarcophagus supports a reclining nun whose hand is poking at her breast. This artist's student, Baccisio, made a painting to accompany this artist's Blessed Ludovica Albertoni. A hidden window illuminates golden that is joy.
This is Bernini.
Yes, that's 20. Your bonus.
That's 20? Okay.
That was the very last word of 20. Johann Michael Vogel was the first to perform this song, which the composer published as his Opus 1. For 10 points each, part A, name this song based on a Goethe poem. Triplet octave Gs throughout this piece represent a horse galloping away from a malevolent forest creature.
Daryl Koenig, right? Right.
Sure.
Our answer is Daryl Koenig.
Yes, Der Koenig. Part 2. Der Koenig was written by this composer of the Unfinished Symphony.
Schub. Our answer is Schubert.
Schubert will do. Finally, this Opus 2 lead by Schubert is split into 3 parts by the soprano's repeated cry, "Mein Ruhe ist heim," or "My peace is gone." My peace, that is, sorry, is gone. Its cyclic accompaniment represents both a beating heart and this song's title object.
Miller Girl, maybe?
Shoot.
Our answer is the Miller Girl.
Oh, no, sorry. It's
right.
Gretchen am Spinnrad or Gretchen at the spinning
Oh,
wheel.
Gretchen the spinning.
20 points
that
for the
makes
first 2
sense.
parts.
Close.
Toss up 19. The ASP, or perhaps ASP party in this modern day country included many people whose ancestors had settled in Jumbiates as part of its sizable Shirazi community. Killer bees, bad roads, and unsuitable soils doomed a $50 million scheme by Clement Attlee's government to make this modern day country the world leader in the production of peanut oil. Tribalization in this country was reduced by the creation of nucleated villages under its 1970s era policy of Ujamaa. Later, that's Lucas.
Tanzania.
That's good for 10. Bonus.
You're
Answer
amazing,
the following
and I love
about
you.
counting permutations for H part 1. Given n objects, this function of n is equal to the number of ways that they can be ordered. This recursively defined function is symbolized by an exclamation point placed after its operand.
Answer is
When I was a
factorial.
kid, I just
You've got
called
it.
this
Part 2,
exclamation.
this term refers to elements that are mapped to themselves by a permutation. More generally, this term refers to a point for which a function's output is equal to its input.
This
A fixed point, right?
Yeah,
Our
our
answer
answer's
is a
fixed
fixed point.
That's right. Finally, in this type of permutation, no element is mapped to itself, and thus there are no fixed points.
Derangements,
The number
like
of these
derangements.
permutations grows subfactorially as n factorial divided by e.
Our answer is derangements.
Derangements is correct. That's all 30.
Oh yeah, Joy.
Next
Let's
is
go.
toss-up 20, the last of the game. Michael Eric Dyson has criticized mythological interpretations of a biography of a leader of this religious organization in a book titled after that leader's making. The subject of that ghost-written biography describes how that leader relearned to read by copying words from a dictionary starting from Aardvark. This organization was reformed. That is Dhruv.
The Nation of Islam.
Nice, Buzz. That's 20. Bonus. One of these religions, centering on the anonymous Samothracian gods, promised sailors protection on the seas. What's each part A? Named these Greco-Roman religions, whose rituals and teachings were only revealed to initiates. A popular one predating the Greek Dark Ages was centered at Eleusis.
Mysteries. Our answer is mysteries.
Yes, that's right, a mystery religion. Part 2. Soldiers were the main participants in the mystery cult of Mithras, who was often depicted killing this sort of animal. Zeus carried Europa off in the form of this type of animal.
Our answer is a bull.
That's right. Finally, Mithras was syncretized with Helios and this Roman sun god. Mithras and this god are supposed to dine on the slaughtered bull in the so-called banquet scene.
Our answer is Apollo.
Sorry, it's Sol Invictus. So that is 20 for the first 2 parts and the end of round 12.
Final score is Shote 420, Chattahoochee A 260.
That's what I got.
Okay.
Good game.
Very well played team.
That's the
Game
winning
both
number.
teams. Thank you very much, and good luck in round 13.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
reading,
all.
and
It
good
was my
luck.
pleasure.
Here. All right, quick reminder, this one is being live streamed.
Joy, where are the vibes? Come
Right
on.
here.
Come on. There you go. There you go.
I can't see when I'm doing this though. So I have to do this while I'm playing.
Well, who said you need to see?
That's a great point. I hadn't considered that.
Yeah.
I think you should consider it because if you don't see, then you have
Alright.
less extractions and more quizbowl. You see?
Blah, blah, blah.
Right, I think we got people spotlighted. Why don't we go do a buzzer check? I guess TJ, you want to start?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, I am not on Joy though. Okay, wait, who?
I'm clear, Mike.
Did you hear Elliot? I didn't hear him.
Oh, Elliot, you want to speak up, please?
Hello?
Oh, there you are. You're very, very faint, Elliot. Do you have a near microphone you can turn on, maybe?
Maybe I can talk louder.
Oh, that'll do. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much. If you know me, I'm going to advocate talking louder.
Okay, and Chot.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Lucas, did you go?
Oh, sorry.
In advance of the round starting, I'd like to remind all spectators that their cameras have to be on and their faces have to be visible on camera.
All right. I think we're pretty much ready to go. So we are on 13. We should read this message that I just got pinged about.
Spectator Tiffany E, it looks like your camera is not on right now. Could I ask you to turn that camera on, please? Thank you very much.
That message first after the round. Make sure I remember that. Okay, otherwise, are we ready to get started? Great. So this is round 13 of the 2021 PACE NSC. We have TJA and Chot. My name is Mike Bentley, and scorekeeper for this round is Mike Cerise. And we will get started. Toss up. A form of this quantity is measured by the x-axis of an SML graph. According to the CAP-M model, this quantity increases for higher values of beta. Low volume markets can create situations where an asset cannot be traded, the liquidity form of this quantity. The Sharpe ratio is the difference in returns between a regular asset and an asset with a near zero value for this quantity, often a short-term US Treasury security. Andrew.
Interest rate?
No. This quantity can be reduced by hedging. The downside form of this quantity the downside form of this quantity is an estimate of how much a security's value will decrease in bad market conditions. For 10 points, name this calculated potential for uncontrolled loss, which people can be averse to. Pratyush?
Risk.
10 points. Bonus. This process is mediated by eye spots in Chlamydomonas and other green algae. For 10 points each, name this process in which an organism moves towards or away from a source of light. This behavior is exhibited by fruit flies and moths, which fly using transverse orientation.
Our answer is phototropism.
No, it's phototaxis. The sensation of light during Chlamydomonas phototaxis is controlled by the channel form of these proteins. Another of these proteins activates the G protein transducin and is found in rod cells.
Our answer is rhodopsins.
Yeah, the absorption of light by channel rhodopsin isomerizes this molecule from its all trans form to its 13 cis form. This vitamin, created from beta carotene, is essential to human vision.
Our answer is vitamin A.
20 points. Toss up 2. Distortions in the shape of these objects mean that only the first 3 clusters of their energy levels have a size that's double a triangular number. Metastable examples of these objects are among the only observed primordial odd ones. Nonlinear pairing and asymmetry terms in a model of these objects means that isobars do not have the same mass. The value of stability appears on plots of, so that's Pratouche.
Stability and these objects. Nucleus.
Power. Bonus, 1 score by this composer advises percussionists to be sure to wear protective goggles while performing the instruction to break a bottle onto a crate. For 10 points each, another this avant-garde composer, fond of micropolyphony, also known for works like the anti-opera Le Grand Macabre.
Maybe Bartok. Our answer is Bartok.
Ligeti, The Devil's Staircase, and Autumn in Warsaw are 2 of 18 pieces in this genre composed by Ligeti between 1985 and 2001. Carl Czerny collected his many pieces in this genre in books such as The School of Velocity.
Our answer is Etudes.
Ligeti's The Future of Music, where he simply wrote the words crescendo, pui forte, and silence on a blackboard, is often compared to this composer's 4 minutes 33 seconds.
Our answer is Cage.
That is 20 points. Toss up 3. This author attacked Kmart realists who write short stories, usually in lonely, rustic, septic tank rural settings, in a 1989 manifesto published in Harper's. This author may have satirized Jesse Jackson through the manipulative Reverend Bacon in a novel featuring the attorney Honest Abe Weiss. An essay by this author, Justin.
Wolf.
Power. Bonus, the HMS Vestal, the last British ship sunk in World War II, succumbed to this type of attack. For 10 points each, remember this Japanese term for a suicide tactic used by Japan's pilots late in the war.
Our answer is kamikaze.
The British used the naval version of these planes to defend against kamikaze attacks. These single-seater fighter planes designed by R.J. Mitchell had a starring role in the Battle of Britain alongside the Hawker Hurricane.
Okay, our answer is Spitfire.
Over 300 American sailors died in the dual kamikaze attacks on this ship during the Battle of Okinawa. The ship was named for a 1775 battle where American commander William Prescott gave a famous order.
Philadelphia. Okay, our answer is the Philadelphia.
It's Bunker Hill, 20 points.
Oh, don't.
Toss up 4. Despite this region being closed to Westerners, the spiritualist Madame Blavatsky claimed to have studied in its city of Shigatse for several years. It's not Antarctica, but Ernst Schaefer led a Nazi expedition to this region in 1938 to investigate the bogus world ice theory. In 1904, Francis Younghusband led an expedition of British troops into this region as part of the Great Game with Russia. Elliot.
Like, this is Afghanistan?
No. One country pledged to continue to recognize the Panchen in a 1951 17-point agreement liberating this region. A religious leader of this region named Tenzin Gyatso fled to India following a 1959 uprising against Han control. 10 points, name this site of the Lhasa uprising with a distinct form of Buddhism once ruled by the Dalai Lama. Lucas.
Tibet.
10 points. Bonus.
So true. Good job.
This photographer's son of the same name directed Superfly. For 10 points each, name this Harlem-based photographer who depicted a black cleaning lady holding a mop and a broom in front of the American flag. He also directed The Learning Tree and Shaft.
It's the Grant Wood parody, like with the mop and the, oh no, who did that?
You got this.
Answer.
Okay. I don't remember.
This is Wiley.
It's Gordon Parks. Parks' Shaft jump-started this genre of films, which focuses on issues such as racial profiling. This film genre is named for appealing to African Americans.
Blaxploitation.
Go for
right?
it.
Our answer is blaxploitation.
Gordon Parks was the first black staff photographer for this now-defunct American Photojournalist magazine. On most covers, this non-Time magazine's 4-letter name was printed in white letters in a red box on top of a full-page photo.
Life?
I think Life, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Our answer is Life.
20 points.
Sorry about missing Parks.
Toss of 5. The 3 components of this quantity are in a 2:2:1 ratio for the Kovalevskaya top. This quantity is represented by the parameter B in microwave spectroscopy. The left side of the vector form of Euler's equations is this quantity times omega dot plus this quantity times omega dot plus the cross product of omega and the product of this quantity and omega. Principal axes of rotation are eigen Pratouche.
Moment of inertia.
10 points. Bonus. For 10 points each, identify the following about technological advances in archaeology. The Starry Night Pro app helped decipher lost examples of these images made by the Slikaya people in California. Thousands of these images were carved by the Pueblo people onto West Mesa at a namesake national monument in New Mexico.
Nazca.
Chaco. You can say Chaco.
Our answer is Chaco.
The petroglyphs. Since the 1980s, archaeologists have widely used this technology to precisely mark sites. This geolocation technology relies on atomic clocks and satellites.
GPS? Okay, our answer is GPS.
A helicopter equipped with this map-making technology helped archaeologists find the lost city of Mahendraparvata in Cambodia. Velodyne makes high-end versions of this tech for self-driving cars.
LiDAR? Okay, our answer is LiDAR.
20 points.
Nice.
Toss-up 6. By the late 19th century, most of these objects were treated with Edwin Izod's steam molding process. Inez Gachez-Surratt's rational version of these objects eliminated the S-bend thought to be unhygienic. Scholar Jill Fields traces the decline in popularity. Nathan.
Toilets.
No. These objects to the popularity of the tango and bike riding. These objects traditionally had cording and channels fitted with baleen and were used in conjunction with a chemise. Paul Perret declared war on these garments with the hobble skirt. Some of these garments were made from whalebone. Others produced a wasp waist silhouette. For 10 points, name these garments targeted by the Victorian dress reform movement due to medical misinformation regarding tight lacing. Elliot.
Corsets.
10 points.
Nathan, I love you.
Bonus. This writer fell out of a window during the March on Rome. For 10 points each, name this Italian decadent author whose novels of the Rose include The Triumph of Death. He was called the poet during his proto-fascist rule of the Republic of Fiume.
It's fine. Our answer is Echo.
De Annunzio. De Annunzio's protagonists often embodied this Nietzschean archetype of an anti-tyrant. Walter Kaufman critiqued old translations of Thus Spake Zarathustra for associating this archetype with a comic book character born Kal-El.
Superman. I guess it's still Ubermensch. Our answer is Ubermensch.
In a 1901 tragedy by De Annunzio, this character is killed in bed by her husband Giovanni Malatesta. As in the 5th canto of the Inferno, she falls in love with Giovanni's younger brother Paolo.
Oh, Francesca, right? Our answer is Francesca.
20 points. Toss-up 7. A church in Pisa is home to an artist's final massive work in this medium titled Tutto Mondo. A neo-expressionist artist who gained fame for works in this medium created multiple untitled paintings of skulls and blue backgrounds. A painting of a pile of crowns references the signature of that New York Elliot.
Graffiti.
Power. Bonus. Jonathan Z. Smith champions the quest for intelligibility in imagining religion, a book subtitled From Babylon to This Place. For 10 points each, name this agricultural commune in Guyana that was established by the People's Temple, a new religious movement.
Okay, our answer is Jonestown.
The People's Temple, which carried out the Jonestown Massacre, was founded in this state. Junipero Serra, canonized by Pope Francis in 2015, founded several Spanish missions in this western state.
Our answer is California.
Jim Jones preached in apostolic socialism influenced by this movement, which the Peruvian priest Gustavo Gutierrez helped establish. This movement advocates a preferential option for the poor.
Liberation theology.
Okay, our answer is liberation theology.
30 points.
Nice.
Toss-up 8. This philosopher critiqued humanism for its inability to inspire the strenuous mood that allows believers to endure pain. A passage from an essay by this philosopher describes a utopia where a single lost soul endures lonely torture, which inspired Ursula Le Guin's fictional city of Omelas. This philosopher listed ineffability and a noetic quality among 4 hallmarks of mystical states in his Gifford lectures on comparative religion. In a lecture distinguishing between tender-minded and tough-minded thinkers, he advocated a philosophy that determined the truth of ideas according to their cash value. So Justin.
James.
10 points. Bonus. This amino acid serves as a base in the catalytic triad of various proteases. For 10 points each, name this amino acid, which typically has a positive charge due to its pKa of about 6. This amino acid's side chain is one of several that can be detected by absorbance at 280 nanometers.
Lysine. It could be arginine, but I think our answer is lysine.
Histidine. The active site of chymotrypsin contains a dedicated hole for a tetrahedral anion of this element formed as an intermediate. This element is the nucleophile in serine and threonine proteases and is found alongside nitrogen and carbon in peptide bonds.
Peptide bonds? Oxygen. Okay. Our
Answer.
our answer is our answer is phosphorus.
That's oxygen. The cleavage of peptide bonds is a form of Ilus named for this molecule, which makes
Water.
up the majority of the cytosol.
Our answer is water.
10 points. Toss 9. Edgar Allan Poe's The Fall of the House of Usher inspired one of these pieces for guitar by Nikita Kashkin. Melodies modulate and repeat until the whole piece disintegrates in a 1920 choreographic poem for orchestra in this genre by Maurice Ravel. The solo violin and cello play one of these pieces after Hannah and Danilo declare their love for one another in Act 3 of Franz Lehar's The Merry Widow. At the annual midnight concert at the Muska Verein, one of these pieces is traditionally interrupted by applause so that the conductor can wish the listeners Vishal.
A march.
No. A Happy New Year. Examples of these pieces include Tales from the Vienna Woods. For 10 points, name these dances in 3/4 time, such as the Blue Danube, popularized by Johann Strauss Jr. Joy.
Sorry for buzzing. Waltz.
10 points. Bonus. This director worked with the Federal Theater Project's Negro Theater Unit to stage an all-black adaptation of Macbeth set in Haiti that was dubbed Voodoo. For 10 points each, name this director whose Mercury Theater went on the air for its many acclaimed radio dramas.
Something Lucas would know.
Yes, so familiar.
That sounds very familiar.
Answer.
Stuff. Hughes. No, sorry.
Orson Welles. The first production for Negro Theater Unit was Walk Together, Children, by a playwright with this surname. A later playwright with this surname wrote a cycle of 10 plays, one for each decade of the 20th century.
Wilson. That's August Wilson, I think.
Okay.
Pittsburgh
Go for
cycle.
it.
Our answer is Wilson.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
The Negro Theater Unit premiered those plays at the Lafayette Theater in this New York neighborhood, where writer Langston Hughes was part of a 1920s literary renaissance.
Harlem.
Our answer
is Harlem.
20 points. And
Good
toss
20.
10.
Thank you, Lucas. Nice pull.
This book contains cautionary tales from another work, possibly by the same author, titled A Mirror for the Romantic. The first chapter of this work is preceded by a couplet opening, Truth becomes fiction when, so Justin.
Like the Hong Lo Mong.
Say it again?
Whatever. Okay, Dream of the Red Chamber.
Yeah. Power. A father's children hide from a government employee carrying out this procedure in a Francis William Edmonds painting satirizing new data collection policies instituted in 1850. For 10 points each, identify this constitutionally mandated information gathering procedure conducted every 10 years.
Census. Our answer is census.
During World War II, census records were used to carry out the forced internment of the Japanese Americans, like those sent to this relocation center near Lone Pine, California, now a National Historic Site.
This is either like Heart Mountain or Manzanar.
Our answer is Manzanar.
In this decade, the Johnson-Reed Immigration Act used decades-old census data for quotas to keep out beaten men from beaten races.
Let's go with the 1920s.
Our answer is the 1920s.
30 points.
Nice.
That means at the half, it's TJA 290, Choate 60.
Super close game, y'all. We're killing it. I can't believe I missed Basquiat content. I'm gonna cry.
We all ready for second half?
I think so.
Okay. All right, test 11. This shape names the subalgebras of GLNC, which only contain diagonizable elements. All three-dimensional examples of this shape are projections of a maximally symmetric embedding in R4 named for Clifford. Both sets of opposing edges in this shape's fundamental parallelogram have the same label and the same direction. G copies of this shape can be connected to yield any closed, Andrew.
Torus.
Power.
Yes, that's our
Algebra
topology,
man. Baby.
Let's go.
Bonus. For 10 points each, identify the following about artistic spectacles in early 19th century Paris. Parisians went wild for works in this medium, invented in Scotland by Robert Barker. Today, most phones can take these types of wide-angle landscape format photos by stitching together individual images.
Panoramas.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
That's a bit-
Yeah. Okay. Panoramas. Oh,
our answer is
yeah.
panoramas.
Yes. This artist installed the first diorama in the Place du Château in 1822. He invented an early form of photography noted for sharp images that was exposed onto a silver-plated sheet.
I bet it's Daguerre. I don't know, like Daguerreotypes.
Is he the one who?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Go.
Our answer is Daguerre.
Honoré de Balzac satirized the mania for all things Rama in his novel Le Père Goriot, which introduced this law student, now a French term for any sort of social climber.
Whoa. What?
I've got
Social
nothing.
climber.
Yeah, Jacques.
Answer?
Our answer is Jacques.
Eugène de Rastignac, so 20 points.
Okay. Good 20 though. Nice.
Toss of 12. In the 18th century, the French theologian Antoine Court de Gebelin argued that the name of these items derived from Egyptian words meaning royal way. These objects were popularized by Jean-Baptiste Alliette, who reversed his last name to Italia to name a set of these objects. The most popular variety of these items were co-designed by Order of the Golden Dawn member Arthur Edward Waite. Common symbols on these objects include the juggler, the hanged man, and the Last Judgment. Vishal.
Tarot cards.
10 points. Bonus. A leader of these people began a war after he was forcibly thrown out of the city-state of Gobir by King Yunfa. For 10 points each, name this ethnic group related to the Hausa, which formed the Sokoto Caliphate under their leader Usman Dan Fodio. Nana Asmau, a member of this ethnicity, organized jajis to educate women in the Sokoto Caliphate.
Our answer is the Fulani.
Say it again.
Wait, can you say it?
Okay.
Our answer is the Fulani.
Say that one more time, please.
Fulani.
Yes. Nana Asmau's poetry popularized this state religion of the Sokoto Caliphate in Hausa land. The Fulani who practiced this religion fought several jihads in the 19th century.
Our answer is Islam.
During Fulani hegemony, many Moroccan examples of this good were actually produced in Kano. The tanneries that made this good were especially smelly places.
Leather. Yeah, our answer is leather.
30 points. Toss of 13. Near the end of this decade, electoral fraud kept Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas from breaking the PRI's grip on the Mexican presidency. One country's nationalization of banks in the early years of this decade was dubbed the Chicago way to socialism. 6 years later, that country's dictator was voted out of office in a referendum. The papacy resolved the Beagle conflict during this decade after Leopoldo Galtieri was removed from Elliot.
The 1980s.
10 points. Bonus. This theory predicts an exponentially low specific heat at low temperatures and abnormally high ones before the transition temperature, with a ratio of 2.5 between the two values. For 10 points each, give this theory that predicts the formation of composite bosons with lower energy than the Fermi energy of a material.
BCS. Our answer is BCS.
BCS microscopically models this phenomenon in which a material's resistance vanishes under a certain temperature. Materials exhibiting this phenomenon expel their magnetic fields in the Meissner effect.
Our answer is superconductivity.
Practical high-temperature superconductors would have to have critical temperatures above 77 kelvins, the boiling point of this widely available coolant.
Yeah, that makes sense. Liquid nitrogen. Our answer is liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, sorry. We're on toss of 14. On the island of Chios, rival factions celebrate this event by shooting rockets at each other. A Jonathan Jerv book started the Norwegian tradition of celebrating this event by reading crime novels. Judy Garland starred in a movie musical titled for an annual New York parade coinciding with this event where women wear elaborate Lucas.
Nah. Christmas?
No. Where women wear elaborate hats. In Australia, food eaten on this holiday is more likely to take the shape of a bilby than of a species invasive to the continent. Since 1878, this holiday has been celebrated on the south lawn of the White House in an event where certain multicolored objects are rolled. Bonnets are often worn on, for 10 points, what Christian holiday involving egg hunts? Justin.
Easter.
10 points. Bonus. A temple to these figures was built in the Forum after the victory at Lake Regillus. For 10 points each, name these semi-divine figures born from golden eggs laid by Leda. These people abducted Phoebe and Hilera, the daughters of Leucippus.
Yeah, our answer is Castor and Pollux.
Castor and Pollux were born alongside Helen and this woman. After the Trojan War ends, she helps her lover Aegisthus kill her husband Agamemnon.
Clytemnestra. Our answer is Clytemnestra.
Castor and Pollux are the Greek version of the Proto-Indo-European divine twins Mytheme, also represented by these Vedic brothers who ride their horses at sunrise and sunset. These twin medicine gods do not have separate names in the Rig Veda.
The Ashvin twins? I don't really know. Our answer is the Ashvin twins.
30 points. Toss of 15. A 1967 poetry collection by Ted Hughes is titled For Some Wild Men Who Appear in This Poem. Simon Armitage's version of this poem opens by invoking the smoke heap of cinders and ash that is Troy. It's not written in Old English, but a character in this poem who disguises himself to go out hunting is introduced as an Aglic Meister, a term J.R.R. Tolkien translated as monstrous. Justin.
No, the Kalivala.
No.
I think
Translates as monstrous apparition. That same character from this Bob and Wheel poem visits a Christmas celebration equipped with the mother of all axes and picks up a still bleeding body part after the first round of a challenge. For 10 points, in his Middle English poem by the Pearl Poet about a beheading contest at Camelot between the two title characters. Joy.
Sir Gawain and the Green Knight.
10 points. Bonus. In a painting by this artist, 3 people inspect a replica of the Borghese gladiator. For 10 points each, name this artist who painted a scientist recreating a demonstration by Robert Boyle in his painting An Experiment on a Bird in the Air Pump.
I've never heard of this.
We already.
Answer.
Aren't Ezekiel.
That's Joseph Ryder Derby. Joseph Ryder Derby was known for employing this technique, whose name combines 2 Italian words. Tenebrism is an especially pronounced form of this technique.
Like chiaroscuro.
Yeah, chiaroscuro.
Our answer is chiaroscuro.
Many paintings that employ chiaroscuro use these objects as their sole light source. Barry Lyndon was shot with special lenses in order to capture the low-key lighting produced by these objects.
I feel like
Mirrors?
A window?
Window makes sense. Our answer is a window.
It's a candle, 10 points.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, Lucas.
But it already come up in the packets, so.
Toss 16. The reporter Richard Harding Davis was made an honorary member of this organization for his many laudatory dispatches about it. Clay Risen's book, The Crowded Hour, spends much time on this group's planning sessions in San Antonio. The yachtsman Woodbury Kane was one of the men who sent 27 mail sacks worth of applications to join this group, whose most celebrated accomplishment took place on Kettle Hill. One leader of this unit resigned from his post as Assistant Secretary of the Navy to join it. This unit fought at the Battle of Las Guasimas in a conflict that Lucas.
Rough Riders.
10 points. Bonus. The
Good
self-conscious Mabel Waring attends a party in this author's story, The New Dress. For 10 points each, name this author who intercut scenes of a snail crawling through a flower bed in between moments in the lives of various passersby in the story Kew Gardens.
Kew
I
Gardens.
like snails. I don't know what this is, though.
No. I got no clue. Who's a Victorian
Answer.
poet? Our answer is Byron.
It's Virginia Woolf. Virginia Woolf's essay, A Room of One's Own, imagines how Judith, a fictional writer with this surname, is unable to pursue writing, unlike her brother. A real author with this last name wrote The Winter's Tale.
The Winter's Tale. I don't know.
Calvino?
Shakespeare?
Sure. Our answer's what?
That's a pause. So it's Shakespeare. Woolf's essay, Modern Fiction, praises the style of a story in this language, translated into English by Constance Garnett. Garnett also translated Torrents of Spring from this language.
I totally missed hearing that, so please just go with whatever.
Our answer is French. I don't know.
It's Russian. No points there.
Did we pick up?
We tried.
Toss up 17. Mutations in PMP22 impede maintenance of this substance and cause the majority of cases of type 1 Charcot-Marie tooth disease. Glad to Pratouche.
Myelin?
Power.
Nice
Bonus.
buzz.
Not all smartphones run iOS or Android. For 10 points each, in 2019, most iOS phones were sold in this country, where Reliance Industries has subsidized extremely cheap data plans. This country banned TikTok in June 2020 during a spat with China.
Nice. Our answer is India.
iOS grew out of a failed effort by this nonprofit to build an open source phone operating system. In 2014, Brendan Eich was forced out of this nonprofit for opposing a California gay marriage law.
Mozilla. Okay, our answer is Mozilla.
The South Korean company is the main developer of the Linux-based Tizen operating system, which powers its Galaxy Gear line of smartwatches.
So Samsung, right? Our answer is Samsung.
30 points.
Nice.
Toss of 18. One of these creatures was the animal form of the turquoise lord celebrated during the New Fire Festival, Xi'otecuhtli. The world's largest pyramid was a temple for a god represented by this creature. Shadows creates the shape of one of these creatures on El Castillo during the spring equinox. That temple is dedicated to Kukulkan. Nathan.
Snake or dragon? I'm going to go with snake.
Yes, power.
Thank
Bonus.
you.
This character
Thank you.
appears holding a
Feathered serpent.
bronze sistrum in the left hand and a golden boat-shaped vessel with a coiled snake on its handle. For 10 points each, give the true name of this character, whom Lucius addresses as Campensis. She instructs him to eat a crown of roses to return to human form.
You know this, Joy? I don't know why we keep getting weird methods.
Is this
The Little
the golden
Prince?
ass?
Answer.
Oh.
Our answer is
Go, go, go.
What?
Our answer is the golden ass.
It's Isis. Isis healed Lucius in this book by Apuleius, which contains the only ancient narrative of the Cupid and Psyche myth.
Golden
Now,
ass.
golden ass.
Yeah.
Okay, our answer is
Our answer is the golden ass.
Apuleius' The Golden Ass is the only fully preserved Latin work in this genre of long prose fiction, to which the Satyricon also belongs.
So not an epic, but the prose version.
Answer.
Our answer is an epic. It's
It's
not.
a novel, 10 points.
Wait, what?
Toss of 19.
Okay.
In one story by this author, Granny Bubub reminisces about a time when matter was uniformly scattered in space. This author of At Daybreak wrote a novel in which Ruedi and Bernadette throw Jojo's corpse off a roof. The protagonist travels to the Zinc Cliffs with his deaf cousin in this author's story, The Distance of the Moon. Silas, Justin.
Calvino.
Power. Bonus. The residents of the city were granted the right to found a university a year after they defended the city from a Spanish siege. For 10 points each, name this Dutch city that was relieved by the Sea Beggars Navy after the dikes were cut in 1574. Before coming to America, the Pilgrims lived in the city.
It's a Dutch city, so. What's the Amsterdam? Not Amsterdam.
Rotterdam.
It's like
Answer.
not a well-known city.
Our answer is Rotterdam.
It's Leiden. The University of Leiden was founded by the first stadtholder of this name, known as the Silent. A stadtholder of this name ruled England with his wife Mary after the Glorious Revolution.
Our answer is William.
A 1648 treaty signed in Munster granted Dutch independence. Munster was earlier a refuge for members of this persecuted religious group, whose splinter groups included the Hutterites.
Our answer is Anabaptist.
Yes, 20 points.
Nice.
And last question. The attribution of paintings on these objects is made by repeatedly copying the paintings dozens of times in order to reveal a system of forms and a method developed by John Beazley. A continuous linear pattern called a meander is commonly found in paintings on these objects made during their geometric period. These objects were painted by members of the pioneer group, Lucas.
Like pottery?
Like
faces.
Prompt. Yes. Power.
Good job. Nice buzz.
Minerals have properties other than relative scratch hardness. For 10 points each, corundum defines 9 on the Mohs scale, but the blue color of sapphires is caused by intense transitions between metal ion examples of these entities in the crystal lattice.
Like free electrons? I don't know.
It's like a crystal structure, functional.
Like
What's
the
the
electrons?
Answer.
I don't know.
a functional group?
Its impurities. The 7.5 Mohs rating of
Oh.
zircon has allowed specific crystals to have values of this quantity that exceed 4.4 billion years, measured using the long half-life of uranium as it decays to lead.
Andrew.
I don't know this.
Yo, gotta guess something.
Answer?
Yes.
I have literally nothing.
As time is age.
Or don't. Okay.
Samples of argonite will slowly transform into this more stable polymorph, which is a measly 3 on the Mohs scale. This carbonate mineral is very susceptible to chemical weathering, which can form karst landscapes.
Oh, limestone, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Prompt.
Hulk?
Prompt
Is it
on
limestone?
limestone.
Yeah, prompt on limestone.
Oh, prompt on line. What?
Our answer is talk.
No, it is calcite. So no points.
Oh, interesting.
That gives
That's
us
the
a
end of the
final score of TJ 500, Choate 180.
Good game.
Good game.
Best of luck in the rest of your rounds. And thank you so much for reading. Do we stay
you.
here? I don't think
Yeah,
we
we
stay
stay
here.
here. We stay
Oh, we
here.
do?
We do.
All right. Looks like we've got Andrew here.
We are now missing not just one, but two players.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Leggers will be back soon. I don't know where Nikki is.
All righty. No problem. We'll get
He'll be
we'll
here.
get them back here and
Probably.
we'll get started
I'm gonna try
very
calling
soon,
him.
I'm sure. Okay, and 100 players again. If you want to join the buzzer system, the code is 221267. That's 221 267. It's also in the chat. I'll put it again.
All right, so what do we think are the chances that he's calling his mother again? Place your bets.
And
Oh, never
so
mind, he's back.
I was getting water.
It was a long time to get water, legend.
Amanda says she loves you.
I love you too,
Aw.
Amanda. I don't
And
have a
then,
ring pop on me, I'm sorry.
And then like half of the rest of our team was jumping on the Love's Joy train. So
That's
very
so
popular
sweet.
amongst our players.
Oh.
All right, Hunter.
Joel.
Looks like we're just waiting on one more player. Is that right? Oh, wait, no. Is Pedro here? Did I miss his camera?
Pedro's here.
Pedro's here. So we've got, oh, no, still one
missing
more. Okay, so
Ben?
we've got Pedro,
Chappie.
Cerulean, and Ben. We're waiting on
Chappie.
one more.
What should we do?
He hasn't told us not to call him that.
He also hasn't been here.
Well, you know.
There he is.
Hi, Chappie.
People call me that all the time.
Yeah.
Really? Lovely.
All right, we'll do it too.
It's another NSC, so I mean.
Okay, he's on that shared camera. That'll be great. Andrew Zheng's second camera there. There we go. All right.
We lost to Bridgewood when we could have won the finals. So it's just stick off.
Hi, Cooper.
All right, and so if we could get the fourth Hunter player to, oh no, you're on there already. Thank you, you buzzed. Excellent. Okay, looks like everybody's on the buzzer, so I think we're ready to get started in this 14th round. My name's Mike Cerise, I'm your moderator, and our scorekeeper is Mike Bentley, who happens to be the chief editor of the set. Reminder to all spectators, please do keep your camera on and yourself in the frame of that camera throughout play, and please keep yourself muted. Unmute at the end if you want to cheer, that'll be nice. Looks like Rachel Yang, your camera is off right now. Everybody else is looking good. Thank you very much.
My camera's on.
Please do listen to any directions from myself or Mike Bentley or from Wan Young, who is our observer. You'll see those people have pace tags in their names. Okay, let's see here. Let's check the buzzers at this time. Let's have Choke go first. I'll call out your name. I want you to buzz in and say hi or something back to me so I know I can hear you. We'll start with Lucas.
Howdy.
Hey, welcome, Lucas. Loud and clear, thank you. Next up is my computer shutting itself off. That's smart. Nathan.
Just taking
Okay, Nathan, welcome. Good luck. Andrew.
That's big.
Hello, hello.
Hey, welcome, Andrew. And Joy.
Love you, Hunter.
Thank you, Joy. Good luck to Chode. And now Hunter will check in. Andrew.
Hello.
Hey, welcome. Pedro.
Something.
Cerulean.
Hello.
Welcome. And Ben.
Something else. Oh wait, the doorbell just rang for us.
Oh, the doorbell. Oh my gosh. Gotta answer that. Okay, so while we're waiting for Ben to return, I think it was who stepped out, we'll just get the packet all set.
Good time.
Just a reminder to teams, this round is being recorded for later near simulcast on YouTube, so please do watch it later if you'd like to. And we welcome all spectators. Reminder to spectators, in case anyone came in, you do have to keep your camera on throughout play and try to keep yourself within the frame of that camera. Thank you very much, spectators. We appreciate you being here, and we expect this is going to be a very exciting game. Okay, looks like the round is now available. Final reminder as well to players, keep both hands and your screen visible at all times. Your screen can technically be taken down during the other team's bonus, but I recommend you just keep it visible. And please remember to say our answer is at the start of your answer on any bonuses. Any questions before we begin?
Sorry, I'll just let someone.
Yeah, we've got one more spectator coming in here. That'll be fine.
There's answering the door. And also, can you hear me clearly from this distance?
I certainly can.
Okay. Just put it out.
Open the door.
Sorry.
That lunch?
Also, Tiffany, I think you need to have your camera on.
Yes, Tiffany, please, if you would turn your camera on, ma'am.
Oh.
And back out of yours.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
We'll figure this out.
Okay.
Where's my mouse?
Hunter, ready?
Oh my God, Jacob! Hi, Jacob.
Hi.
It's in your pocket. Okay. We're sorry about this.
You're fine.
Okay. Wait a minute.
I think there's a children's book about this where you have to eat. I'm not going to say more about it, but it's a good book. Okay, good luck, everybody. It's toss-up 1. This character undertakes a pilgrimage after his wife claims that the Byzantine Emperor Hugo wears a crown even better than his. Reynaud and his 3 brothers rebel against this character in The 4 Sons of Aymon. A dream about a greyhound fighting a bear is one of the visions sent to this man by the angel Gabriel in another work. This character splits open the head of Baligan, Emir of Babylon, using his sword Joyeuse. Legends about this ruler and his 12 peers comprise the matter of France. That's Nathan.
Is this would the hammer be enough?
No, sorry, that's not correct. I'll finish. This ruler's nephew is the protagonist of the most famous example of a chanson de geste, which focuses on the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. For 10 points, name this uncle of the paladin Roland and king of the Franks. It's Pedro.
Charlemagne.
Charlemagne is 10. Bonus. Hunter. Triple Teach. Identify the following about some environmental catastrophes that led to the creation of the EPA. Part A, a 1952 issue of Time magazine, declared that this river oozes rather than flows through Cleveland. It infamously caught fire in 1969.
The Cuyahoga, right? Yeah, our answer is the Cuyahoga River.
You got it. Part 2, 26 million fish were killed in this state in 1969 due to pollution from food processing plants. The Marjorie Harris Carr Greenway in this state runs along some of the route of a canceled cross-state canal.
What?
Not New York.
Alaska?
Maybe
No, not
Pennsylvania.
Alaska. Pennsylvania would make sense.
Sure. Our answer is Pennsylvania.
It's Florida. Finally, sports fans in this New English city still sing Dirty Water, a song by the Standells, partially inspired by the pollution of its Charles River.
Boston, right?
Boston?
Charles River.
Okay. Our answer is
English. Okay.
New England.
Oh, New
Our
England.
answer is
The directed answer was New England. That answer is incorrect. The answer is Boston.
that's not what we said. That's not
I
what
heard our answer is and then New England.
No, we
That
never.
those are different people.
We never said our answer is like.
Yeah. Yeah, we said.
I definitely heard our answer is and then either applause or New England. Mike, what did you hear?
So clearly New England was said after our answer is. It was by someone else.
I said our
so
answer.
it's sort of up to you on what you want to recognize.
Okay,
there.
I heard our answer is, and then either nothing from the person who said our answer is, or New England from a different person. So I have to rule that as a non-complete answer. That's 10 on the bonus. I'm sorry about that.
We can't protest without discretion. Okay, but
You can protest, but they're going to tell you it's not protestable. I can only go off what I hear. I'm sorry, gentlemen.
We won't protest then.
Okay, protest is noted. That's 10 is called for the first part.
We won't protest.
You're not going to protest.
Yeah,
Okay, that's fine. I apologize if you said our answer is Boston. I'm absolutely sure that is not what I heard. This is toss-up 2.
Yeah.
Echinocandins target these organisms by inhibiting synthesis of 1,3-beta-glucans. Vitamin D2 is derived from a compound named for being found in these organisms, which were researched by Akira Endo while developing the first statins. Pollines and azoles are used to treat infections caused by these organisms, such as Cryptococcus and Candida albicans, the source of thrush. That is Ben.
Yeast?
I can prompt or anti-prompt, it says, on yeasts.
Funguses? Fungi?
Funguses will do. Fungi is the main answer. That's 10 points. Bonus
Good
to Hunter.
buzz.
In a poem by this author, a soldier says that having girls is better than having boys, since you can expect weddings for your daughters, whereas sons will be buried in the grass. Part A. Name this Chinese poet who wrote Thinking of Li Bai at the End of the Sky.
Du Fu, maybe?
probably Du Fu. I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our answer is Du Fu.
You got it. Part 2. The Anushan Rebellion inspired this Dufu poem, which opens with whinnying horses and the rumbling tidal objects covering a bridge in dust, which they stir up.
Chariots.
Carriage. No, carriages. Something about carriages.
Chariots.
Oh yeah. That's right. Sorry.
Please.
Song of the Chariots.
Song of the Chariots will do. Song of the Wagons is the main answer. Part 3, Dufu, who died in 770 AD, wrote during this dynasty. Li Bai also wrote during this dynasty, considered the golden age of Chinese poetry.
Tang, right?
Okay, our answer is the Tang.
Yes, that's all 30. Well done. Toss up 3. A description is acceptable. In the UK, people with this status were the main subject of the scabies experiments of Kenneth Malanby. In the US, the Ansel Keys forced people with this status into the Minnesota starvation experiments. After not being granted this status, Bayard Rustin protested segregated prison dining halls. Since the Seeger decision, U.S. citizens need not be religious to claim this, that's Ben.
Like a conscientious objector?
That's 20 points, bonus. Answer the following about voicing and music theory. For 10 points each. Part A, voicing often refers to the orientation of notes in one of these musical configurations, which are sets of notes heard simultaneously. These entities can comprise progressions that drive harmonic development. Chord is correct. Part 2. This term is used to describe chords whose lowest note is not the root note. For example, a C major chord in the first variant of this term will use E as its lowest note instead of C.
Our answer is inversion.
You've got it. Finally, when voicing chords, the doubling of notes must be performed deliberately. For example, when voicing an augmented chord of this numerical interval, variants of which are called Italian, French, or German, the interval's notes should not be doubled, but the tonic pitch should be.
I think it's Italian, French, or German 6. I think.
All right, go with that.
6?
Say it again, please.
6, like S6.
I'm going to take 6 as your directed answer. Please remember to say our answer is before. That's correct. That's all 30. Well done. Next is
nice 30.
Next is
Yay, music theory.
4. It is not Larry Rivers, but a brown face interrupts the red strip of paint that runs across the top of this artist's abstract interpretation of Emanuel Lewitz's Washington crossing the Delaware. That's Lucas.
Pollock?
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll finish for Hunter. The Tate now owns a painting by this student of Reginald Marsh that draws on Irv Norvik's work for All American Men of War. This artist painted a girl thinking, I don't care, I'd rather sink than call Brad for help. In one of this artist's signature paintings, a pilot is narrating, I pressed the fire control, and ahead of me, rockets blazed through the sky as another plane explodes with the title Onomatopoeia. For 10 points, name this American pop artist of comic book inspired paintings, such as Drowning Girl and Wham! It is Cerulean.
Liechtenstein.
Say it again, please.
Liechtenstein.
Yes, that's good for 10. Bonus.
Just a quick reminder, so even when tosses with bonuses aren't active for your team, please do not be texting or messaging on your phone. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mike. Bonus now to Hunter. Lobsters do not die of old age. They die from other processes such as disease or starvation. Each party. A lobster's longevity may come from their production of this enzyme, which repairs the ends of chromosomes.
Telomerase. I think. I'll say telomerase. Our answer is telomerase.
Say it again, please.
Telomerase.
Yes, that's right. Part 2. Turritopsis dohrini is an immortal type of this cnidarian because it can continuously cycle from polyp to medusa and back. Some mock species of these animals have particularly venomous stings.
Yeah, jellyfish. Okay, our answer is jellyfish.
Yes, that's right. Finally, biologically immortal organisms must be able to avoid this phenomenon in which cell division ceases. The replicative form of this phenomenon occurs at the Hayflick limit.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know,
Something about telomeres, right? I don't know.
What are you saying, Andrew?
Like I don't know, the end of the shortening of telomeres.
Our answer is apoptosis.
Oh, no, sorry, it's senescence. That's good for 20 for the first 2 parts. Next is toss-up 5. Due to its high cross-section for these particles, BPSG has been phased out of use in integrated circuits. Wigner and Szilard observed that graphite bombarded with these particles, that is Ben.
Neutrons.
Nice buzz, 20, bonus. The author of this book, despite donating all profits to charity, was issued an $11 million Swiss tax bill due to a legal error for 10 points each. Party. Name this nonfiction book that traces the title system from 1918 until a thaw in 1956. This book describes the typical life of a Zhek.
It's the Gulag Archipelago. Okay, yes. Our answer is the Gulag Archipelago.
You've got it. Part 2, this Soviet intelligence agency, whose name means the Committee for State Security, was ordered to assassinate Alexander Solzhenitsyn with ricin to prevent him from finishing the Gulag Archipelago.
KGB, right?
What did Andrew go?
What? KGB? I'm not sure.
Is that what the pronoun was?
No,
Our,
no,
an-
Committee for State Security is
our, an-
KGB.
our answer is KGB.
Yes, that's right. Finally, the Gulag Archipelago circulated as underground samizdat. Samizdat music records were often published on films intended for use with this technology, invented by Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen.
Wait, Röntgen. That guy.
X-rays.
Oh, it could be sound. What?
Is it X-ray or
I think
sound?
it's X-ray.
Answer, please.
Okay.
Our answer is X-rays.
X-rays is all 30. Well done.
One.
It is toss-up 6.
Nice. Good work.
A composer from this country who often calls for unconventional vocal techniques such as reverberating the voice through a wine glass on her album Our Lady of Late used her piece Earth Seen from Above in her opera Atlas. Another composer from this country sang Oh Judge, Oh Mom and Dad through that is Cerulean.
The U.S.
Yeah, that's right. That's 20 points. Bonus to Hunter. Hall P. Beck alleged that this person was one of the best developed youngsters at the Harriet Lane home and suffered from hydrocephalus. For example, each part A, name this subject who was classically conditioned to develop a phobia of furry white objects.
Little Albert, right?
Yeah, it's Little Albert. Our answer is Little Albert.
You've got it. Part 2, John B. Watson built on the fame of the Little Albert experiment to get a lucrative gig in the ad industry. This critic argued that advertisers were using subliminal messaging to manipulate the public in his 1957 book, The Hidden Persuaders.
Maybe you missed the message.
It's gonna be McLuhan. I mean, that's. I was thinking McLuhan too, but
I don't think it's McLuhan, but
Let's just say that.
Please.
Our answer is McLuhan.
It's Vance Packard. Finally, Watson's Kerplunk experiment was named for the sound that rats would make when one of these structures was shortened. Tyron's rat experiment examined how quickly rats could complete one of these puzzles.
mazes.
A maze, right?
It's
Yeah.
a maze, yeah.
There's a maze.
A maze is correct. That's 20 for the outer parts.
The Kerplunk experiment is so funny.
Toss up 7. During this man's reign, so-called rope stretching relieved the tax burden of some farmers granted private ownership rights. Donald Keene's 922-page biography of this ruler draws heavily on his corpus of over 100,000 poems. This non-Hawaiian ruler, who abandoned New Year's rituals and broke beef-eating taboos, took power in a war characterized by bouts of age. That is Pedro.
Oh, it's that guy. Ashoka?
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll finish for Choate. In a war characterized by bouts of Eja Naika dance manias. During this man's rule, the last of the two big four Zaibatsu's firms were formed. This son of Kome was declared sacred and inviolable in a constitution that built upon the Charter Oath. He came to power following the Boshin War, which effectively ended the samurai class. For 10 points, name this Japanese emperor who lends his name to a 19th century restoration. It's Nathan.
Meiji.
Yes, that's good for 10.
Good
Bonus
job.
to Choate. Deformation mechanism maps can be used to identify the temperature at which this process changes from the Nabarro herring regime to the Kabul regime. For 10 points each, part A, name this plastic deformation caused by prolonged loading.
Quick, Andrew, name a plastic deformation.
Answer, please.
Irons are squeezing.
It's creep. Part 2. The general equation governing creep relates the rate of strain to this function of the quantity activation energy over RT. Other phenomena modeled with this function include capacitor discharge and radioactive decay.
So like exponential?
Yeah,
Yeah, like e to the x.
Our answer is exponential.
Yes, that's right. Finally, Cobble and Nabarro herring creep both occur by a solid state forms of this process. This process has an associated constant equal to the mobility times k sub b times t, according to the Einstein-Smoluchowski relation.
What was the pronoun?
Like a process.
Guess something.
Answer, please.
Fusion. That's our
Say it
answer.
again, please.
Our answer is a fusion.
It's diffusion. I'm sorry. That's 10 on that bonus for the middle part.
Sorry.
Toss up 8.
No, you're-
When this character is asked who will get up and give a history a kick up the backside and get it going again, he says they're called social reformers. This character takes a stack of comic books home for his alcoholic one-legged father. He corrects another character's pronunciation of scalar and magnitude, which leads them to discuss Charles Darwin as a man of magnitude. This teenager recalls having flown a kite that his adult friend made out of that's Andrew.
Master Harold.
Yes, that's good for 10. Hunter's bonus. Part of this novel is based on the author having gotten fired for writing made-up made-up animals like the sulfur-bellied whale for a scientific magazine. For 10 points each, part A. Name this unfinished satirical novel whose title character is arrested by a secret policeman after discussing flies defecating on a portrait of the Emperor Franz Joseph I.
Oh, this sounds like
What?
a Kafka thing.
A Kafka
The
thing?
Austrian.
Oh, well, let me think.
Kafka unfinished thing.
No, I
please.
can't remember.
Our answer is America.
It's The Good Soldier Schweik, part 2. The
Oh.
Good Soldier Schweik was written in this language. Milan Kundera wrote The Unbearable Lightness of Being in this language, although he now writes mainly in French.
Czech, right?
Yeah. Our answer.
Say it again, please.
Our answer is Czech.
Yes, that's right. Finally, before joining the army, Schweik earned his living by stealing these creatures. One of these creatures is transformed into Polygraph Polygrafovich in a novel by Mikhail Bulgakov.
Oh, dogs, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our answer is a dog.
Yes, that's good for 20 for the last parts. This is toss up 9. This hero is depicted calling out the number 3, the losing throw in a game of dice, in a black figure vase painting by Exekius. This hero gives a purple sash to a rival and receives a sharp sword in return. After an all-day duel ends in a draw. He ignores Calicus's warnings to stay in his tent, after which his that is Joy.
Achilles.
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll finish Hunter. After which his concubine Tecmessa hides his son Eurysaces. This hero enters a dispute with the warrior who covers him as he carries the body of Achilles back to camp. In a play by Sophocles, he goes mad and kills a herd of sheep before killing himself. That happens after this gigantic warrior and king of Salamis loses a contest for the armor of Achilles to Odysseus. For 10 points, name the son of Telamon, the greater of 2 heroes with his name. It's Andrew.
Ajax.
Yes. 10 points. Bonus. Identify the following about wide-sweeping works of history. Part A. Anand Giriharadis argued that historians should stop writing from the viewpoint of 30,000 feet in a review of this man's most recent work, Upheaval. This man is perhaps best known for Guns, Germs, and Steel.
Jared Diamond. Yeah.
Our answer is Jared Diamond.
You've got it. Part 2, this Israeli historian's Sapiens starts with the cognitive revolution, which kickstarted history about 70,000 years ago and extends to the scientific revolution.
Our answer is Hariri.
That's right. Finally, Bill Bryson, who wrote a book titled A Short History of Nearly Everything, wrote a travelogue of this country called In a Sunburned Country. Thomas Kennelly's The Commonwealth of Thieves is a history of this one-time convict colony.
Australia?
Oh, Australia.
I think it's Australia.
Yeah, it is Australia. Yeah.
Our answer is Australia.
You've got it. That's all 30. Yes. Toss up 10. The British Museum houses the oldest known humanoid depiction of this figure, in which this figure is placed between Brahma and Indra on the Bhimaran casket. Depictions of this figure often include a hair curl between the eyebrows, known as the urna, along with up to 32 other physical characteristics. The fearlessness of this figure is conveyed in a pose where the palm of the right hand is held. That is cerulean.
Buddha?
Yes, it is the Buddha. That's good for 10. Bonus to Hunter, the last of the half. African-American soprano Angel Blue headlined a Grammy Award-winning 2019 Met revival of this opera. For 10 points each, part A, name this opera, which includes characters such as the pianist Jasbo Brown, the honey merchant Peter, and a drug dealer who sings It Ain't Necessarily So.
Porgy and Bess, I think.
Okay. Our answer is Porgy and Bess.
You've got it. Part 2, Blue's interpretation of this Porgy and Bess aria, which declares living is easy during its title season, has been hailed for its unique musical embellishments.
Summertime? No, it's summertime. Yeah.
Our answer is Summertime.
You've got it. Finally, Blue has been compared to the Met's first African-American prima donna who had this last name. A Black woman composer with this married surname premiered her pioneering First Symphony in Chicago in the year 1933.
I know it's
What's her
not
name?
Wilson, is it? No.
No, it's that guy.
Can I just say that?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Please.
It's Wilson.
I'm going to take Wilson as your directed answer. That's not correct. It's Price, the Sopranos Leontine Price.
Yeah.
That's 20 for the first 2 parts. This is halftime.
So 330 for Hunter A and 20 for Shote.
You go good. The John Coltrane Summertime is super awesome. Yeah, in my opinion.
Okay. Any issues, substitutions, protests, or other business to attend to at this time?
No.
We're good.
See, we have some spectators wanting to join. I'll let them in. And we'll take up to a minute for half.
I don't like Charlie Crawford. Yeah. Well, I'm offering my opinions on.
Okay, spectators, welcome. Please do turn your camera on. If you're spectating, your camera needs to be on throughout play. And we thank you for coming to watch this excellent game. We're happy you're here. I'm going to add a spectator tag to your name if there's not one there already. Okay, both teams ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, well played first half. Thank you very much. And good luck in the second half, which starts with toss-up 11. A dictator of this country came to power after leading a coup against the smallholders party and coined the phrase, that is Pedro.
Hungary.
Nice plus 20, bonus. Sorensen introduced the use of this letter in one context in 1909. Since then, there have been countless folk entomologies. Each part A. Name this letter, which was chosen to refer to a specific electrode, unless it was chosen to mean a word in German, or a word in French, or a word in Latin. This letter indicates the use of the co-logarithm function of base 10.
Co-logarithm. Kappa? No.
French or Latin, probably the one.
Epsilon.
Answer, please.
Go with something.
Epsilon.
I'm going to take epsilon as your directed answer. Please remember to say our answer is. That's not correct. The answer is P. Part 2. By far, the most common use of P in chemistry is to represent the number of these ions in solution. It quantifies how acidic something is.
Like hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Our answer is hydrogen ions.
Yes, that'll do. Finally, although often studied as a precursor to the Lewis concept, this acid-base theory that focuses on the donation of H+ was in fact developed in the same year.
Bronsted-Lowry?
Bronsted-Lowry?
Yeah, that's Bronsted-Lowry. Our answer is Bronsted-Lowry.
Bronsted-Lowry is correct. 20 for the latter parts. Toss-up 12. In September 1995, sales of this good spiked in Hindu communities worldwide due to its role in an alleged miracle involving Murti from Ganesha. During Thaipusam, offerings of this good are often carried by pilgrims to Murugan. Honey, jaggery, this good, and 2 of its derivatives are combined to make a panchamitra, a mixture that can be used to, that is joy.
Why did I pass? Milk?
Say it again, please.
I said milk.
Milk is correct. That's 20
Milk.
points. Bonus. Yeah, I thought that's what you said. That's correct. 20 points. Bonus. A poetry collection named for this place and intended for performance with jazz accompaniment was inspired by a phrase from Henry Miller's Into the Nightlife. Part A. Name this New York location that titles a collection featuring the poems Junkman's Obligado and I Am Waiting.
I don't know.
Central Park, maybe?
Central Park, maybe Coney Island. I know there's Ferlinghetti stuff about that.
Answer, please.
Our answer is Coney.
Say it again, please.
Coney Island?
Coney Island is correct. Part 2. This
Good
author's
job.
time in Mexico City inspired his poem Mexico City Blues. Dean abandoned Sal Paradise in Mexico City in this author's novel On the Road.
Kerouac.
Kerouac.
Our answer is
Yeah.
Kerouac.
Yes, that's right. Finally, Allen Ginsberg's brief stay in this mental institution inspired a repeated line that tells Carl Solomon, I'm with you in this place, in the poem Howl.
Rockland.
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 Yeah.
Our answer is Rockland.
That's all 30 for Rockland.
Lucas,
Next
that was
is
your bonus.
also
Proud
13.
of you.
Selective availability was turned off prior to this conflict so that civilian-grade trim packs could be used. Operation Secret Squirrel began a day before this operation officially started and demonstrated the power of the CALCM, or Calcum missiles, in the longest ever flight combat mission. In the lead up to this conflict, the PR firm of Hill and Knowlton secretly hired a woman, that's Nathan.
This is the first Iraq War. I used the Gulf War. Gulf War.
I'm going to accept your answer. Yes, first Iraq War is listed as acceptable. That's good for 20 points. Bonus to
Good
Choate.
job, Nathan.
This denomination's
Good
current president, J.D. Gerer, has said that Black Lives Matter is a, quote, gospel issue, end quote, for Part A. Name this denomination, founded in 1845, in opposition to anti-slavery efforts by other members of the Triennial Convention.
I have nothing. Baptists?
Go for it.
Sure.
Our answer is Baptists.
Baptists I can prompt.
What?
Northern Baptist or Southern Baptist?
Southern Baptists.
I'm going to take
Go.
Southern Baptist as your directed answer. That answer is correct. Part 2. In
Nice.
this epistle,
Good job.
Paul declares that he's sending back Onesimus, who is no longer a slave, but something beyond a slave, with instructions to welcome Onesimus as himself.
This
I didn't hear the pronoun.
This epistle.
Romans, maybe?
Answer, please.
Go for it.
Our answer is Romans.
No, sorry, it's Philemon. Finally, this patriarch's curse on Ham's son Canaan, erroneously known as the curse of Ham, has been used by some Christians to try to justify white supremacy and the enslavement of black people. This prophet and his family survived the flood.
So Noah.
Noah.
Our answer is
Our answer is Noah.
Yes, that's 20. Toss up.
Too good.
14. A counter variant of this process has been used as a response to Max Black's argument using this process to justify itself. Karl Popper rejected this kind of reasoning in general, claiming more easily falsifiable theories are superior to theories supported by it. The predicates grew and bleen were used by Nelson Goodman as examples of a new riddle of this kind of reasoning. David Hume posed the classic problem of this form of reasoning, arguing that it cannot demonstrate that the sun will rise tomorrow. That's Joy.
I'm gonna forget what this is called. Inductive reasoning.
That's fine. Induction or inductive reasoning. That's 10 points. Bonus. Identify the following about the career of Belle Moskowitz. Part A. Mrs. M was a close behind-the-scenes advisor to this governor of New York. This man, nicknamed the Happy Warrior, opposed prohibition before leading the company that built the Empire State Building.
I have no clue.
What?
Your thoughts? Rockefeller, maybe?
Sure, go for it.
Answer, please.
Rockefeller?
Sorry, it's Al Smith. Part 2. Louis Hine, who was hired by Moskowitz to photograph illegal dance houses, photographed these people working in the Carolinas. Before it was outlawed, these people were used as mine trappers because of their small size.
Children.
Yeah,
our answer is children.
You've got it. Finally, Moskowitz began her career working at the Educational Alliance, one of these places for Jewish immigrants. The first American woman to win a Nobel Peace Prize, founded the most prominent one of these places in the United States.
Orphanage?
Orphanages?
Sure. Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Answer is orphanages?
Sorry, that's not correct. It's a settlement house. That's
Oh,
10 for the
damn
middle
it.
part. Toss up 15. As a teenager, this world leader wrote an epic novel of colonial-era Mexico called Babylon, Babylon. After graduating, this man made his fortune supervising a deal for Nestle to buy Pfizer's baby food division. The CGT organized a months-long transportation strike to oppose this leader's plan. That's Pedro.
Macron?
Yes, Emmanuel Macron. That's 20 points. Bonus. To Hunter. As of 2019, the Boston MFA is the only museum to have a curator specifically devoted to investigating this property of their artworks. For 10 points each, part A. Identify this term from art history, the tracing of the history of previous owners of a work of art.
Ooh, lineage? No.
I mean,
I don't know.
Could be.
say whether it was lineage. Let's say
no,
whether-
no. It's all,
Answer, please.
Go with lineage, yeah.
It's lineage.
Sorry, no, it's Provenance. Part 2. This New York museum ended its exhibition, Njamanka and his gilded coffin, due to false provenance records. This largest U.S. art museum displays a reconstruction of the Temple of Dendur.
Yeah, the Met.
Right.
Our answer is the Met.
That'll do. Finally, André Breton questioned the provenance of this artist's painting of a sleeping Romany woman after it was purchased by Alfred Barr for the MoMA. In that work, this artist painted a lion passing by the exhausted woman under the moonlight.
so.
Is it?
Rousseau?
Okay.
That's what I'd guess, yeah.
Our answer is Rousseau.
Yes, Henri Rousseau. That's 20 for the latter parts. This is toss-up 16. Objects that perform this task experience a rearward shift in their centers of pressure and resulting tuck, which must be compensated for. The term compressibility can be used to explain many of the difficulties associated with completing this task. That is Ben.
Like flying?
That's not correct. Sorry. I'll finish for Choate. Which coincides with a dependence on temperature and corresponding nonlinearity in the measurement from the pitot tube. The demon in the thin air is a colloquially named for a loss of control due to wave drag found in many early attempts to complete this task. Doing this task typically requires swept-backed wings, and it was long thought impossible due to a literal wall. For 10 points, name this task, which was achieved for the first time in the Bell X-1 by Chuck Yeager, and which produces a loud boom. It's Lucas.
Breaking the sound barrier.
That's what we want. That's 10 for Choate and this bonus. In 2 dimensions, this algorithm can construct a Voronoi diagram. For 10 points each, part A. Name this classification algorithm whereby nearby points in the training set vote on the input's classification.
Like
nearest neighbors, right?
neighbors. Yeah, nearest neighbors. Our
answer is nearest neighbors.
Nearest neighbors was directed. I'm going to prompt that answer.
Like N nearest
Is it
neighbors,
K?
right? K? Sure. K nearest neighbors is our answer.
I'm going to accept the answer of K nearest neighbors. Please remember to say our answer is rather than
Sorry.
something after. That's fine. K nearest neighbors is the exact given answer. Part 2. This type of voting scheme can compensate for the skew in K nearest neighbors by making some votes worth more. Similarly, this type of average may give tests greater importance than other scores when calculating a math grade.
Does it just want weighted? Sure.
Yeah, our answer is weighted.
That's right. Finally, this adjective describes a regression technique that assumes the log odds of some event and its predictor variable are linearly related. This type of function is given by the equation 1 over quantity 1 plus e to the negative x.
Logistic.
I think so.
Is that the logistic curve?
I'm not sure.
Our answer is logistic.
Yes, logistic was directed just in time. That's correct for all 30.
Math.
Toss up 17. During the prologue of this novel, the protagonist and Hooper discuss that, while they do not know what they are walking toward, it is not the real thing. In this novel's first chapter, another character calls his father a social leper during a car ride. Anthony Blanche interrupts an art show put on by this novel's protagonists, who paints Latin American ruins. That protagonist of this novel befriends an alcoholic with an attachment to a teddy bear named Aloysius. That is Andrew Z.
Brightside Revisited.
It's good for 10. Bonus, Hunter. The remains of an indigenous rebel from this modern-day country named Guayasipuro were symbolically placed in its national pantheon in the year 2001. Part A. Identify this oil-producing country, birthplace of revolutionary precursor Francesco de Miranda.
Venezuela, right?
Yeah. Okay. Our answer is Venezuela.
Yes, part 2. This Venezuelan president revived the cult of Guayasipuro. His Bolivarian revolution has proven less successful under his successor, Nicolas Maduro.
Chavez.
Our answer is Chavez.
Right. Finally, Venezuela, like Uruguay and Peru, has a far-left political party named for this man, born Jose Gabriel Condorcanqui, who led a failed revolt against the Spanish in 1780s. This man took his name from the last Incan ruler.
Tupac Amaru II, right?
Correct that.
Our answer is Tupac Amaru II.
That's exactly right. That's all 30. Well done. Toss up 18 coming. A charged class of these structures is typically formed from the sulfonylated fluoropolymer naphthalene and converted into a covered, in a platinum catalyst. Examples of these structures made from ionomers exploit the Donin effect to serve as proton conductors in a class of fuel cells that operate at roughly room temperature. Large numbers of hollow fibers made of these structures comprise most modern dialyzers. The force required to prevent movement through one of these structures is denoted pi and scales with the Van't Hoff factor. That's Andrew.
Semi-permeable membrane.
That's exactly it. 10 points. Bonus.
Good job.
In a novel by this author, Eleanor Bold must choose between Mr. Arbin, Bertie Stanhope, and the scheming low church abdicate Mr. Slope for 10 points each. Part A. Name this author who included his novel Barchester Towers in his Barsetshire series.
Fake. Name a British marriage novelist.
Stop getting literature.
Yes, please.
Our answer is Scott.
No, sorry, it's Anthony Trollope. Part 2, Barchester Towers opens in the aftermath of Septimus Harding having resigned this lucrative position at Hiram's Hospital. The name of this post titles the first novel in the Barsetshire series.
What is happening?
Hospital manager or something.
Yeah.
Answer, please.
Our answer is the hospital manager.
Sorry, it's The Warden. The book's called The Warden.
Warden.
Finally, Trollope befriended this author while writing his Barsetshire series, later going on to write a biography of him. This author wrote about the mischievous Becky Sharp in his own novel, Vanity Fair.
Am I going to forget who wrote Vanity Fair?
Answer, please.
Oh, no.
No, that's done.
I'm sorry, no answer. It's William Makepeace Thackeray. No points, I'm afraid. Next is toss-up 19. In a certain novel's 42nd chapter, which is titled For This Property, there's a lengthy sentence that celebrates this property for imparting some special virtue of its own, as in Japonicas, while at the same time noting it strikes more of panic to the soul than that redness which affrights in blood. A vague, nameless horror is said to be created by this property, possessed by a creature who is discussed at 9 meetings called Gams. A gold doubloon is offered to whoever can first spot a character of this color by a man who employs, that's Andrew Z.
Like red?
That's not correct, sorry. I'll finish for Choate. By a man who employs Dagu and Flask. That same title character with this color is pursued by Starbuck and Queequeg. For 10 points, name this color of a sperm whale pursued by Captain Ahab in Moby Dick. It's Lucas.
White.
White it is. That's 10 points. Bonus.
Oh, true, bestie.
This man once threatened to fire any member of the Tonkkünstler Society who wouldn't attend his annual Christmas benefits for 10 points each. Part 1. Name this man who kills his younger rival in a play by Alexander Pushkin and narrates his story from a mental asylum in a film by Milos Forman.
Why do we keep getting literature?
Okay. Pushkin. Onegin, maybe?
Please.
Go for it.
Answer is Onegin.
It's Antonio Salieri. Part 2. Salieri is described as the patron saint of mediocrities in Milos Forman's Amadeus. The closest real saint may be Joseph, a patron saint of poor students who hail from this city. Another city of this name. I'm going to restart that second sentence. I said that wrong. The closest real saint may be Joseph, a patron saint of poor students who hails from this city. Another city of this name is Apple's California headquarters.
So Cupertino?
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Our answer is Cupertino?
Yes, Joseph of Cupertino.
Okay.
Finally, Amadeus playwright Peter Schaefer also wrote Eckes, a play about a young man obsessed with one of these creatures. They come in varieties such as thoroughbreds.
Yeah, horse.
Horse.
Our answer is horse.
Yes, that's right. For 20 for the last parts, and toss-up 20 is the
So
last
true.
of the game. Medical researchers often use the Randall-Saletio test to measure this phenomenon in animals. This phenomenon can be measured in doles on the Hardy-Wolff-Gadell scale in humans. It is not stress, but a 2016 paper by Hoffman and others found that physicians widely underprescribe medicines to counteract this phenomenon in African Americans. Radiating, that's Pedro.
Pain.
Pain it is. 20 points. Well done. Bonus. During this figure's childhood, the Coretes shouted and struck their shields with their spears while dancing to cover the sounds of his cries. For 10 points each. Part A. Name this god. Rhea gave Cronus a stone to swallow instead of this god. He later defeated Cronus and became king of the gods.
Zeus, right?
Our answer is
Yes, Zeus is correct. Part 2, since Cronus ruled a sea, sky, and land, Zeus's cradle was hidden in this manner to avoid Cronus's detection. A description is okay.
Isn't it like in Rhea's breast, or am I just making that up?
Something like that. Yeah.
Our answer is like our answer is like inside like Rhea's breast area.
No, sorry, it's suspended in midair. Finally, Zeus spent his childhood in a cave on a Cretan mountain of this name. Zeus abducted Ganymede from a mountain of this name near Troy.
Oh, no, not Mount Ida.
Olympus.
Oh,
No.
what's
Might
his
be
name?
Ida. Is it not?
But what's his
Please.
Say that.
Ida. Our answer is Ida.
I'm going to take Ida as your directed answer. That's correct. That's 20 for the outer parts and the end of the game.
So final score is Hunter A 490, Choate 210.
And just a reminder, teams, well played game. Thank you very much. Just a reminder, I do have some instructions to remind you of, so please don't leave just yet. Okay, instructions. Only ties for first and second place will be played off. Tiebreakers will take place at 3 p.m. Eastern. All team contacts will be emailed to let them know if a tier 1 team needs to play a tiebreaker or not. If there's a three-way tie, teams ranked by PPG, three-way tie for first. Teams ranked by PPG in their Saturday brackets A through C. Teams B and C play first. The loser is eliminated. The winner plays team A for seed. If a three-way tie for second, teams B and C play, loser eliminated. Winner plays team A to qualify, and only the winner qualifies. Okay, great. So make sure you check your email and be ready to play any tiebreakers at 3. And now it's the break for lunch. So enjoy your lunch, please.
Okay. Thank you for
Pleasure
reading.
playing
Thank
you,
for
Hunter.
Yeah. Really good game.
Thank you, guys. Great
Good
game.
game. Thank you for reading.
Great job, both teams.
Okay, so I believe all the players are here. If I could just ask everyone in here to change your name to your affiliation. Let me just make sure. Okay, I think it's just Rohit. That's the only one. Okay. Cool. All right. Looks like everyone's here. Can I ask everyone to do a buzzer check? Okay. And PC, are you ready with the score sheet?
Yeah, I'm good. Did Pratyush's video go off, or is he covered in one of the other views?
I think you just turned it off. Yeah, it looks like it's back.
We're
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Cool. And is it Mike? Are you running the stream? Is Mike here?
Pedro's coming in a sec.
Yeah. Or
Okay. Cool. Yeah, and yeah, just for everyone's awareness, this game will be streamed.
Just checking, are the spectators also in the stream, or is that not going to be? Thanks for that.
Okay. I think were we waiting on anyone? Any of the players, I mean?
Pedro.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, cool.
You want to make the plunger bigger?
Okay. So. Okay. Okay. Cool. So I believe all the players are ready to go. And Mike, we're good with the stream. Okay, cool. In that case, welcome. So this is the tiebreaker between TJA and Hunter A. My name is Tejas. I'll be reading, and PC will be scorekeeping. And yeah, good luck to both teams. Stars toss up one. Two characters in this novel have a long argument over whether it's nature or caution that keeps a man from touching a hot stove. A character in this novel orders a streetlight from Sears Roebuck and then stages Pratyush?
Their eyes are watching God.
That's right. 420.
Nice.
And your bonus? Sherry F. Kolb and Michael C. Dorff have written a book examining why there is not a strong connection between advocates of rights for these beings and anti-abortion activists for 10 points each. Identify these beings. Peter Singer wrote a book advocating for liberation for these beings whose rights are also advocated for by PETA.
Our answer is animals.
This philosopher considered the problem of facts beyond the reach of human concepts in his paper, What Is It Like to Be a Bat?
Nagel? Okay, our answer is Nagel.
Yep. This text distinguishes between edible, state, and demonic modes of animals in its analysis of becoming animal. The chapters of this text by Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari can be read in any order.
Our answer is the captive mind.
No, this is 1,000 plateaus. So you get 20 on the bonus. 1 second. Okay. Are all the spectators good? PC? I can't see them all.
Yeah, I think everyone is good.
Okay, cool. All right, and I will continue with the toss-up 2. Several works in a series by this artist depict donkeys variously as doctors, teachers, readers, and portrait sitters. The Belvedere torso inspired this artist's depiction of an armless naked man impaled on a tree stump. In one work, this artist etched a cat looking up at a man slumped on a desk as owls and bats. That's Andrew.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that is power.
Good buzz.
And your bonus. The last book in one series by this author contains a long examination of how Hitler is one of us for 10 points each. Identify this author of the long autofictional series My Struggle.
Oh, Karl Ove Knausgaard.
Yes, that's
Our
it.
answer is Knausgaard.
That's right. The first book in Knausgaard's My Struggle ends with the death of an abusive character with this relation to the author. Ivan Turgenev's novel about the nihilist Bazarov is titled For These People and Sons.
Fathers? Yeah, okay. Our answer is fathers.
Yes. Knausgaard is an author from this country. Another author from this country, Knut Hamsun, wrote the novel Hunger.
Denmark, I think.
No, it's Norway or Sweden.
Sweden, I think.
I think it's Sweden. I think
Yeah.
it's Sweden. Our answer is Sweden.
It's Norway, so you
All
get
right.
20 on the bonus. Toss up 3. This function of the input arguments the output in the second case of the master theorem when a recurrence is neither leaf nor root dominated. For a trie of size n, this function of n describes the length of the stored strings. The time required to insert elements into a heap is proportional to this function of its size. Elements of balanced search trees can be located, Pratyush.
Log n.
Yeah, that is power. And your bonus. Only 2 lines survive from the last poem in the epic cycle, which was named for this man for 10 points each. Name this man born on the island of Aea. After landing in what he thinks is Corfu, he killed his father with a stingray-tipped spear.
Gollum.
No. It's Telegonus.
Oh, yeah. Our answer is Telegonus.
That's right. Telegonus killed his father Odysseus while the latter fought alongside this other son of his. He had earlier helped Odysseus kill 108 suitors of his mother Penelope.
Our answer is Telemachus.
That's right. Telegonus was born from an affair between Odysseus and Circe, which began after Odysseus used this magical herb for protection against Circe's magic.
Our answer is Molly.
That's right, for 30. And just let another spectator and then give a second to turn the camera on. All right, and I will continue with toss-up 4. Harold LeMay's extensive private collection of these things is now a museum in Tacoma, Washington. The most prestigious show for these things takes place each August in Pebble Beach and is called the Conquer Elegance. Ron Aguirre's X-Frame got around a California law, Cerulean.
Motorcycles?
1 second, incorrect. Got around a California law banning people who operated these things low and slow, a practice common in the Chicano community. Ron Howard's character owns one of these things called a Tri-5 in George Lucas's film American Graffiti. The A&W restaurant chain falsely claims to have invented the trend of having employees on roller skates deliver food to people in these things. Lowriders are examples of, for 10 points, what general type of vehicle that also includes hot rods? Pratyush?
Car.
That's right. And your bonus. The observed difference between these 2 points is larger when determined using qualitative properties like color and is dominated by experimental error for 10 points each. Name these 2 points in an assay. One of these points is theoretically defined while the other appears as an inflection point when concentration is on the x-axis.
Oh, half equivalent. Okay, our answer is equilibrium point and isoelectric point.
No, this is the equivalence point and the end point. At the equivalence point, the amount of analyte exactly balances the amount of reagent added during this procedure, which often uses a burette.
Our answer is a titration?
Yes, titration can quantify this property of various oils in terms of bromine number and iodine number. This property serves as a proxy for an oil's propensity to oxidize when exposed to air.
Degree of unsaturation?
Answer?
Okay. Yeah, our answer is degree of unsaturation.
That's correct. So 20 on the bonus. And toss up 5. A group of people living in this place formed the Varsity Victory Volunteers who, as the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, Pedro?
Place, like a Japanese internment camp?
Incorrect. 442nd Regimental Combat Team fought in Purple Heart Valley at the Battle of Cassino in World War II. In 1932, Clarence Darrow defended men who lynched a boxer in this place in the Massey Affair. Senator George Hoare unsuccessfully advocated for the rights of people living here who lost power in the Newlands Resolution. Castle and Cook was one of the big 5 sugar producers that dominated the politics of this place until a democratic revolution that eventually sent Medal of Honor winner Daniel Inouye to the Senate. This place had earlier been ruled by Queen Liliuokalani. For 10 points, named this 50th state to enter the Union after Alaska. Elliot.
Hawaii.
That's right. Yeah.
Protest.
Noted.
No, don't protest.
Don't pray.
Okay, all right.
Okay, we'll figure it out after the bonus. And your bonus for TJ. Before marrying his wife, Armand Aubigny waits for an expensive corbeille from Paris to arrive in this story for 10 points each. Name the story collected in Bayou Folk in which Armand sends his wife away from La Brie upon discovering that his child is not white.
Our answer is Desiree's Baby.
Yes. In this story by the author of Desiree's Baby, Mrs. Mallard dies right after hearing that her husband was not really killed in a railroad accident.
Okay, our answer is Story of an Hour.
Yes.
Nice.
This author of The Story of an Hour included Creole French in her novel, The Awakening.
Our answer is Chopin.
That's right. That's 30. And just to clarify, Hunter, will you be protesting that?
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. All right. I'll go on to toss up 6. When this factor is dominant, the mechanism of an electrocyclic reaction is entirely determined by the symmetry of the HOMO by the Woodward-Hoffman rules. In the absence of this factor, a reaction will eschew the more stable thermodynamic product for the kinetic product. A lab demo that produces this factor in excess creates a carbonized pillar by adding sulfuric acid to sucrose. The addition of this factor produces a rightward shift in the equilibrium of a reaction with the Ben.
Like the reagents.
1 second. No, incorrect. With a positive change in enthalpy, this factor is denoted with a triangle over the reaction arrow, and it can supply the activation energy needed to perform an endothermic reaction. For 10 points, name this factor that can be supplied to a reaction by a hot plate. Pratyush?
Heat.
That's right. And your bonus? For 10 points each, identify the following about the long history of the petition in British politics. A third of Britain's adult population signed an 1842 petition supporting this movement for universal male suffrage. This movement's name comes from an 1838 text co-written by William Lovett.
Our answer is Chartist.
Yeah. Some 18,000 people from this constituent country of the UK signed a 1689 petition to abolish the unpopular Council of the Marches. Its capital is Cardiff.
Our answer is Wales.
Until a 2019 anti-Brexit petition, a 1939 petition advocating for one of these schemes was likely the most signed in British history. The first state-sponsored program of this type was introduced by Otto von Bismarck in 1889.
Yes. Like state-sponsored school system? Like, I guess. Okay.
Answer?
Our answer is healthcare.
1 second. No, you want an old age pension. So that's 20 on the bonus.
Time out.
Time out.
Yep, sure.
Could we have a score check in the meantime?
Sure.
So after 6, I have 190 for TJ and 40 for Hunter.
Can I?
Would it be okay if I use the restroom very quickly?
Go ahead.
Okay.
We're ready. Thank you.
Okay. Cool. Just give a second to turn cameras back on.
Just 1 sec.
Okay. All right. Is everyone good to go?
It says this. Okay, no, I'm not.
So yeah, that'll happen. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. I will continue with toss up 7. This structure was once draped with linen scrolls containing the 7 hanging odes. Justin.
The Kaaba.
That's right, for power. And your bonus. The art dealer Leo Castelli fronted the $120,000 cost needed to buy enough of this material for a sculpture named for St. John placed outside the Holland Tunnel for 10 points each. Identify this material used for Jeff Koons' balloon dog sculptures. The American Bridge Company fabricated a sculpture made from this material in Chicago for Pablo Picasso.
Yeah, our answer is steel.
That's right. St. John's Rotary Arc was created by this artist whose controversial site-specific tilted arc was removed from New York's Federal Plaza because workers in nearby buildings hated it.
I was going to just say Calder. Our answer is Calder.
This is Richard Serra. Serra's fence-like sculpture Twain was commissioned for a park in this city with a view of Eero Saarinen's stainless steel gateway arch.
St. Louis. Okay, our answer is St. Louis.
That's right, for 20. Toss up 8. Israeli officers posing as Mexicans secretly helped build up this country's military. The NOL Container Shipping Company was established in this country on the advice of Dutch economist Albert Vincemius. Extensive slum clearance by its HDB in the 1960s has led to over 80% of this country's population living in public housing. Elliot.
France?
Incorrect. Provided by its ruling People's Action Party in Pedro.
Singapore?
Yeah, that's right, for power.
Yeah.
And your bonus. For 10 points each, identify the following about some iconic advertising signs. An animated neon sign nicknamed Little Audrey in this city was restored after public outcry in the 1970s. This Australian state capital's old treasury building houses many relics from an 1850s gold rush.
Melbourne, I think.
Yeah. Okay, all right, go with it.
Our answer is Melbourne.
That's right. This American state made neon its official element. In the 1950s, a neon cowboy named Vic advertised the Pioneer Club casino in the state.
Nevada.
Oh,
Okay, all right.
Our answer is Nevada.
That's right. The word flower was removed from the Farine 5 Roses sign in this city following a passage of a 1977 language law. A sign for Fairmount Bagel advertises this city's characteristically sweet bagels.
Montreal, right? Yeah, Montreal. Our answer is Montreal.
That's right, for 30.
I've been there.
Right. Toss up 9. One of this writer's characters thought she heard someone crying after putting her fur coat, Justin?
Mansfield.
Yeah, that's right, for power. And your bonus. Diagrams of identical examples of these entities can be related through one of the 3 Reidemeister moves for 10 points each. Identify these things that, according to a theory by Lord Kelvin, link together atoms. An Alexander polynomial is an invariant for these structures.
String, Alexander. Invariant for. Okay, our answer. Crystal.
These are knots. Kelvin's theory suggested that the atoms knotted together were themselves formed of these topological defects. The curl of the velocity and the circulation are used to characterize these things.
Eddies? No. Our answer is vortices.
That's correct. Kelvin theorized that atoms were vortices found within this substance, which was believed to be the medium through which light propagated.
Phlogiston. Oh, luminiferous ether. Yeah, of course. Our answer is luminiferous ether.
That's right, for 20. And toss up 10. This musician collaborated with landscape artists to represent a 6-part suite in Toronto's Music Garden. This musician performs by himself for the majority of the soundtrack to the final film in Godfrey Reggio's Qatsi trilogy. Since August 1973, Emmanuel Axe has been the primary, Andrew.
Yo-Yo Ma.
That's right, for power.
Nice.
And your bonus? Bettina Gappa's novel Out of Darkness tells the story of the 69 so-called dark companions who dragged this man's corpse 1,000 miles back to a British outpost for 10 points each. Identify the Scottish missionary and explorer who was found by Henry Morton Stanley in 1871.
Livingstone.
Okay, our answer is Livingston.
Yes, Dr. Livingston also appears in Namwali Serpel's novel The Old Drift, titled for a lodge on this river which flows through Victoria Falls.
Isn't that the Congo?
What?
That was the Congo, but.
No, it's not the Congo.
Then Zambezi.
I think Zambezi.
No, Zambezi then.
Our answer is Zambezi.
That's right. Yeah. Livingston earlier traveled from Linyanti to the capital of this modern-day country, now one of the most expensive cities in the world to live in. The Mbundu people are the largest ethnic group in this country.
Angola?
Angola?
It should be Angola.
Yeah. Okay, our answer is Angola.
That's right, for 30. And that's the half.
So at the halves, the score is 140 for Hunter and 270 for TJ.
I have 280 for them.
You have 280? Okay. So after 6, they were...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's review. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. So at 6, we were at 190, right?
Yep.
And then we got 20 and 20 for 230 on 7.
Yeah.
And then 20 and 20 for 270 on toss of 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. 270.
We're good.
All right.
Okay, cool. Everyone ready to continue? Okay. And I'll keep reading with toss up 11. Bill Schutt's perfectly natural history of this topic examined medicinal forms of it described by Galen. Taphonomic signatures were key pieces of evidence in the study of this topic in ancient Anasazi people by Jacqueline and Christy Turner. In an essay titled for this topic, Michel de Montaigne argued that everyone calls what is not their own custom barbarism. William Arends argued that there were no reputable eyewitness accounts of this colonial myth, despite its name deriving from the Carib people. Justin.
Like cannibalism?
That's right, for 10. And your bonus. Amalia Rodriguez was known as the queen of a genre of music from this country for 10 points each. Name this country in which fado music emerged during the 1820s.
Fado, Brazil, right? Isn't it Brazil?
Sure. Our answer is Brazil.
It's Portugal. Fado music is usually accompanied by the Portuguese version of this instrument, which has 12 strings. In Spain, the players of this instrument use a cejilla while accompanying flamenco singers.
Guitar, probably. Our answer is guitar.
Mm-hmm. This medieval Portuguese capital on the Mondego River developed a distinctive style of fado music, which is only performed by men wearing black capes.
You just.
I don't know if that's.
Answer?
Our answer is Porto.
No, this is Coimbra, so you get 10 on the bonus. And toss up 12. This technique may assign an inversion time to a flare sequence to null undesired fluid signals. Gradient echo sequences in this technique allow for very short repetition times. Bold contrast is used in a form of this technique. Pratyush?
MRI?
Yeah, that's right, for power. And your bonus. An 1801 act passed in the waning days of the Adams presidency reduced the number of these people from 6 to 5 for 10 points each. Identify these people who preside on a body led by a chief such as John Marshall.
Yeah, our answer is the Supreme Court Supreme Court Justice.
Yeah. The Judiciary Act of 1801 briefly relieved Supreme Court justices of having to perform this tiresome task wherein judges would visit local municipalities to try cases.
No, it's not. Like they're actually our answer is rallying.
No, this is a riding circuit. While circuit riding, Samuel Chase drew the ire of Republicans for presiding over the prosecution of many Republicans under this law. James Callender was jailed under this law.
Wait, no. The alien or the sedition?
That makes sense.
You just
one of those. I don't know which.
Our answer is the Sedition Act.
That's right.
No.
That's 20. Toss up 13. The so-called Colossus of Rhodes, Thomas Telford, gained fame for supervising the Ellesmere example of one of these things. The GBLA was formed in one of these things and staged its own version of the Olympics in 1968. The American Revolution temporarily halted a mania for investing in these things in England. Elliot.
Tulips?
Incorrect. Leaving the Grand Western incomplete. The French people raised half the funds necessary to finance one of these things completed in 1869 under the supervision of Ferdinand de Lesseps. Pedro.
Mouse.
That's right, for 10. And your bonus. These phenomena are so weak that even supernovae must be inside the Milky Way to produce noticeable amounts of them for 10 points each. Identify these phenomena that were predicted by general relativity and detected by LIGO in 2014.
Yeah, our answer is gravitational waves.
Yes. In 2019, the detection event S190814BV was attributed to a black hole merging with one of these extremely dense objects.
I'm sorry. It's a neutron star, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Our answer is a neutron star.
That's right. Observations of gravitational waves helped refine the TOV limit, which limits the mass of neutron stars that are not undergoing this process. Stars undergoing this process produce anomalously bright type 1a supernovae because they are more massive than expected.
What is it? It's like it's like they're not accreting mass, I think.
Okay.
It's like they're not accreting mass.
No, they are rotating. So that is 20 on the bonus. Toss up 14. Gotthold Lessing's text Hamburg Dramaturgy cites Shakespeare to suggest the French did not understand this author, whom Bertolt Brecht positioned as the antithesis of his epic theater. This author defined one genre as an imitation of an action that arouses pity and fear. Pierre Corneille's tragicomedy Les Cid incited a literary feud because it rejected this author's idea that a play cerulean.
Oh God. Okay. Aristotle.
Yeah, that's right for power. And your bonus. In a letter to his half-sister Augusta Lee, Lord Byron wrote, "If I am a poet, the air of this country has made me one," for 10 points each. Name this country that Byron called a sad relic of departed worth and Childe Harold's pilgrimage. In 1824, Byron died while fighting for this country's War of Independence.
Greece. Answer is Greece.
Yes. In the third canto of this satirical Byron epic, the title character and his lover Heidi listen to a hymn lamenting Turkey's rule over the Isles of Greece.
Is it Don Juan?
Yeah. I think
Their answer is Don Juan.
That's right. Byron addressed a 10-year-old maid of Athens in a poem that urges to give back this thing. Byron's poem, She Walks in Beauty, ends by praising a mind at peace with all below and one of these things.
Light.
Okay.
I have no idea, but it feels right.
I'd say that.
Our answer is light.
No, it's a heart. So you get 20 on the bonus. Toss up 15. Following litigation over one of these events, Blythe Masters at JP Morgan invented the credit default swap to cover risk for $5 billion in compensatory damages. Joseph Hazelwood was widely scapegoated for being drunk during one of these events, though a broken raycast system was the more immediate cause. Defective cement led to an explosion that caused one of these events in 2010 at a facility. Andrew.
Like an oil spill?
Yeah, that's right for power.
Good.
And your bonus. The name for these institutions comes from a practice in which the 71 members of the Sanhedrin would sit before students prior to arriving on a decision for 10 points each. Identify this Hebrew term for academies where the Talmud and Torah are studied.
Synagogue?
Yeshiva.
Oh, okay.
Okay, our answer is a yeshiva.
That's right. Jews who have undergone this coming of age ceremony typically attend a mezivta. Parties usually follow this ceremony where Orthodox boys who have reached the age of 13 are called to read a section of the Torah.
Bar mitzvah.
The bar mitzvah.
Is that your answer?
Yeah, bar mitzvah.
Okay. Yep. Many yeshivas were founded in Poland after the rise of this Jewish movement, which was founded by Israel ben Eliezer, better known as the Baal Shem Tov, or the Master of the Good Name.
Our answer is Hasidism.
That's right, for 30.
We'd like to call a timeout for TJ and get a score check.
Sounds good.
Sure. So after 15, I have 260 for Hunter and 330 for TJ.
Okay. All right. Are both teams ready to continue? Are both teams ready to continue?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And I'll continue reading. Toss up 16. One form of this process begins after the cleavage of gasdermin D by the inflammasome. Card domains contain a fold named for this process. That protein domain is found in a set of cysteine proteases which target proteins at aspartic acid residues. A form of this process that occurs when certain cells detach from the extracellular matrix is known as anoikis. Flipases cause exposure of phosphatidylserine. Pratyush?
Apoptosis?
That's right, for 10. And your bonus. This poet also plays alto sax for the band Poetic Justice for 10 points each. Name this author who began all but the last line of the first section of her best-known poem with the title phrase, "She Had Some Horses." Carla Hayden appointed this author to a post previously held by Tracy K. Smith.
Harjo directed. Our answer is Harjo.
That's right. Harjo is the first U.S. poet laureate from this broad ethnic group. Harjo was an important figure in the late 20th century literary renaissance of this ethnic group, to which Sherman Alexie also belongs.
Our answer is Native American.
That's right. Joe Biden mistakenly said that this author was poet laureate at his inauguration when this former youth poet laureate read The Hill We Climb.
Our answer is Gorman.
That's right, for 30. Toss up 17. This author wrote a story where Titus is one of two men vying to be crucified for a crime he did not commit. In another story by this author, a Jew named Abraham is convinced that the debauchery he observes in Rome must mean Justin.
Boccaccio?
That's right, for power. And your bonus. These people, unlike housebound gulams, were trained for military service and eventually given a degree of freedom for 10 points each. Identify this class of people who established a namesake dynasty that controlled Egypt and parts of Syria from the 13th through 16th centuries.
Our answer is the Mamluks.
That's right. Mamluks made up an important part of this man's armies. This Ayyubid Sultan was victorious at the Battle of Hattin and negotiated with Richard the Lionheart during the Third Crusade.
Our answer is Saladin.
Mamluk leader Baybars seized this crusader city in 1268, massacring all its inhabitants. In ancient times, this city succeeded Seleucia as capital of an empire founded by Seleucus I Nicator.
Wait, so what was the capital of Seleucid Empire? Antioch?
Our answer is Antioch.
That's right, for 30.
Nice.
Toss up 18. In an opera set in this country, a construction supervisor oversees a group of actors who perform a revenge play that parallels the opera's real-life events. That opera titled for this country was the first full-scale opera by Judith Weir. A woman in another opera set in this country sings, "I used to be a teacher many years ago," after receiving a gift of a small glass Pedro.
China?
That's right, for power. And your bonus. Unequal examples of this process are believed to be a major contributor to the generation of gene duplications for 10 points each. Name this process which exchanges genetic material during prophase 1 of meiosis during synapsis.
Like crossing over.
Okay.
Crossing over.
That's right. A lack of a chiasma during crossing over often results in improper chromosomal segregation, which results in this general condition in which a cell has an abnormal amount of chromosomes.
An aneuploidy. Okay. Our answer is an aneuploidy.
That's right. The most well-known condition resulting from aneuploidy may be this trisomy of chromosome 21, which results in intellectual disability and almond-shaped eyes.
Down syndrome?
Yeah, our answer is Down syndrome.
That's right, for 30. Can I ask for a score check going into 19?
Sure. So going into 19, the score is 310 for Hunter and 420 for TJ.
Okay, thanks. All right. Toss up 19. One person with this title claimed to take nightly advice from a nymph whom he later married. Justin.
King of Roll.
That's right, for power. And your bonus. According to X-ray analysis, a Johannes Vermeer painting of a woman in this profession asleep next to a glass of wine originally featured a man standing in a doorway for 10 points each. Identify this profession. A woman in this profession in a blue and yellow dress fills a jug in another Vermeer painting.
Our answer is milkmaid.
In another Vermeer work, a woman in yellow holds a lute while discussing one of these objects with her maid. Slippers are visible against a black and white tiled floor in the foreground of that work.
Maybe discussing this, like a map?
What are they asking for?
A painting?
Answer?
Our answer is painting.
No, it's a letter. In a 1999 novel, Tracy Chevalier imagined that the woman in a Vermeer painting titled "For These Type of Earrings" was one of Vermeer's maids.
Our answer is pearl earrings.
That's right, for 20. And last toss-up of the game. 8,000 people were stranded at one of these places in Japan in 2018 after an oil tanker took out a bridge during Typhoon Jebi. One of these places, named for Felipe Angeles, is a pet project of Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, who Pedro?
Airport?
Yeah, that's right, for power. And your bonus. Since 1888, this island has been a territory of Chile for 10 points each. Name the specific island home to monolithic statues called Moai and named for the Christian holiday on which it was first visited by Europeans.
Easter Island.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. During an expedition to Easter Island, this Norwegian anthropologist and leader of the Kon-Tiki expedition observed Inca-like stonework, which he cited to support his theory that Polynesia was settled by South Americans.
There's Heyerdahl.
Yeah. The Moai-centered religion on Easter Island gave way to this cult based around an annual competition in which men competed to retrieve the first egg of the migratory sooty tern.
No.
Andrew Diaz.
No.
Our answer
Make up
is
a name. That sounds big.
Yeah.
Tui Rapa.
No, this is the Birdman cult.
Oh, that's
And that is the game.
The final score is 460 for TJ and 350 for Hunter. Good game to everyone.
Good game.
Yep.
Thank you for reading.
Congrats to
Thank you for
TJ and
reading.
good luck to both
Jackie
of you.
Dartley's team did
Can they know you're a spectator?
All right. We're gonna get started in about 5 minutes. Why don't we do some buzzer checks while we're waiting? All right, if teams want to go to the buzz.live and buzz, and I think Mike will also spotlight you while you're doing that. Also say your name so we can make sure we hear you.
Mike, I'm not sure we have TJA's players in the
Okay,
room
well,
just yet.
we can wait for that. Looking forward to that.
We now have 3 players from each team on the buzzer. If we could get our 4th player to join the buzzer from each team, please. Spectators, please note that you need to have a spectator tag. If you don't have one, I can add one to your name. You also need to have your camera on. If your camera is not on during play, I will move you to the waiting room. Thank you very much. And we're just waiting on that 4th player from St. Mark's now to join the buzzer, please.
Could you link it in chat? Because I came a bit late.
It's in the screen I'm sharing.
Oh, I'm stupid.
The code is 221267. Teams and coaches, please note that the protest procedure for this round is slightly different. Any protest lodged will be recorded and reported immediately. so that we can get that resolution to you as soon as we can, as we know that may affect ongoing play.
Remember, this game's also being streamed. I think at this point, given the number of people that we have on here and that we're going to start now, I think we will probably not be admitting any more spectators, but people wishing to check it out can go on the YouTube channel. Let me double check the message for me. Hold on.
Therese, the message is for you.
Okay. All right, Mike, you want to send that in text? Anyway, while that's going on, why don't we start doing a buzzer check? Although Mike needs to handle the reset, so actually we'll wait for him. So while we're waiting, this is the semifinals match between TJA and St. Mark's. I believe that the winner of this advances to the final, and then the loser still has another chance in the following game, although it's a complicated schedule. I'm not 100% sure about that, so don't take my word as gospel here. Cerise, let me know when you are ready to start the buzzer check.
Yes, I will do that, Mike. Sorry,
Okay.
this is this matter will require handled before we can start. So everybody, please hold on for a moment.
In the meantime, I just want to repeat again that any spectators that are not part of PACE or the staff or anything should have their cameras on the entire time.
Good, Ned.
Let's see, who am I missing in terms of spotlighting here? Is there a fourth player for St. Mark's that I should be spotlighting?
Varden?
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, we will get started momentarily once we get this other matter resolved.
If you're a spectator not from PACE and you have your camera on, you also need to have your face in view and not pointed at a ceiling.
And again, a reminder, this is also being live streamed. If it's more convenient for you to not be doing that, you can still catch the match there where this is not a requirement. Sorry, we should be starting very shortly. Okay, I think it looks like we are ready to get started on the buzzer check. Why don't we have TJ buzz in and say your name?
Hello, I'm Vishal.
Hello, I'm Elliot. Did it work?
A little quiet.
Hello, Justin.
Hello, Pratish.
Hi, my name is Ayush.
I'm Gordon.
Hi, I'm Aditya.
I'm Ned.
All right. Is everyone ready to get started?
Yes.
Actually, hold on. I think the coach for TJ is in the waiting room. Would you be able to let him in?
Short answer, no.
There's an issue with his camera. Are you in contact with him?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I've let him know that he needs to have his camera on, and there's another matter that he knows about. So if he can resolve that, then you can call a timeout and we can let him back in. Other than that, we have to start the game at this time. Okay. I'm sorry to have to put you gentlemen in that awkward situation. That's straight from the tournament director.
Understood. Thank you anyways.
Okay. So let us get started with round 15. Toss up. Measurements of this quantity imply a transition zone where olivine changes between the phases found in the upper and lower mantle. Changes in this quantity for phenomenon following a PKP path cause them to avoid a roughly 36-degree region opposite from their source. The boundaries between regions of Earth's interior are observed as discontinuities in this quantity. The time is Pratyush.
Density?
Say it again?
Density?
No. The time between primary and secondary phenomenon can be used to calculate the distance to an earthquake because this quantity is known for surface waves. Primary waves are named for having a higher value of this quantity than S waves. For 10 points, name this quantity of seismic waves that can reach several thousand meters per second as they travel through rock. Ned.
Velocity.
That's correct. Nice. Bonus. A 1974 book by this author examines how people such as Brett Hauser, a supermarket box boy, do their jobs. For 10 points each, identify this historian and Chicago area radio host behind books like Working and The Good War.
No idea. We can go Zinn. That's wrong.
Answer.
Our answer is Zinn.
Studs Terkel. Terkel's Working is this type of history which collects verbatim interviews from people and presents them directly in the text. This type of history has been widely adopted by websites to revisit pop culture events.
Ned, do you have any idea what this could be? Like, have you been to any-
Preserved history?
Answer.
Our answer is preserved history.
It's oral history. Another prominent oral historian, Svetlana Alexievich, interviewed participants in this conflict for her book, Boys in Zinc. The U.S. boycotted the 1980 Summer Olympics in opposition to one side in this war.
Like the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Our answer is the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan.
10 points.
We'd like to make a protest on that toss-up.
Okay. So we are resolving them as they come up. That's right, Cerise. So I guess let's get the details.
The answer given by Pratyush was density. And we think that it's like density changes, like the difference in density between the phases is part of what causes the change in the speed of like seismic waves.
You're muted.
Yeah, Mike, if you're talking.
You might be talking to other people.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, sorry. Give me just a moment to get the form up and I'll note what you're saying about density. Hold on. Okay. This is round 15. We're in room 1. A toss up 1. So TJ, your contention is that your answer should have been accepted or prompted?
Yes.
Okay. This was on toss up 1. You made the first buzz. Where exactly was this buzz, Mike?
This is on the end of the clue. The boundaries between regions of the Earth's interior are observed as discontinuities in this quantity, and that was still in power.
Gotcha. Okay, the answer offered was density. That answer was ruled wrong without further prompt. Received no points. St. Mark's got 10 and 10 on the subsequent bonus. We agree with all these things, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. The substance of your protest is, as I understood it, differences in density. Well, you go ahead and say it. I'll write down what you say.
Okay, so the differences in density cause the change in the speed of seismic waves.
Okay. Anything else you would like to say, TJA?
No, that's it.
Okay. Anything we want to say, Mike?
Nope.
Anything you would like to add, St. Mark's?
No.
Okay. That protest is now before the eyes of the protest committee. If a resolution comes in during play, we will stop play and announce it.
Okay, toss up 2 then. Toss up. A character of this nationality who declares, "I like guys to hurt me," plays the game with her abusive Swedish boyfriend Lucas and has an on-again, off-again relationship with a boy whose mother cleans her house. An author with this nationality wrote the novels Conversations with Friends and Normal People. A poet of this self-identified nationality described how he once carried his grandfather milk in a bottle corked sloppily with paper, says Justin.
Irish.
10 points. Bonus. Hypohidrosis refers to an inability to release normal amounts of this fluid, which is primarily secreted by apocrine and eccrine glands. For 10 points each. And by this fluid, which is released in order to control body temperature, it can accumulate on the forehead or under the armpits during stressful situations.
Our answer is sweat.
One way to diagnose cystic fibrosis is to measure for elevated amounts of this ion in one's sweat because the defective CFTR channels impair the reabsorption of this ion and sodium.
Yeah, chlorine. Our answer is this ion, the chloride. Our answer is Cl minus.
Sorry, that was a pause.
Our answer is Cl minus.
So I'm really going to correct this chloride. The binding of this chemical compound to TRPV1 receptors leads to gustatory sweating as a thermoregulatory response. Like lidocaine, a patch containing this compound may be used to control peripheral neuropathy.
Maybe, yeah. Our answer is capsaicin.
20 points.
Okay.
Toss up 3. Description acceptable. Investors concerned about this event were told to put their hearts at ease after a negotiation with Jock the Sock McLehos. The date for this event was called As Good as Forever in an 1898 extension negotiated by Claude Maxwell MacDonald. Says Ayush.
Hong Kong handover. Yeah, good job.
Bonus. The critic Morelli poses the challenge of writing a novel without conventional psychology in this novel's 62nd chapter, which inspired the author to write 62, a model kit. For 10 points each, name a stream of consciousness novel that follows characters such as Talita and Horatio Oliveira, the latter of whom is searching for La Maga. It has 99 expendable chapters.
Hopscotch.
Defer.
It's just hopscotch.
Hopscotch was written by this Argentine author of the story The Axolotl.
Oh,
Next.
whoa.
I'm going to defer to you.
Answer.
Time right that. Defer.
That's times Cortazar. According to scholarly consensus, the Latin American boom of the 1960s and 70s either began with the publication of Hopscotch or with this author's novel, The Time of the Hero. This Peruvian right-winger wrote Aunt Julia and the scriptwriter.
Vargas Llosa.
Vargas Llosa, yeah. Our answer is Vargas Llosa.
20 points.
You're good, Ned.
Plus 4. These people originated a ritual gesture in which they raised their hands with the palm facing outward and thumb extended as they parted their fingers between the middle and ring fingers. One of these people accused Hannah of being drunk before asking God to Ned.
What, like Kohanim?
Say your answer again.
Kohanim?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I do have that. Yes. 20.
Okay, nice.
Good stuff, dude.
Oh, just from Jewish priests. Okay.
I was just like, there's also another Cohen answer here that I was looking at rather than that one that did not have the suffix. Bonus. A society of this name formed in the 18th century likely derived its name from the unusual garments worn by Bishop Benjamin Stillingfleet. For 10 points each, identify this now derisive term for a group of intellectual women such as Hester Thrale and Elizabeth Montagu.
Now derisive term for a group of women. No idea.
Talk about its color, the woman in white.
Our answer is women in white.
Blue stockings. Montague hosted one of these intellectual gatherings. Girondins discussed politics at one of these regular gatherings hosted at the home of Madame Roland.
Solon. Yeah, our answer is Solon.
One influential salon was hosted by the wife of this Swiss-born Minister of Finance to Louis XVI, whose widely read 1781 report on the French budget grossly oversold the country's fiscal solvency.
16, right? Probably Necker. Could be Trudeau. Our answer is Necker.
Yes, 20 points.
Good stuff.
Toss up 5. The Knudsen number is the ratio between characteristic measures of this value for a system, and it determines whether continuum mechanics can be used. A lecture suggesting that there's plenty of room for science when this value is small was given by Richard, so it's Ned.
What? Just like size?
Yes. Pass.
Nice.
Bonus. Economist Claudia Golden found that the curve for this quantity for women first falls, then rises after industrialization, creating a U shape. For 10 points each, name the stat, the total number of people in the workforce or looking for work divided by the total number of potential workers.
So like employment percentage, like percent
Employment
employed.
rate.
Yeah, employment rate. Our answer is employment rate.
No, this is the labor force participation rate. Golden argued that the high school movement in the US led to a century of increasing the human form of this factor of production that also titles a Karl Marx book.
Capital. Our answer is capital.
Yes. Golden has also written about women's overrepresentation in low-paying caregiving jobs, described by this adjective. A tax name for this adjective refers to the extra price attached to products marketed to women.
Emotional
domestic.
labor? That makes sense too.
I think it's domestic. Our answer is domestic.
Pink, 10 points.
Ah.
Clear buzzer. Toss up 6. In 2003, this American recruited the biologist Martin Nowak to head a new facility that he established. An interview about this American led to a spate of sarcastic Google reviews for a Pizza Express in Woking, England. This transhumanist funded the program for evolutionary dynamics at Harvard and owned a house on East 71st Street that was one of the largest in Manhattan. Alexander Acosta resigned his post as Secretary of Labor after the lenient deal he gave this man, whose black book of contacts included Prince Andrew. This man's Ayush.
Jeffrey Epstein.
10 points.
Nice.
Bonus. This substance permeates the intergalactic space, the interstellar space, and interplanetary space. For 10 points each, name the substance whose many fine particles absorb and scatter visible light.
Dark matter.
I think it's dust. Dust makes
Scatter. Yeah.
Okay,
dust
our answer is dust.
Within our solar system, dust produces a dim light over the horizon along this plane, which defines the zodiac constellations. This plane is inclined 23.4 degrees from the axis of the Earth.
Elliptic.
Ecliptic? Yeah. Wait, is it
Wait,
elliptic
is
or
it-
ecliptic? I think it's ecliptic.
Go with Martin.
Defer to Varden.
Ecliptic?
That's right. This telescope can probe objects surrounded by dense dust because IR light can penetrate through. This telescope trails Earth in a heliocentric orbit to avoid accidentally heating up, and it entered its productive warm period after running out of coolant.
Hubble Space
Hubble
Telescope.
Hubble Space Telescope, probably because
Yeah.
Our answer is Hubble Space Telescope.
It's the Spitzer Space Telescope, 20 points.
We'd like to call a timeout for TJ and get a score check.
Okay.
Also,
After 6 toss-ups, the score stands at St. Mark's 160, TJ 30. TJ can gain 60, 70 points via a protest on toss-up 1.
I'm also going to let in 3 people in the waiting room, including TJ's coach. Assuming, and again, if any of them are not compliant with the camera rules, then they will be removed again. And yeah, just a reminder, all spectators need to have their full face visible at all times, not just half of your face. And you also should not be getting up and moving around out of the frame of the camera. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Coach,
Yeah.
I'm sending you some direct messages. Could you please
I'm
respond
sorry.
to them?
I'm in the car, but I'm not driving.
You're not driving.
I'm not. I'm in the car, but
Okay.
I'm not driving.
Thank you.
I know.
Coach.
I understand that you're concerned, but I am not driving.
Thank you very much,
Yes,
Coach. I'm glad we were able to clear that up.
Yeah. And
Okay.
at some point earlier, my video was disabled, which is why I couldn't turn it back. So that was confused. That got me too.
I apologize for that. I don't believe we disabled your video. I'm not sure why that would have happened, but I'm glad
Because it
you're
just
back
kept
here.
telling me it kept telling me I couldn't turn it back on. So I'm sorry about all the confusion. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yep. Seems like we've cleared that up. Thank you, Coach.
Okay, so we are resuming on toss-up 7 with the score TJ 30 and St. Mark's 160. Is everyone ready to go?
Keep it up. Let's go, guys.
Sorry, 1 second. Toss-up 7. An artist from this country painted a bird's nest being examined by a young couple and their dog in an idyllic landscape titled The Robber of the Sparrow's Nest. In a painting from this country, painted as a commercial advertisement, a young man helps a woman in green stockings enter the title establishment, which is filled with nude portraits. In that work, a man boxes up a portrait of this country's, so Elliot.
France?
10 points. Okay. Bonus. Answer the following about jazz singer Sarah Vaughan for 10 points each. Vaughan was discovered at the Apollo singing a song titled For the Body and This Other Entity. Hoagie Carmichael and Frank Loesser wrote a famous standard titled For Heart in This Entity.
Soul, maybe? Our answer is soul.
Vaughan helped pioneer bebop as part of the Earl Hines Big Band, which included this bebop saxophonist who was nicknamed Bird. This musician wrote standards such as Ornithology and Coco.
Our answer is Parker.
Vaughan sang a 3-octave version of this song, which opens Isn't It Rich? Are We a Pair? This song, a signature of Judy Collins, comes from Acts 2 of Stephen Sondheim's Little Night Music.
Our answer is Send in the Clowns.
30 points. Toss-up 8. Suffragist Adela Hunt Logan tragically jumped from the top floor of a building in the city. That building was part of an institution fundraised for by Olivia America Davidson that was modeled on a similar one in Hampton, Virginia. Chief Anderson taught a group of pilots training at this school's Moton Field. 500 textile dyes were developed during World War II and at this city, so that's Elliot.
Tuskegee?
Power. Bonus. An 8-year-old boy puts on a puppet show in this author's story Just Right. For 10 points each, name this author who wrote about Samad Iqbal and Archie Jones in her novel White Teeth.
Smith. Okay, our answer is Smith.
Yes, Just Right was published in a 2013 issue of this literary magazine that publishes a list of the best young British novelists every decade. It has published essays by authors of color about how to write about Africa and how to write about Pakistan.
Harper's. Our answer is Harper's.
It's Granta. Olga Tokarczuk, who has been published by Granta, won this prize in 2018 for her novel Drive Your Plow Over the Bones of the Dead. Poet Louise Gluck won this prize in 2020.
Okay. Our answer is the Nobel Prize in Literature.
20 points. Toss-up 9. The protagonist of this book is haunted by the image of injecting blood into the veins of society. During a chapter of this book set in the punk era, kids hang around a restaurant named Kansas. A child in this book tells God about her educational comics on Justin.
Persepolis?
Power. Bonus. For 10 points each, identify the following about the legacy of Charles F. Kettering. While at General Motors, Kettering came up with adding this toxic substance to gasoline. Pipes made from this element may have contributed to the fall of the Roman Empire.
Our answer is lead.
Another Kettering invention contributed to this problem, which was addressed after Kettering's death by the 1987 Montreal Protocol.
Global warming? Our answer is global warming.
I will prompt.
Climate change? Our answer is climate change.
I will prompt.
Yeah. Our answer is carbon dioxide emissions.
No, this is the ozone layer hole. More positively, Kettering invented a form of this stuff called Duco for the DuPont company. In fiction, Silas Lapham makes his fortune manufacturing this stuff.
Paint, you said? Our answer is paint.
Yeah, 20 points.
Nice.
Toss of 10. This book rejects the idea that men are naturally superior to women and cites the Amazons to argue that women can hold authority. An earlier section of this book lays out 19 new natural laws, which it argues can be summarized, Ned.
Leviathan.
Power.
Goodbye. Go.
Bonus. Answer some questions about depictions of Adam and Eve for 10 points each. An artist from this family painted animals and flowers for the Garden of Eden with the Fall of Man, in which his collaborator, Peter Paul Rubens, painted Adam and Eve. That same artist from this family also worked with the Rubens on the 5 senses.
Okay. So
family. Which family?
Krenak.
Defer.
Krenak.
That's Bruegel. Adam and Eve flank two angels playing instruments and face towards the center from the extremes of this work. Many groups of people admiringly gather around a lamb bleeding into a grail in another section of this work.
Ghent piece.
Yeah, our answer is Ghent piece.
God grabs Eve's wrist as Adam wakes up and watches in the left panel of this artist's triptych, The Garden of Earthly Delights.
Bosch. Bosch. Our answer is Bosch.
20 points, and that's a half.
Okay. Get up, take a break, get some water.
At the half, the score is St. Mark's 200, TJA 150. And as a reminder, TJA can gain 70 points from a protest on toss-up 1.
All right, I'm going to use the restroom.
Mike, did you get my message? Not Mike Bentley, Mike Freeze. I should be clear.
I did. I'm responding to that right now.
Awesome. Thanks.
Looks like we do have a protest resolution. So I can read out. So the ruling is the protest is denied with the reasoning that differences in density contributed to velocity changes of seismic waves, but are not the only contributor to wave velocity. The clues in question refer specifically to velocity rather than the density changes that contribute to it.
Okay, so that means the score is as called 200-150 with no pending protests.
Correct.
Come on, guys. Got it.
All right, is everyone ready to resume?
Yes.
Yep.
Am I ready? Yes. Okay. Toss up 11. These substances can be progressively replaced during activation of a metal organic framework as a milder alternative to treatment with supercritical CO2. The efficacy of these substances can be measured using the energy required to separate individual molecules from their neighbors, a metric named for Joel Hildebrand. A conical piece of lab equipment is used to move organic molecules from one of these substances to another. So that's Ned.
What? Liquid?
Prompt.
I don't know. Solution?
Prompt.
Buffer?
No.
Oh.
Polar aprotic examples of these substances. So Pratush.
Solvent.
Say that again.
Solvent.
10 points. Bonus. This religion criticized what it calls race mixing since it believes that each race has a separate paradise. For 10 points each, name this Chinese religion founded by Li Huangzi, which includes breathing exercises called Qigong. It also operates the Shen Yun performance troupe.
Our answer is Falun Gong.
A 2021 Atlantic article described how employees of this Falun Gong operated anti-communist media outlet were encouraged to spend 15 minutes every 6 hours to close their eyes and send forth righteous thoughts.
Our answer is the Epoch Times.
Yeah, Li Hongzhi claimed that these beings introduced modern technology to control humans. According to Scientology, one of these beings named Zeno formerly ruled the Earth.
Alien. Yeah, our answer is aliens.
Yes, 30 points.
Nice.
Toss up 12. Description acceptable. In retribution for this event, Wall's waiter was symbolically shot 11 times. This event, which prompted the formation of Committee X, was predicted ahead of time in George Sieber's Situation 21. In Moroccan, so it's Elliot.
The Munich Massacre.
Power. Bonus. Nationalists from this country credited the medieval folk hero Prince Madoc with discovering America 300 years before Columbus. For 10 points each, name a country whose myths, including a prose narrative made up of 4 branches, were translated into English by Lady Charlotte Guest.
It's Wales.
Wales. Our answer is Wales.
The Welsh poet Taliesin tended one of these objects for a year as a servant for Caer-Idwyn. In another myth, Efnishin destroys one of these objects that can revive the dead.
Maybe a tree. I don't know. Our answer is tree.
It's a cauldron. The myth about Taliesin and the cauldron of inspiration is similar to the tale of Finn McCool, who gains wisdom from eating a drop of the fat of one of these fish.
Salmon. Our answer is salmon.
20 points. Toss up 13. To inquire about the sales of a novel, this author sent a telegram consisting of a question mark to which his publisher replied with an exclamation mark. The drowning of this author's daughter, Leopoldine, so Justin.
Hugo.
Power. Bonus. The city appears in a 2-word term originated in an Atlantic Monthly essay, which became the first chapter of Elsie Venner. For 10 points each, elite northeastern families like the Cabots and Thayers are referred to as this city's Brahmins. Part 2 of The Sound and the Fury opens at Harvard in the city's suburb of Cambridge.
Our answer is Boston.
One member of this Brahmin literary family wrote the confessional poetry collection Life Studies. An earlier member of this family said that Edgar Allan Poe was 2/5 genius, 3/5 sheer fudge in A Fable for Critics.
Lowell. Okay, our answer is Lowell.
Yeah. This physician coined anesthesia and Boston Brahmin. He also wrote the Deacon's Masterpiece.
Is this like for Lisa? America?
Our answer is Johnson.
It's Holmes. 20
You want
points.
to take a timeout, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take it.
What's the answer to the last toss-up?
What was the
Hugo.
answer? Last toss-up is Victor
Hugo.
Hugo.
Oh.
At the timeout after toss-up 13, the score is TJA 270, St. Mark's 200 with no pending protests.
Second.
I have that.
Okay. Come on.
All right, is everyone ready?
Yep.
All right, toss up 14. This woman bites on a blade of grass while reading Whitman in a Dave Cicero photo, one of many of her posed with the book. In photographs taken shortly before this person's death, she wears a wool knit sweater while frolicking along the Santa Monica beach. A screen print diptych made in the manner of a Byzantine icon, so Justin.
Monroe.
Power. Bonus. The traditional indigo-dyed clothes of these people often stain their skin blue, leading to their nickname of Blue People. For 10 points each, identify these people whose Kel Owe clan controlled much of northern Niger in the 19th century. Timbuktu was captured in a rebellion named for these Berber people that broke out in 2012.
Oh yeah, Tuaregs?
Oh, our answer is Tuareg.
Berber peoples like the Tuareg constructed mausoleums called jedars. Some early evidence of the jedars come from the prolegomena of this well-traveled Tunisian historian of the 14th century.
Wait, like Ibn Battuta?
Okay, our answer is Ibn Battuta.
It's Ibn Khaldun. Tuareg camel caravans often carried gold mined along a river of this name, which shares its name with a modern-day country with a capital at Dakar.
Okay, so Senegal.
Our answer is Senegal.
20 points. Toss 15. Ovid's Fasti says that the month of February was sacred to this deity as a February, so Justin.
Janus?
Say it again?
Janus.
No. As a February 1st festival was dedicated to this deity's Saspita aspect. Tibullus suggests that either this deity or a spirit of the same name was the feminine counterpart of the male genius. An epithet of this deity, possibly derived from a word for warning, was connected to an incident in which this deity's sacred geese warned a general of Brennus's approaching Gauls. When Turnus's raid on the Trojan fortress goes south, this deity saves him from death. A storm created by this deity drives Dido and Aeneas into a cave. She was often addressed as Regina or Queen. For 10 points, name this Roman goddess of childbirth and marriage, whose Greek equivalent, Ned?
Juno.
10 points. Bonus. A team of Canadian scientists led by Eric Hessels recently measured this particle's radius as 0.833 femtometers, confirming an earlier measurement by Randolph Pohl. For 10 points each, and by this particle, the number of these particles in the nucleus of an atom determines an element's atomic number.
Proton.
Protons.
Our answer is proton.
Hessel's team used the energy difference to measure the proton's radius. This contributor to the fine structure is the energy difference between the 2s and 2p states in the hydrogen atom.
What?
Oh wait, it's the, I don't know, Lamb shift maybe?
Differ.
Answer.
Or just Lamb shift.
Yes. Another contributor to the fine structure is the Zeeman effect, which is a splitting of spectral lines in the presence of one of these entities.
I think it's a magnetic field. No, I think it's a magnetic field.
That makes sense.
Orange is magnetic field.
30 points.
Nice.
Toss up 16. Irving B. Wiener's textbook on this procedure surveys the much derided Ouija board method of conducting it. In the 1970s, John Exner standardized the 5 separate scoring systems that developed after the early, so Ned.
What, like a Rorschach test?
Power.
Let's
Okay,
go. Let's go.
nice.
Bonus. Answer the following about world music's influence on American minimalist Lamont Young for 10 points each. Young was inspired by the sounds of telephone poles for one of a set of 4 dreams of this country. The composer from this country incorporates instruments made of paper, stones, and water into his pieces, such as for Water Concerto.
I think that's China, right? Because that's 10, so China.
Sure. Our answer is China.
Young studied under a musician from this country, Pant Pran Nath, whose droning tempura music inspired Young's later music. Sitars are used in this country's music.
India.
India. Our answer is India.
Young drew inspiration from Chatter Lal, a tabla player. The tabla is an instrument from this family, which contains most instruments that make up the gamelan ensemble.
Drum.
Like percussion. Yeah. Our answer is drum.
Yes, 30 points.
Yeah.
Toss up 17. This king was sometimes joined in battle by his wife Hypsicratia, who donned men's clothes. This man supposedly inherited a capital city from the final ruler of the Spartacid dynasty, Polyristides V. Conrad Gessner titled a 1555 book on linguistics after this polyglot, who Pliny the Elder claimed could speak the 22 different languages of the kingdoms. Elliot.
Claudius?
No. Of the kingdoms he ruled. This king massacred 80,000 troops on advice from his court philosopher Metrodorus, the Roman hater, in the Asiatic Vespers. Later, this king and his son-in-law Tigranes were defeated in 66 BCE by forces led by Pompey. This king supposedly consumed small doses of poison to build up immunity. For 10 points, name is Great King of Pontus. Ned.
Mithridates.
10 points.
Okay.
Bonus. Mother Wolf decides to steal the title object from Kruger to sell to Volkov in this author's play, The Beaver Code. For 10 points each, name this German dramatist who wrote about a riot led by Moritz Jaeger against the harsh policies of Dressiger in his play, The Weavers.
The Weavers? Isn't that just Heine?
Differ.
Aren't just Heine?
It's Hauptmann. And Hauptmann's play, The Sunken Bell, Heinrich completes a bell, which is to be hung on a mountain inhabited by these characters. Mob and Cobweb are 2 of these beings in a Shakespeare comedy set in Athens.
Fairies?
Yeah, fairies probably. Our answer is fairies.
Yes. An unrelated author named Elizabeth Hauptmann may have worked with this author on his play with music, The Threepenny Opera. He also wrote Mother Courage and Her Children.
Correct.
Differ.
Ours is correct.
Yeah, 20 points. Let's go score check.
Going into toss-up 18, the score is St. Mark's 320, TJA 310 with no pending protests.
So 3 more questions.
Yep.
Yeah, 3 more questions left. Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Toss up 18. In this state, a man offers Judge Lynch $1,700 and a watch to save Tennessee's life. In another story, travelers in this state listen to the innocent pronounce Achilles as Justin.
California.
Power. Bonus. These trees are some of the rare invasive species that come from Australia. For 10 points each, identify these oil-producing trees widely planted throughout Europe as a wonder crop in the 19th century. In Europe, they lack natural predators like possums and koalas.
Eucalyptus. Our answer is eucalyptus.
Eucalyptus plantations in this country contribute to fires in its pinhole interior. This Iberian country also controls the autonomous regions of the Azores and Madeira.
Okay, our answer is Portugal.
Rosendo Salvato introduced eucalyptic trees into Biscay, whose capital is the city. This European city names an effect where cultural investments reap economic gain, a reference to a glass, titanium, and limestone building on its Nervion River.
Escorial, but
Answer.
I don't. Our answer is Valencia.
It's Bilbao, 20 points.
Oh.
Toss up 19. The output of this technique provides the more common name for glycated hemoglobin or hemoglobin A1C. A solvent delivery system is used in a form of this technique, which runs in isocratic or gradient modes, depending on the composition of its, so it's Partouche.
Chromatography.
Power. Bonus. People who brought vinyl records with them to this event were given a special discounted ticket price for 10 points each. Name this July 1979 event in which music popularized by Saturday Night Fever was burned at a baseball stadium. 39 people were arrested following this event.
Okay, I don't know.
Oh, I think that's fine. Our answer is Woodstock.
Is Disco Demolition Night. Disco Demolition Night took place in this Midwestern city's Comiskey Park. Barack Obama's presidential library will be located in this city, also home to Wrigley Field.
Yeah, our answer is Chicago.
This exclusive Manhattan nightclub reached its peak during the disco era. Steve Rubell co-owned this nightclub, which now lends its name to a Sirius XM radio station.
Sirius X.
WNYC.
Our answer is the Kitty Cat Club.
It's Studio 54, 10 points. And last toss-up. The slow notes E, high G sharp, F that open this composer's second symphony give it the nickname the bell. The main cadenza of this composer's violin concerto is introduced by a dialogue of rapid arpeggios between the clarinet and solo violin. That D minor concerto by this composer was dedicated to and premiered by David Ostrak. This composer wrote a 5-movement suite. Elliot.
Prokofiev?
No. Suite extracted from incidental music to the play Masquerade. The ballet by this composer includes a piece that opens with a xylophone playing stabbing 8th note F sharps. The oft-excerpted adagio from another ballet by this composer depicts the escape of Phrygia and the title slave Spartacus. For 10 points, is Armenian composer whose Gayane includes the saber dance. Aditya.
Khachaturian.
10 points. Bonus. Ramping this quantity both up and down produces a symmetric response that appears somewhat duck-like. For 10 points each, name is quantity, which is measured against a reference like the ferrocene/ferrocenium couple. Inefficiencies produce an overvalue of this quantity, which must be supplied to initiate the reaction.
Activation energy.
Okay,
activation. He's right, activation.
Our answer is activation energy.
No, this is voltage. Voltammetry analyzes this class of reaction in which electrons are transferred between molecules in two half reactions.
Redox.
Redox. Our answer is redox.
Polarography is effectively linear swap voltammetry using electrodes made of this element. The formation of this element's unusually diatomic +1 oxidation state requires about 0.24 volts.
You can go O2. I don't know.
No, it's an element, not a.
Oh.
You can go oxygen. Oxygen's fine.
Yes.
Our answer is oxygen.
It's mercury, 10 points. And that's the end of the game.
At the end of the game, the final score, TJA 380, St. Mark's 340.
Good game.
Everyone very close.
Good game.
Thanks for reading.
Very good game. Thanks for reading.
Good game.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
reading. Good game.
So we're all leaving this room now.
Folks, I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh, there it is.
Excellent. To do several things now that is clear.
When you have the link to the stream, could you put it in the chat so I can easily distribute it to all of the Hunter people?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm going to put the buzzin.live code in the chat. As a reminder, please do not say it out loud, especially now since the game is being streamed live. Shvardan, Ned, and there we go. Do buzzer checks while we're waiting here. Ben, I have in. Go ahead and say something on your mic, if you please.
Here.
One here. If you have already joined the buzzin.live room, please test your buzzer. And then test your mic and recognize you. Ned.
Oh.
Hello. Andrew.
Hello.
Excellent. Cerulean. Pedro. Ayush. You're muted, Ayush.
Ayush, you're muted.
My bad. Can you hear me now?
I can indeed. Aditya.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
I'm back.
And Vardan.
Fine.
Excellent. That is why we test. Pull up the packet here.
Learn any more. What's the source string? Is it orbit?
Yeah, it's right here. I'm just thinking you just have a bobble.
Okay.
Well, whatever. It's more professional.
I have.
Pedro, I'm not gonna do what you did to you didn't shut.
There we go. If I understand the format correctly, this is the play-in game to the finals. The winner will have a disadvantage against Thomas Jefferson in the final. All right.
I've got 3 people in the waiting room right now. I just don't know who they are. None are tagged with PACE.
We're not waiting for anyone.
There.
Okay.
St. Mark's, are you waiting for anyone who is a coach or player?
I wouldn't think so, but if there's a Mr. Malakar, could you?
Do not see him in the waiting room.
Okay.
There is not.
Send another message to the waiting room. And include the link this time. There we go. Okay. Assign the teams here. Okay, Danny, are you ready?
Scorekeeper is ready.
Excellent. Mike, you ready to start the stream? All right, we'll get started then. Both, we're here in round 16 with St. Mark's and Hunter A. The winner of this game will be playing in the finals with a disadvantage against Thomas Jefferson A. Hunter, are you guys ready to start?
Yep.
Excellent. Yep. St. Mark's, are you all ready to start?
We are.
Yep, we are.
Wonderful. Good luck to both teams. We will begin with toss-up 1. One character in this novel is disturbed when he finds an empty suit at a desk when he goes to meet with the chairman of the Commission on Light Entertainment. A character in this novel uses... I have Pedro.
Master and Margarita.
That's 20 points. Very good, Buzz. Here is your bonus. In a parable devised by Leslie Lamport, this condition must be reached by a group of deceitful Byzantine generals. For 10 points each, name this condition that must be achieved each time something is added to a distributed ledger. A proposed protocol for achieving this condition is proof of stake.
Maybe like ownership.
Proof of stake? Oh, yeah.
Our answer is ownership?
It's called consensus.
Okay.
Though consensus has been studied for decades, it is best known for its role in the blockchain of this pioneering cryptocurrency, which introduced proof of work.
Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Yeah, our answer is Bitcoin.
That's correct. The process of mining involves running nonces through this kind of function twice until the result has enough leading zeros. Bitcoin uses the SHA-256 example of these functions, which is secure enough for most uses.
Are these hash functions?
That sounds right.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Or is hash?
Yes, 20 points. Toss-up 2. On account of this man, Erich Leinsdorf interrupted the program of a Boston Symphony Orchestra concert to play a movement of Ludwig van Beethoven's Third Symphony. Samuel Pizar often performed in the scherzo finale of a symphony dedicated to this man that depicts God dreaming before a boys' choir sings a prayer in Hebrew. In an interview with Life, this man's wife recalled his love of a Lerner and Loewe record whose closer recalls one brief shining moment. The National Symphony Orchestra's empty hall performance of Samuel Barber's Adagio for... I have Andrew.
Like John F. Kennedy.
10 points.
Nice.
Your bonus, the plurality of the UK's post-war Windrush generation traveled from this modern-day country. For 10 points each, identify this country once home to British sugar plantations, whose immigrants popularized rocksteady and reggae in the UK.
Jamaica?
Yeah, our answer is Jamaica.
That's correct. In 2018, the BBC controversially re-aired this Enoch Powell speech that asserted that continued immigration would lead to a time when the black man will have the whip hand over the white man.
Rivers of Blood.
Rivers of Blood.
Is it? Yeah. Okay, our answer is Rivers of Blood.
That's correct. Many West Indian immigrants were attacked in a 1958 race riot named for this London district. This district contains North Kensington, the site of the Grenfell Tower fire in 2017.
Islington?
Yeah, I think it is Islington.
It is Islington?
I think so.
Okay, our answer is Islington.
This is Notting Hill. You get 20 points on the bonus.
Sorry.
Toss-up 3. An icon of this city, located next to the Gefjan Fountain, was commissioned by a beer tycoon and had its head briefly replaced with that of a cow in 1986. This city claims to have the longest and oldest shopping boulevard in Europe, the Stroget. This city's restaurant Ida Davidson offers tongue with fried egg and 279 other varieties of smørrebrød. Many I have cerulean.
Copenhagen.
20 points.
Nice.
Hunter, your bonus. Because of a 1928 law, women in Thailand may become Mechi, but not full members of this vocation. For 10 points each, name this vocation, members of which usually wear saffron kasaya and are collectively referred to as the Sangha.
Like it's some religious thing, like not monks,
Guru?
nuns
No,
or something.
nun?
I don't know.
Sure,
Answer?
nuns, maybe. All right.
Our answer is nuns.
Yes, or monks, both acceptable. This global Buddhist monastic community practices the engaged Buddhism coined by its founder, Thich Nhat Hanh. It is named after a namesake village monastery in France.
Oh,
So, no.
What's the French city? I don't know.
Village monastery.
Nîmes, Nantes.
Nantes?
Answer?
Sure, not.
A La Chapelle.
It's the Plum village tradition, just need plum. Nhat Hanh was a longtime exile from this modern country where Thich Quang Duc self-immolated to protest Ngo Xinxian's persecution of Buddhists.
Vietnam.
Our answer is Vietnam.
Yes, 20 points. Toss-up 4. Imidacloprid is part of a class of insecticides named for resembling this compound that may cause colony collapse disorder. Regular exposure to this compound can exacerbate the symptoms of myasthenia gravis, which typically targets... I have Andrew.
Like acetylcholine?
No. Excuse me. Which typically targets a cation channel with no affinity for muscarine. Benzoate salts of this compound enter the blood more quickly than its freebase variety and are less prone to causing irritation. This compound acts as an agonist for a namesake type of acetylcholine receptor, which triggers release of dopamine into the ventral tegmentum. Replacement therapies can treat dependence to this compound using long-lasting patches or short-term consumption of gum. For 10 points, name this tobacco alkaloid frequently consumed via cigarettes. Fardhan?
Nicotine.
Yes. That's 10 points. Here is your bonus. After Alexis lies about Cleopatra's death in this play, the Roman general Ventidius kills himself. For 10 points each, name this 1677 heroic drama that ends with Serapion delivering a eulogy honoring Antony and Cleopatra, which imitates an earlier Shakespeare tragedy.
I'm gonna guess like All for Love.
Defer.
French is All for Love.
That's correct. All for Love was written by this author who wrote about the lovers Palmyra and Leonidas in his restoration comedy Marriage a la Mode.
Dryden.
Okay, defer.
French is Dryden.
That's correct. Dryden's earliest play, The Wild Gallant, drew heavily from this earlier playwright's Every Man Out of His Humor. He wrote about a Venetian sly fox in his play Volpone.
Johnson.
Okay, our answer is Johnson.
30 points. Good work. Here's
Job,
toss-up 5. One of these places, nicknamed Henderson High, was the target of the so-called Valentine's Day open house that left Kenneth Krause in a prison cell for a week. Paul Brodeur wrote a book about a microwave zapping that was alleged to have taken place at one of these places in Russia. Operation Infinite Reach, a cruise missile strike against Sudan, was launched in the aftermath of the bombing of 2 of these places. I have Pedro.
Embassies?
I need more.
U.S. embassies?
20 points. Here is your bonus. James Baldwin quipped that this term really means Negro removal. For 10 points each, give this 2-word term, sometimes synonymous with slum clearance, where city neighborhoods were demolished and replaced with new areas like Pittsburgh's Golden Triangle.
Our answer is urban renewal.
That's correct. One of the more notorious urban renewal schemes was Ed Logue's transformation of a city in this state. Eminent domain was expanded in a case originating from this state, Kelo v. City of New London.
Ohio, right? Ohio?
Our answer is Connecticut.
Wait.
That's correct.
Okay.
Jane Jacobs, a fierce opponent of Logue, wrote about the uses of these parts of streets which promote togetherness. Cuts in the edges of these structures make them more accessible to wheelchair users.
Yeah, sidewalks. Yeah, our answer is sidewalks.
30 points.
On
Let's
history.
get a score check at the 1/4 mark, please, Danny.
Yes, Hunter A 160, St. Mark's, you're at 40.
160-40 in favor of Hunter A.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty much how the TJ was.
Yeah.
And they came back.
Both teams ready to continue?
Yep.
All right, good luck. Here's toss-up 6. An abandoned project by this author investigated the story of Willie Maxwell, a black preacher with a penchant for taking out multiple life insurance policies and then killing people. Casey Sepp's Furious Hours details this author's abandoned attempt to write a true crime book called The Reverend. This woman did extensive research in Holcomb, Kansas for another author's cerulean.
Harper Lee.
20 points. Your bonus. One section of this opera is an invention on the single note B natural, which is ominously crescendoed by the orchestra during a murder scene. For 10 points each, name this opera whose title character, a soldier, stabs his wife under a blood-red moon.
This is Macbeth.
Who's the Lady Macbeth of the Matense district?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Answer?
Matense district is our answer.
This is Wozzeck.
Okay, never mind.
Wozzeck was written by this Austrian composer, a student of Arnold Schoenberg. He also wrote the opera Lulu.
Berg,
Yeah.
right?
Our answer is Berg.
Yes, Berg and Schoenberg were both members of the Second Viennese School and thus were associated with a technique centering on this number of tones, which is also the number of distinct chromatic pitches.
Our answer is 12.
12 is correct. You get 20 on the bonus. Toss up
Come on,
7.
guys.
A sociologist at the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies in this country applied his encoding-decoding model of communication to television viewers. In the 1930s, hundreds of researchers studied how ordinary people in this country lived their lives as part of mass observation. 7 Up was the first in a long-running documentary series. I have cerulean.
UK.
20 points.
Nice.
Your bonus, Hunter. In a posthumous review of an Arkham House collection of this author's stories, critic Edmund Wilson declared, "The only real horror in most of these fictions is the horror of bad taste and bad art." For 10 points each, name this contributor to Weird Tales who created a character with an octopus-like head that, when the stars are right, will plague humanity.
This is the
Lovecraft.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, our answer is Lovecraft.
That's right. Lovecraft's racism motivated Daniel Jose Older's 2014 campaign to remove Lovecraft's name from an award for this genre of speculative fiction, exemplified by J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit.
Well, fantasy.
Yeah,
It's
Is it
fantasy. It is fantasy. Our answer is fantasy.
Yes, this author's novella The Mist is sometimes categorized as Lovecraftian horror. He also wrote the 2,000-part memoir and part self-help book On Writing.
Writing.
Is this?
What if it's like block or
No,
something?
is this David Sedaris? No, it's not.
Answer?
Our answer is Sedaris.
This is Stephen King. You get 20 points.
Oh.
Chorus of recognition. Toss-up 8. This operation plus the flow velocity dotted with a gradient defines an operation used to link Eulerian and Lagrangian perspectives. The continuity equation for continuum mechanics states that this operation applied to the density plus the divergence of the product of density and velocity all equals 0. This operation, or higher orders of it, appear on the left-hand side of differential equations describing particles. I have Ned.
The derivative?
With respect to what quantity?
Time.
Yes, 10 points.
Hey, nice.
Nice.
Okay.
Your bonus, these molecules were discovered by analyzing soot, and they can be mass-produced from graphite electrodes. For 10 points each, name these polyhedral allotropes of carbon named for a designer of geodesic domes. These molecules include nanotubes and various spherical cages.
Buckyballs.
Our answer is Buckyballs.
I can prompt.
Buckminster fullerenes.
Yeah, our answer is Buckminster fullerenes.
Yes, or just fullerenes. A rule of thumb for fullerene stability isolates faces with this many sides. Faces with this many sides have slightly longer edges than these 6-6 bonds that separate hexagonal faces from other hexagons.
8. What?
8 makes sense.
8. Yeah.
Our answer is 8.
It's 5. They're all pentagons and hexagons.
Yeah,
The spherical structure of C60 has prompted theories of a three-dimensional form of this property. The homotropilium cation has one form of this property, despite having an sp3 hybridized carbon.
What property would this be?
Maybe like polarity?
Sure. Our answer is polarity.
That's aromaticity. 10 on the bonus. Toss up 9. In a painting by this artist, a boy in red garb appears to be looking at a palace made out of clouds in the sky. That work by this artist was popularized by prints by James Smiley, or possibly Smiley. In the background of a painting by this artist, logging scars on a hill spell out Noah in Hebrew. A series by this artist opens with the depiction of an angel emerging out of a cave on a golden boat. I have Ned.
Oh no. Is that Cole?
20 points. Good buzz.
Good buzz.
Nice.
Okay, good.
Your bonus, Richard Taruskin dubbed a dark theory about the hidden program of this piece, the theory of the symphony as suicide note. For 10 points each, named this 1893 symphony dedicated to Bob Davidoff. The music slowly dies away after a tam-tam hit in this symphony's closing Adagio Lamentoso movement.
Pathetique.
Defer.
Pathetique.
That's correct.
Symphony.
Tchaikovsky's Pathetique contains a limping second movement in this unusual time signature. Mars, the bringer of war, is also in this time signature.
So it's a limping waltz. So 3/4, I guess. Wait,
Sure.
no, unusual. I don't know. 3/4 directed.
It's 5/4.
Okay.
The bass clarinet is often used in place of this large double reed instrument for a section of the Pathetique Symphony marked with 6 Ps. Its contra variety is the lowest pitched woodwind in a standard orchestra.
Bassoon directed.
Our answer is bassoon.
20 points. Toss up 10, after which we'll have a score check. For a 2019 Boston MFA exhibit about cultures on this river, Peter Loya made a replica of the leather cots on which monarchs were placed sideways when they died. Queen Amani-Reines, who ruled as... I have Andrew.
Like the Nile?
20 points. Good buzz.
Nice.
Here's your bonus. Antoine Lavoisier made his fortune investing in a company that provided this service for the French monarch. For 10 points each, identify this service in which private individuals collected levies, such as the tithe for the French crown.
Tax collecting, right?
Andrew, what did you say?
Tax collecting, yeah.
Yeah, our answer is
What's your answer? I'm sorry?
tax collecting.
I can prompt on that.
I think. No,
Like
that's
tithe collecting, I guess.
What?
Say that.
Tithe collecting. Our answer is tithe collecting.
That's tax farming, just specifically when
wait.
private people do it for the state. Tax farmers like Lavoisier collected the unpopular gabelle tax on the consumption of this good. Although the Latin word salary derives from this good, it's not true that Roman troops were directly paid in this good.
Salt.
Our answer is salt.
Yes, the French tax farming system was reformed under Jean-Baptiste Colbert, finance minister to this Sun King.
Louis XIV.
Our answer is Louis XIV.
Yep, 20 points. And that is the half. Let's get a score check, please, Danny.
Hunter A, you're in the lead. 280. St. Mark's 100.
All right.
Let's get up.
we're ready to keep going if St. Mark's is.
Aditya's not.
Yeah, one person at the desk. Just be a minute here.
Like everyone else in that coal toss-up, I was like, who's the guy who did all those hokey paintings?
Hokey?
Who's the guy who did all that?
With the Titan's goblet, they're great.
Who's the guy who did all that motel art?
I don't think I've ever seen a coal motel.
Well.
Look at that. All right, we can start again as soon as Aditya's back. Impressed by Chloe's dedication watching this from what appears to be a moving vehicle.
Well, yes, anything for the team, you know. Sorry if it's distracting. overreacting. I hope not.
No, you're fine. You're
No.
totally
And players yesterday who jumped in to play 2 rounds from the concourse of JFK.
Yeah, that's
So
right. Yeah, Chode
you're
was
fine.
in the middle of boarding a plane as they were playing yesterday.
Yeah, the timing was as such that when we had that delay yesterday, he was able to just get all the way through TSA and then get back in and play. Worked out really, really well for that player specifically.
If only he had pre-check, we wouldn't have had to delay the tournament so long.
All right, looks like we have everyone back. So if both teams are ready, we can continue with the second half. Everyone ready to go?
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent. Good luck to both teams. As a reminder, the score currently is Hunter 280, St. Mark's 100. Again, good luck. Here's toss-up 11. The 1847 Reading edition of this collection was found to be a forgery crafted by Thomas James Wise. This I have Ned.
Songs from the Portuguese.
That is a fantastic buzz. You get 20 points.
Nice.
Here's your
I
bonus.
thought that's pronounced reading.
It is pronounced Reading. It's named for the city.
Okay. I think I just didn't know that.
The bonus: in a story by this author, a soldier realizes that he's lost his arms and legs shortly after finding that he's been brought back to his high school. For 10 points each, name this author whose story, Stranger Bear Word to the Spartans We, exemplifies the rubble literature movement he headed after World War II.
So German dude, Ball? Probably Ball.
Okay, defer.
That's just Ball.
Yes, this writer reflected on his time in the Waffen-SS in Peeling the Onion. A trilogy by this author named for a Polish city includes the novella Cat and Mouse.
Grass.
Defer.
That's just Grass.
Yes. World War II was the dominant point of reference for a collection of stories Jhumpa Lahiri translated from this language in 2019. Elsa Morante and Luigi Pirandello wrote in this language.
Italian. Our answer is Italian.
Yes, 30 points. Toss-up 12. It's not Calcutta, but this city's namesake district was home to the so-called Ajnala Black Hole, where Frederick Henry Cooper intentionally suffocated unarmed prisoners. An incident in this city investigated by the Hunter Inquiry took place... I have Ayush.
Amritsar.
20 points.
Let's go.
Oh. Good buzz.
We continue this.
Your bonus: a deficiency of this enzyme can lead to hemolytic anemia in newborns, as well as the production of Burr cells. For 10 points each, name this final enzyme of glycolysis, which produces its namesake molecule by phosphorylating PEP.
Carboxylase.
Okay, defer.
Carboxylase.
Is that your answer?
Yeah, that's right.
It's a pyruvate kinase.
Oh, it's just...
The M2 isoform of pyruvate kinase plays a key role in the Warburg effect, in which these cells prefer to use glycolysis even under aerobic conditions. These rapidly dividing cells form tumors and spread through metastasis.
Like cancer.
Yeah,
cancer cells. Yeah.
Our answer is cancer cells.
That's right. Pyruvate kinase is inhibited by a buildup of this amino acid, which is formed from pyruvate by ALT. Substituting this amino acid's beta carbon with a phenyl group produces an amino acid which cannot be metabolized in PKU.
Oh.
I have no idea.
Ned, you want to go with cytosine, maybe?
Okay.
And
Sure. Our answer is cytosine.
It is alanine. People who have PKU cannot metabolize phenylalanine, as labels will tell you. You get 10 points on the bonus. Toss-up 13. Because of the person for whom it was made, this place has been equated to a dancing ground that Homer mentions when describing the shield of Achilles. Coins were engraved with 7-coursed or unicursal patterns to represent this location, also depicted with the Greek key pattern. A ritual in this place began after Androgeus' death in the Panathenaic Games. It may have been named for a special double axe, and one of its residents was named after his grandfather Asterion. Every few years, 7 young men and women were sent into this structure. I have Ned.
The Labyrinth?
10 points.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Your bonus: St. Mark's, a British agent known as Mr. H, paid a bribe to a telegraph operator to obtain a copy of this document so as not to reveal the fact that the British were tapping American diplomatic cables. For 10 points each, name this document, identify this document named for the State Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the German Empire.
Zimmerman telegram.
Oh,
Our answer
yeah.
is Zimmerman telegram.
The Zimmerman telegram was sent to this country and offered it territorial gains at the expense of the U.S.
Mexico. Our answer is Mexico.
Yes, 3 years before the cable was sent, the ABC powers of Argentina, Brazil, and Chile had met in this city to keep the Mexican Revolution from escalating into a conflict with the U.S. This city's Love Canal neighborhood later became a Superfund site.
So Love Canal was in upstate New York, Buffalo, maybe?
Answer?
Our answer is Buffalo.
It wasn't upstate New York, it's Niagara Falls.
Oh,
You get 20 points.
Timeout.
Yeah.
Timeout is called.
Heard timeout. Yes.
That was Hunter calling timeout? Yeah.
Don't let them change the momentum. Just
Okay,
keep
let's
it
go.
going.
Let's go.
Let's get a score check at the 13 toss-up mark, please.
Hunter A, 280. St. Mark's, 210.
Okay.
That's what I have. That's
All
what I
right.
have.
All right. All right.
Okay, we're doing well. So how's life?
Pretty good. Now that we got 3 toss-ups in a row. It would be
Yeah,
Hey, yo, we're top 3 at PACE. Not bad.
kind of crazy. Was not
Wild.
expecting this. But
Agreed.
did y'all have to play another game at workshop after you beat the B team by like 5 points?
No, that was it.
Oh, that was it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't get to play that game. I know that.
Bro, oh yeah. I mean, you were being too dapper at your prompts.
So true.
So true.
Those
so true.
photos are great.
Funny to
This
know that you
is,
guys were the B team. I mean, other than Ned.
And Ayush.
And Ayush. It was just
Okay,
the two
yeah.
It was just 3 freshmen.
It was me.
I guess
and
you guys
yeah.
are the B team then. It's
Yeah, we were the B team. We're just screwing around. So what else is there to do?
All right, are you guys ready to resume?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, St. Mark's all ready?
Yep.
All right. Resume with toss-up 14. Good luck to both teams. One of the only words known from these people's language is Strava, meaning funeral. One leader of these people sent a search party to find an escaped dwarf and court favorite. I have Pedro.
Hoskins?
One more time?
Hoskins?
No. Christian writers often compared a unifier of these people named Rua to a prophecy from the book of Ezekiel. Eastern Roman Emperor Theodosius II paid a tribute of 6,000 pounds of gold to a ruler of these people who married Valentinian III's sister Honoria and who may have died celebrating a later wedding from a bloody nose. I have Ayush.
Huns.
They are the Huns. You get 10 points. Here is your bonus. This philosopher wrote an epistolary novel that satirically observes French Ancien Regime society from the perspective of 2 visitors, Uzbek and Rika. For 10 points each, identify this author of the Persian Letters, a French political philosopher.
Persian Letters was written by Montesquieu, right?
Montesquieu, yeah, that's right.
Our answer is Montesquieu.
That's correct. Montesquieu may be best known for recommending this type of political arrangement in the spirit of the laws. Montesquieu defines this concept as dividing the legislative, executive, and judicial functions of the state.
Separation of powers, yeah. Our answer is separation of powers.
That's right. In the spirit of the laws, Montesquieu offers a partial defense of slavery in countries where this variable renders men slothful. Montesquieu advocated adjusting laws based on this variable.
Temperature?
I think that's right, yeah.
Our answer is temperature.
3 points.
Okay.
Toss up 15. This musician interspersed J.S. Bach's Fugue in C major into an improvisational piano solo in a performance of I Have Been.
Like Oscar Peterson?
No. In a performance of Love Me or Leave Me, characters such as Sweet Thing and Saffronia are depicted in a song by this musician that ends with a shrill scream declaring, "My name is Peaches." This musician popularized a song that describes fish in the sea and blossom on a tree on her 1965 album I Put a Spell on You. This artist of 4 women sang about how it would be a lovely, precious dream to possess the 3 title attributes of a Lorraine Hansberry play. She proclaimed that Alabama's gotten me so upset in Mississippi Goddamn. Feelin' Good was popular. I have Aditya.
Simone.
Yes, Nina Simone. 10 points. Here's your bonus.
We're
Protesting that one? Yeah. I'll read the bonus, then we'll pause for a second to submit that. Here is your bonus at St. Mark's. A short story collection by an author born in this country is titled for the local practice of answering a storyteller's request, crick, with the single word crack. For 10 points each, name this country, also the setting of a Spanish language novel centering on the slave T. Noel.
Cuba.
Yeah,
okay, our answer is Cuba.
It's Haiti.
Okay.
Haitian author Edwidge Danticott's book sales got a boost by being selected for this woman's book club. Jonathan Franzen expressed his displeasure with his book The Corrections being selected by this talk show host.
Oprah. Our answer is Oprah.
That's right. This Nobel-winning Trinidadian included Tell Me Who to Kill in his collection In a Free State. He wrote an English-language novel in which the 6-fingered Mr. Biswas tries to buy a house.
Naipaul. Our answer is Naipaul.
That is correct.
That was a
20 on that bonus.
No problem.
All right, let's get the both the facts of the protest straight.
Yep. So first off, score check, tie score, 280.
Let's go. And
So
at which
protest,
point is
basically all I need to know is where you were in the toss-up.
It was after I said improvisational piano solo, but before I said Love Me or Leave Me.
Gotcha. with the response of Oscar Peterson.
So should I explain the basis of it?
Yeah, of course.
So, I mean, I can't say for certain whether he used specifically the C minor Bach prelude, but Oscar Peterson did perform like an allegro called like Bach Allegro or Allegro on the theme of Bach in a bunch of live things. You can find a bunch of videos of that on YouTube. And there's one, what should I say?
Bach wrote a lot of things.
Or did you just chill?
Yeah.
I pasted what I believe was read in the chat. Does that look correct to you, Hunter?
Because I don't know if it's specific.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll submit that protest. I'll notify them that it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my Cerise already did.
Sorry, how many toss-ups are left?
5.
Five.
Wait,
Five.
yeah, 5.
Five.
Okay.
That was the exact 3/4 mark.
Also, guys, keep up the momentum. It's good.
We have a timeout left, right? So we can.
Yeah, we do. Or wait, no, we don't. No, do we?
I think we do.
Yes, I believe Hunter is the only one that's called timeout.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we have a
Oh yeah,
timeout.
because their score check was just at the quarter, not at the not timeout. Yeah,
Okay, I've summarized your protest as follows. Oscar Peterson also has several available recordings in which he intersperses Bach into his improv solos, so at this point in the toss-up, Peterson should have been acceptable.
Yes.
That's incorrect.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
All right. Let me know when you're ready, Danny.
I am ready.
Okay. Oop, up. Yes. Cool. All right, both teams ready to keep going?
Yeah, we are. Come on, guys, let's go.
Good luck to both teams. Here is toss-up 16. Measurement of carbon nanotubes undergoing this process allows their quality to be assessed by comparing the D and G signals. The rule of mutual exclusion governs which technique is suited to probe this process. The Morse potential successfully models the increasingly closely spaced energy levels of this process, but at low energies it can be approximated by a quadratic potential. In nonlinear molecules, all but 6 degrees of freedom are associated with this process, which can change either the dipole or quadrupole moment. Low wave number modes of this process are modeled with the QHO. I have Ben.
Vibration?
10 points.
Yes.
Hunter, your bonus. Bright multicolored trees and various figures appear in André Durand's depiction of a turning road in this village. 10 points each. Name this French village that was frequently painted by Paul Cézanne. Louis Vaucel coined a derogatory name for a non-fauvism movement after seeing a fragmented painting of houses in this village.
So Impression Sunrise, what is that? Huh?
What?
That's Impression Sunrise, I think.
Is it March? That's the mountain.
Is it Arl? I don't know. Go with Arl, I guess.
Andrew, go with him.
Our answer is Arl.
No, it's L'Estaque. The houses at L'Estaque is that painting. Vaucel's coined the name of this movement after seeing houses at L'Estaque.
Oh.
This movement, which is split into analytic and synthetic forms, focuses on simple geometric shapes.
Yeah, cubism, right?
Answer is cubism. That's correct. Houses at L'Estaque is a painting by this cubist. Instruments appear throughout many of his works, like in La Guitare and Violin and Candlestick.
Brock. Yeah.
Our answer is Brock.
20 points. Toss-up 17. Bee Gees member Robin Gibb composed the song Don't Cry Alone for a requiem titled for this event. A dataset about this event with features such as SIB-SP for siblings and spouses is commonly used in machine learning classes. A poem about this event describes a grotesque, slimed, dumb, indifferent creature and ends, and consummation comes and jars 2 hemispheres. The 1958 film, I have Pedro.
Rap. I'm so sorry about this. 9/11.
No. The 1958 film A Night to Remember features an orchestra playing Nearer My God to Thee prior to perishing in this event. Thomas Hardy's The Convergence of the Twain commemorates this event, which was I have Ned.
Sinking of the Titanic.
10 points.
I should have gotten on the machine learning side thing. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Here is your bonus. Lady Di's funeral banner features 2 dragons weaving their way through a type of these objects which most scholars believe symbolized heaven. For 10 points each, identify these objects whose B form were made in ancient China.
Wait,
No,
what did you
wait,
say?
no, that doesn't make sense.
Scrolls.
Our answer is scrolls.
These are discs.
Okay.
B discs are typically made of this precious stone. This green mineral appears in the title of the mythical emperor known as Yu Huang prior to his traveling to heaven and vanquishing a demon.
Jade. Our answer is jade.
That's correct. For centuries, this modern-day country's jade tract has been a key source for jade. Most of what is now this modern-day country was unified by the Pagan kingdom. Its largest minority ethnic group is the Shan people.
Pagan was... It wasn't Burma.
Answer?
Our answer is Cambodia.
It is Burma.
God dang it. Sorry.
10 on the bonus.
Doesn't matter.
I would toss up 18. Ultramafic rocks react with this molecule in the metamorphic process of serpentinization, which occurs frequently at convergent plate boundaries. This molecule can be identified as meteoric if its isotope ratio is on the global meteoric line when plotted relative to the Vienna standard. A deep cycle of this molecule's movement begins with oceanic crust saturated with this molecule, subducting into the mantle. I have Ned.
Water.
10 points.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Your bonus St. Mark's, whether this quantity is positive or negative determines if it is space-like or time-like. For 10 points each, name this quantity, which is indifferent to the inertial frame of reference. It equals the difference of the square of c delta t and the squares of the displacements.
Is it acceleration?
Maybe.
Answer.
Okay, sure.
Our answer is acceleration.
This is the space-time interval. The interval is regularly illustrated on Minkowski space while illustrating concepts in this theory of Einstein's, which describes effects at relativistic speeds.
Special relativity.
Okay, our answer is special relativity.
Yes, 2 events separated by a space-like interval cannot have this relationship due to reference frames existing in which their positions are reversed.
Entangled?
I think that's right.
Our answer is entangled.
It's a causal relationship or causality. One can't cause the other. 10 on that bonus as well. Let's get a score check with 2 toss-ups left.
St. Mark's, you're ahead by 10. 320 to Hunter A's 310.
All right. Let's continue with toss-up 19. Good luck, both teams. A feminist text written for this holiday by Esther Broner and Nomi Nimrod declares this holiday we take for ourselves, leaving the narrow place together. A Sephardic custom on this holiday is for guests to be touched on the head 3 times with one of its ritual objects. This holiday harkens to a Second Temple practice with the I have Ned.
Hanukkah.
No. A Second Temple practice with the recitation of Psalms 115 through 118. Songs for this holiday include one that asks, "Who knows one?" and another about a father who buys a goat. A ritual from this holiday includes the Yahatz step and the spilling of 10 drops of wine. Traditional foods for this holiday include karpas, a green vegetable, and maror, a bitter herb. For 10 points, what Jewish holiday celebrating the Exodus involves eating matzah? I have cerulean.
Passover.
Passover is correct. 10 points. Your bonus 10 each. Identify the following about witchcraft in contemporary India. These people are frequently accused of being Dayan or witches. The Indian government offers about $4,000 to people who marry into this group beneath the Shudra caste, although it limits the grants to just $500 per year.
Oh, like Untouchables, yeah.
Yeah.
Can we just say Untouchables? Sure.
Yeah.
Aren't this the Untouchables?
Yes, or the Dalit. In 2017, Kanya Devi was subjected to this punishment for her supposed witchcraft before being beaten to death. Between 2016 and 2018, pellet guns caused this affliction in at least 1,200 Kashmiris.
Not stoning.
Maybe.
Pellet guns?
Maybe being...
Could be stoning.
Answer?
Our answer is stoning.
It is blinding. They literally shot their eye out. This state passed a strict law against accusations of witchcraft in 2015, but as of 2018 had not prosecuted anyone. This state that borders Pakistan is the largest by area in India.
Uttar Pradesh?
No. Maybe like Rajasthan. I feel like it might be Rajasthan.
Say that.
Yes.
Our answer is Rajasthan.
It is 20 points.
You're up by 20.
Okay.
That's right. Here is the last toss-up. In a novel by this author, a TV station broadcasts an old film in which baby Igor and his St. Bernard die in a submarine mission during the Gallipoli campaign. The bones of murdered Lost Guard members are sunk in a lake in the Courier's tragedy. An elaborate I have Andrew.
Pynchon?
20 points.
Nice.
Here is your bonus, Hunter. A relief in the Acropolis of Apollo accompanied by this group was legendarily attributed to the philosopher Socrates. For 10 points each, give the collective name for these figures, who are usually named Aglaea, Euphrosyne, and Talia. Their domains included creativity, charm, and beauty.
Muses?
Our answer is the Muses.
These are the Graces.
Yeah.
The Graces often accompany Aphrodite and this son of hers. He shares his name with the Greek word for romantic love.
Eros. Yeah. Our answer is Eros.
It is. In the Iliad, Hera lets this god marry a Grace named Pasithea so he will participate in the deception of Zeus. Along with his harsher twin brother, he carries off the body of Sarpedon in the Iliad.
Castor or Pollux? Do you think
No, like Hypnos or Thanatos. Hypnos, right? Hypnos.
Thanatos. Wait, they said less harsher.
What is your answer?
Hypnos. Our answer is Hypnos.
Yes.
Okay.
Along with his harsher
Hypnos
brother.
is correct. Thanatos is the harsher brother. You get 20 on the bonus, and I believe that is the game.
It is Hunter A 380 to St. Mark's 320. Protest is
moot.
Yeah. So
that one.
Good
Very
game.
good game.
Game.
Both
That's a
teams.
good game.
Fantastic
Very exciting.
work.
Finding
Congratulations
some
to
work,
St. Mark's
yeah.
on your third place finish. Very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you for reading. Thank you for scorekeeping.
Our pleasure.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rebecca Rosenthal, and before we start gameplay, it is my honor as the Director of Communications for PACE to recognize a few of the top finishers of this year's 2021 National Scholastic Championship. Before the finals begin, we will recognize our top JV and small school finishers, as well as the top finishing individual players. I ask that everyone in the room please hold their applause. If you're on the stream, however, please raucously applaud for these teams. In the JV division, for teams with students in 10th grade or below only, we would like to recognize 3rd through 1st place. In 3rd place, Barrington B from Illinois. In 2nd place, Troy of Michigan. And congratulations to the JV champions, Detroit Country Day B, also of Michigan. We'd also like to recognize the top 3 scoring teams or placing teams in the small school division. In 3rd place, George Wythe of Virginia. In 2nd place, Southside of South Carolina. And congratulations to this year's small school champions, Russell High School of Kentucky. Due to the online format of this year's NSC, we will not have an All-Stars game. However, we would still like to take this time to recognize our 8 All-Stars and 4 Rising Stars. In addition to these 8 All-Stars, who are the overall scorers in prelims this year, we are recognizing the top 4 scorers in grades 9 or 10 as this year's Rising Stars. This year's Rising Stars and their schools in reverse order were number 4, Caleb Zhao from Plato Academy B. Number 3, Kyunghwan Lim from Chattahoochee C. Number 2, Ian Liu of Hunter B.
Woo!
And number 1, Charles Young of Barrington A. Last but not least, before we get started with the finals, we would like to recognize this year's All-Stars. These top 8 scoring players are as follows. Number 8, Benjamin McAvoy Bickford from East Chapel Hill. Anish Kudali from Great Valley. Arjun Nageswaran from Adlai Stevenson A. Nathan Sheffield from Belmont. Cooper Rowe from Hotchkiss. And number 3, Amol Kulkarni from Arcadia. Number 2, William Groger from Miami Valley. And our overall all-star and top scorer of the PACE NSC 2021, Adi Karthik. I will now turn it over to your incredible moderating team, Mike Cerise and Mike Bentley, who will be officiating this final round. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rebecca. And we're very proud of our All-Stars and our high finishing small school and JV teams. I hope you're very proud of your accomplishments too. Teams, I want to welcome you to this final series. As you know, this is a 3-game final in which TJA holds a 1-game advantage. Before we get into that, I should introduce the teams. We have 2 very worthy qualifiers for our final here. They're the A team from Thomas Jefferson High School of Science and Technology of Alexandria, Virginia. That team is Elliot Lee, Justin Chen, Pratyus Jaishankar, and Vishal Kanagacharla. They're coached by Adam Smolinski. Give a big hand for TJA. Congratulations for making it this far. It's quite an accomplishment. Their opponents this evening are the A team from Hunter College High School of New York, New York. That's Cerulean Ozarov, Pedro Juan Orduz, Benjamin Chapman, and Andrew Zhang. They're coached by Caitlin Samuel. Let's have a big hand for Hunter College A. Before we get started, players, make sure you've joined the buzzer. And while you're doing that, I want to direct this to everyone viewing and everyone here as well. I hope you'll give a big hand and hold a warm place in your hearts for our staff throughout this this tournament. It's really been a tough slog through a couple days of really excellent play, some of the highest level play you're going to see at the high school level. And so I hope if you're watching on this stream, you'll give our tournament staff a big hand. This is also an opportune moment to recognize our writers and editors. One of the best things about the game of Quiz Bowl is that it really does belong to the players. Every writer, every editor is a former player who loves the game. And yeah, you make some money out of it. You get some recognition from people like me, but mainly they do this job to provide an excellent game for you players. As it happens, our chief editor, Mike Bentley, is here as our scorekeeper. So thank you very much, Mike. Excellent job. And I think it's pretty well universally acknowledged that this has been an excellent set so far. And I think you're going to see that as we play our final 2 rounds here, or maybe 1 round. As I mentioned, the format of our finals is the standard that we've used in past years. It's a 3-game best of 3 series, but TJA, by dint of winning the play-in series, holds a 1-game advantage over Hunter A. Let's make sure all players have joined the buzzer. It looks like that is the case. If you know me, you know I'm not going to let a game happen without a buzzer check. So at this time, let's do a buzzer check. I'm going to get my own screen in order here. There we go. And I'll ask each player to buzz in. I'm going to call out your name, and I would like you to buzz in and say your name back to me. We'll start with Thomas Jefferson A. Vishal first, please.
Vishal.
Welcome. Good luck. We're going to spotlight you also as you buzz in so that everyone can see you as you play our game. All right. Next player to check the buzzer is TJA Elliott. Come one more time, Elliott.
Elliott.
There we go. Thank you very much. Pratyush, TJA.
Pratyush.
Thank you. Pratyush, thank you. Good luck. Can hear you loud and clear. And Justin, TJA.
Justin.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. When you buzz in, I will call on you just like that, and then you will have 8 seconds in which to begin your answer. At this time, let's have Hunter A check their buzzers, starting with Andrew, please.
Andrew.
Welcome, Andrew. Loud and clear. Thank you. Next is Pedro.
Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro. Loud and clear. Ben.
Ben.
Ben, thank you very much. Loud and clear as well. And Cerulean, please.
Cerulean.
Thank you very much. Let's just make sure we get... No. We've gone slightly out of order here. Give me just a moment to fix this. And while I'm fixing this, if you have any questions about the rules or any other such matters, now is the time to raise them. The rules this round will be no different from any other round, with the exception that this being a late playoff round, we will resolve any protests as quickly as we can, and we will make note of any protests immediately upon them being raised rather than waiting till the end of the game. We do that in order to try to have ongoing play reflect the actual final status of the score in as close to real time as we possibly can. I believe that spotlight is now fixed.
One quick note for us.
Yes.
When we're giving our answer, we'll say our answer is, and then only take the answer if this person's saying the answer is the same as the person saying our answer is.
Yes, that is how we will do that. Just to be clear for any viewers, players must begin their answer with our answer is when answering a bonus, so that we're clear as to what is conferring when the players discuss the question with each other and what is the answer. And we will obviously do as you say. Thank you very much for that note. Any other questions or issues before we begin? Okay, Mike, are you ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, and Em, are you ready to go?
I'm good.
All right, excellent. Then everybody, this is the first round of the finals of the 2011 PACE NSC. The 2 rounds of the finals are sponsored by Ankit Agarwal and the Teuton Intellectual Competition Fund. We thank them very much for their generous sponsorship. This is toss-up 1. The closing essay in a collection whose title ends with this word recalls how Odysseus could hang a dozen slave girls on a whim because they were his property. The popularity of one book whose title ends with this word was boosted by a publicity stunt involving the author's rival Titan Leeds. This is the last word in the title of a book that addresses an ecological conscience and the land ethic by Aldo Leopold. This is the last word in the title that's Cerulean Hunter.
Okay. Let me see. Diary?
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll continue. This is the last word in the title of a book that popularized the proverbs, fish and visitors stink in 3 days, and God helps those who help themselves. Planting advice and weather predictions are still offered in the yearly Old Farmers This Word. For 10 points, name this word that follows Poor Richards in a Ben Franklin book. That is TJA Pratyush.
Almanac.
Almanac is correct. 10 points TJA and this bonus. Although it didn't originate in the subcontinent, this language was such a prestige language in Mughal India that by the 19th century, more dictionaries of this language were produced in India than in any other country. For 10 points each, part A, identify this language whose Nastaliq script was adopted by Urdu.
Okay, our answer is Arabic.
That's not correct. Sorry, this is Persian. Part 2. In the 1540s, this Mughal emperor spent 10 years in exile in Persia at the court of Shah Tahmasp. This Mughal emperor thrice conquered Kabul from his feckless brother, Kamran.
Babur? Okay, our answer is Babur.
Sorry, that's not correct. This is Humayun. Finally, Humayun was the father of this Mughal emperor who arranged the marriage of his daughter to Raja Bihari Mal of Ambir, and who is known as the Great.
Akbar, right? Our answer is Akbar.
Yes, that's correct for 10 on the bonus for the last part. This now will be toss-up 2. If you'll excuse me, I'm getting... Okay, yep. Elliot, we're going to need you to reposition. We can only see your right hand at the moment. That's TJA, Elliot Lee.
Yeah, we have a second camera.
Yeah, I just got that out of the spotlight. I think that
we're good. Okay, yes.
Probably fixed it.
Em, are we okay on that now? Given the second camera?
I still can't see his left hand unless he has it up. Because it's blocked by someone's monitor.
You want me to move it? We can move it back if you want. Okay.
Should we take a moment to do that? That'll be fine, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Em, good?
It looks like it, except when Pratyush was conferring on the bonus, his right hand did fall under the table. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you very much. So please keep your hands visible at all times, players. Thank you very much. This now will be toss-up 2. The modern formulation of this disease comes from a paper funded by the Smithers Foundation and written by placebo effect researcher E. Morton Jelinek. Europeans suffering from this disease are more likely to be prescribed acamprostate than are Americans. People with this disease are the most likely population to develop a vitamin B1 deficiency known as Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. A program that's Hunter Ben.
Like this disease, so like alcoholism?
That's good for 20 points, Hunter's bonus. Klaus von Klitzing used MOSFETs to show that a quantum version of this effect is exactly quantized. For 10 points each, part A, name this effect in which a voltage difference is produced across an electrical conductor that is transverse to the direction of current and perpendicular to an applied magnetic field.
This is the Hall?
Yeah, Hall effect.
Okay, our answer is the quantum Hall effect?
Yes, that's fine. Part 2, von Klitzing used a MOSFET because the integer quantum Hall effect can only occur in materials with this property. The only observed anyons have been found in systems with this property.
I don't know. Maybe like
chaotic. I don't know.
I think it's flat.
Please.
Okay.
One dimension.
Could you repeat that answer, please?
Flat.
I can prompt on the answer of flat.
Like 2-dimensional.
Sure.
2-dimensional is our answer?
I'm going to take your directed answer as two-dimensional. That's correct. Finally, the Hall effect occurs in both metals and these substances with intermediate conductance between insulators and conductors.
Semiconductors?
Semiconductors. Our answer is semiconductors.
That's correct. That's all 30. Next is toss-up 3. The stress distribution of a bar under this type of load and that of a membrane pressurized from below are governed by the same differential equation by the Pronto membrane analogy. The proportionality constant between this type of load and the shaft displacement is the polar moment of inertia over the length of the shaft, all times the shear modulus. Although it actually experiences bending stresses, an apparatus named for this type of load was used by Cavendish to make the first, that's Pratyush.
Torsion?
Yes, torsion is correct. 10 points bonus. TJA. In the 1990s, Murat Sabanovic took a sledgehammer to a statue of this author and dropped its head in a river. Forget what's each part A. Name this author, whose best-known novel ends with the title structure in Visegrad being destroyed by retreating Austro-Hungarian forces.
Andric.
You say it.
Our answer is Andric.
Yes, that's right. Ivo Andrich, part 2. A man in Andrich's The Bridge on the Drina utters a curse on these people while being impaled on the bridge. Orhan Pamuk's My Name is Red centers on a miniaturist in the court of this Muslim people's empire.
Okay, our answer is Ottomans.
That's fine. Finally, Serbian-American writer Teja Obrecht wrote a 2011 novel titled For One of These Creatures. It's not a human, but a boy survives a shipwreck with one of these creatures named Richard Parker in The Life of Pi.
Our answer is Tiger.
Yes, that's all 30. Next is toss-up 4. Along with having his voice taken away, Thamyris is subject to this punishment for claiming that he could play better than the Muses. Other Greeks who were subject to this punishment include the poet Stresichorus, who slandered Helen. For having performed this action on his own sons, Pandion and Plexippus, a king is subjected to this punishment and doomed to have his food stolen by the Harpies. That is Justin.
Blindness?
Yes, that's correct. Being blinded for 20 points. Bonus to TJA. Examples of compounds with this relationship to N-pentane include isopentane, which has a single branch. For 10 points each, part A. Name this term used to refer to compounds that share a chemical formula but have different molecular structures.
Our answer is isomer.
Right. Part 2. Neopentane and other alkanes, prefixed neo, have a fully substituted carbon that is equivalent to a terminal example of this bulky 4-carbon functional group.
Methyl.
Carbon functional group.
Oh, yeah.
Answer, please.
Our answer is butyl.
I can prompt on butyl. That's time. Sorry, no answer. It's tert-butyl. Finally, use the name of the name neopentane is not recommended by IUPAC, which prefers that it be called a propane with 2 methyl groups attached to the carbon of this number. This is the lowest numbered carbon that can have a methyl attached.
Lowest 2? Okay, our answer is 2.
Yes, that's good for 20 there on the outer parts. Okay, I have a note from our observer. So Justin, we can't see your hands when you have them crossed on the table. So can you leave them uncrossed, I guess? We're gonna do a slight adjustment there. Okay, and observer, please let me know once these gentlemen are finished adjusting. Let's get this in a situation that's stable and comfortable.
Does this work?
I think
That's perfect.
That's good. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate your help. And let's give them a moment to get oriented. TJ, ready to continue? Yep. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. I do want to say as well, as we go on, I really appreciate all the effort that's been put in by all players to comply with our code of honor here these past 2 days. That's very excellent by all players. This is toss-up 5. In this film, a cut to children's feet walking along a tilled field is preceded by a man dressed as a boogeyman singing in Norwegian during a forest fire. A man in this film listens to Symphonie Fantastique on the radio while struggling to pull his Ford Galaxy into a narrow driveway. A single take was used. That's Elliot.
Roma?
That's 20 points for Roma. Bonus. A 2019 drought affected the ability of ships to pass through this waterway because the water level in Lake Gatun fell some 1.8 meters below normal. For 10 points each, part A. Name this Central American waterway through which some 3% of maritime trade passes.
Yeah, our answer is the Panama Canal.
You've got it. Part 2. Normally, the height limit on Panamax ships is dictated by a bridge in this city, the Pacific entrance to the canal. This city's conquistador namesake also names a park home to the San Diego Zoo.
Balboa. I don't know.
Our answer is Balboa.
It is Balboa. Finally, post-Panamax ships increasingly stop in this so-called Jewel of the Pacific. Vehicles called ascensores service the hilly regions of this port city. It's home to the oldest stock exchange in Latin America.
Acapulco.
Answer,
Our answer
please.
is Acapulco.
Sorry, it's Valparaiso, Chile. That's 20 for the first 2 parts. Toss-up 6. 43 black soldiers were wrongly accused of having murdered a man of this ethnicity during 1944 riots at Seattle's Fort Lawton. On his deathbed, Police Chief David Hennessy blamed 2 members of this ethnic group for having shot him, sparking a riot against them in 1890s. That is Pedro, Hunter College.
Italians?
Yes, it is. Italian Americans, 20 points. Bonus, Hunter College. This property was once commonly used for paternity tests. For 10 points each, part A. Name this property, which is widely held to influence one's personality in Japanese society. This property was discovered by biologist Carl Landsteiner in the early 20th century.
Finger, like a
No,
finger.
it's not fingerprint.
It is.
Are you sure?
No, that was earlier.
Go with it. We don't have anything.
Answer, please.
Fingerprints.
Repeat, please.
Fingerprints?
Fingerprints is not correct. It's blood type. Part 2. Takeji Fujikawa conducted a racist study on the difference in blood types between the natives of this island and the Ainu. Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang evacuated to this island following the Chinese Civil War.
Taiwan.
Our answer is Taiwan.
You've got it. Finally, some Chinese children had to show paternity test results to be eligible for this system. This household registration system can restrict the educational choices of the children of migrants from rural China.
It's not the Gaokao. That's just the
No.
exam.
Andrew, do you know
No, I don't think so.
Yes.
Just say something.
Answer, please.
Gotcha.
I'm going to take Gaokao as your directed answer. That's incorrect. It's the Hukou. That's 10 for the middle part. Next is toss-up 7. Also, just a reminder, please say our answer is to prefix your answer on bonuses. Toss-up 7. These animals are prone to getting a stuck windpipe, causing them to inflate to twice their normal size in so-called balloon syndrome. One of these creatures is found jammed up against the blades in Philip Larkin's poem, The Mower. Christian Nusslein Volhard, that is Hunter College. Andrew.
Snakes?
It's not a snake, sorry. I'll continue. For TJA. Christian Nusslein Volhard co-discovered a variant of a protein named for the desert and Indian examples of these creatures. A pathway named for these creatures. That is Proteus TJA.
Hedgehog.
Yes, it is. 20 points. Bonus. Everyone knows about Thor's mythical hammer Mjolnir, but it was just one of 6 creations that Loki encouraged Brocker and Eitri to craft. Check with each part A. Loki in fly form bit the forager of Mjolnir in the eye. The forager paused, thus causing Mjolnir to have what flaw?
Our answer is shorter handle.
Yes, that's right. Part 2. Brocker and Eitri were 2 members of this race from Norse myth. Its members were well known for excellent craftsmanship. The sons of Ivaldi were also members of this diminutive mountain-dwelling race.
Our answer is dwarves.
Right. Finally, after losing his bet with Brocker and Eitri, Loki managed to wheedle his way out of losing his head. Instead, Brocker and Eitri imposed this punishment on Loki.
Yeah. Our answer is they sewed his mouth shut.
Yes, they sewed his mouth shut. That's good for all 30. Next is toss-up 8. After hearing an ant shout to its fellow ants to enter their houses to avoid being crushed by this prophet and his army, he smiled and gave a prayer of thanksgiving. While reviewing the birds in his army, this prophet threatened to punish the absent hoopoe bird, which returned to give him news of a sun-worshipping kingdom deceived by Shaitan. After a woman ate away this prophet's staff when he died, he lost control over the jinn and they abandoned him. In Islamic folklore, this prophet's seal ring, that's TJ Vishal.
Solomon?
Say it again, please.
Solomon?
Solomon is correct. That's good for 10 points. TJ's bonus. A poem by this author begins, "Do you know the land where the lemon trees grow?" For 10 points each. Part A. Name this German writer who included the poem Mignon in his Bildungsroman about Wilhelm Meister's apprenticeship. He also wrote the 2-part verse drama Faust.
Goethe? Okay, our answer is Goethe.
Yeah, part 2. A poet from this country's generation of 98 penned a poem about a languid lemon tree. Many avant-garde poets and writers formed this country's later generation of 27.
It is right. This came up, but yeah. Our answer is Spain.
Yes, finally, this poet wrote that even the poor know the fragrance of the lemon trees in an entry in his collection, Cuttlefish Bones. With Salvatore Quasimodo and Giuseppe Ungaretti, this Italian pioneered 20th century Hermetic tradition.
Our answer is Monteo.
Yes, that's right, Eugenio Montale. That's all 30. Toss up 9. King Ndagara of the Karawange Kingdom was one of many African monarchs who was also a master of this good, which was spread by the sorghum-growing Chifumbaze culture. Apprentices working with this good in Babungo and Basar were often tasked with building tuyere pipes. Swedish Osmunds of this good were often traded to slavers on the Guinea coast. That is Hunter College Cerulean.
Ivory.
No, sorry, that's not correct. I'll continue for TJA. This good was first produced during a namesake period of African history lasting from 200 to 1000 AD by specialists using hand-operated bellows. Unlike Europe, where bronze making was widespread, most African civilizations went directly from the Stone Age to the age named for this metal. For 10 points, name this metal that could be forged into tools and weapons on an anvil. It is TJ Pratyush.
Iron.
Iron it is, 10 points, bonus TJA. The Advaita Vedanta school is considered non-dualistic because it does not differentiate Atman from this concept. Each part A, name this ultimate reality of Hindu philosophy, which the Advaita school differentiates from Atman, or the individual soul.
Yeah, our answer is Brahman.
Brahman is correct. Part 2. In the Upanishads, the mixing of salt and water is used to illustrate Tat Tvai Asai, a Sanskrit relational statement about Brahman that was later praised by Arthur Schopenhauer. Give a reasonable English translation of that phrase.
It's like Tat Tvantasi. It's like something is not or something.
I would just say like.
No, something is not.
Answer, please.
We are not. Our answer is we are not.
You take "we are not" as your directed answer. That's not correct. The answer is "you are that," or something
fine.
with that meaning. Finally, in Hindu philosophy, this pacifist religion taught by Mahavira is considered Nastika or heterodox because of its rejection of traditional Vedic authority.
Our answer is Jainism.
Jainism is correct. 20 for the outer 2 parts. Toss up 10 is the last.
Sorry, could you wait for 2 minutes if possible?
Oh, is something?
Yeah,
wrong?
it's a half. So.
That was only toss up 9.
Sure was. I put it in the wrong place, didn't I? I will fix it.
Oh, okay, I just signed in with a different computer because my phone isn't recording.
Oh, we have a technical issue. Okay, Andrew, I didn't realize
yeah.
that. Thank you. Do you need to check your buzzer, Andrew?
Is the computer sunny?
Yes.
So we want to let that computer named what the name Sunny into the room, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're having a slight technical issue here. In case that wasn't clear, we can take a minute to clear that up. Okay, there we go. That's your hand camera.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Appreciate that. Okay. And so now we're going on to toss up 10, which is the last of the first half. The narrator of one story is startled when the false teeth of a deceased character of this nationality pop out of his mouth. Another character of this nationality throws a party where he destroys dinnerware before being stabbed in the neck by a Jewish woman. That's TJ. Justin.
Like a Prussian?
Prussian is acceptable. German is the main answer. That's 20 points. Bonus TJA. This symphony ends with the triumphant brass Alleluia in a movement marked the temptation of St. Anthony. Part A. Name this symphony whose movements are based on parts of the Isenheim altarpiece. Its composer later reworked its music into an opera of the same name.
Matis der Mahler. Our answer is Matis der Mahler.
Yes, that's right. Matis der Mahler was written by this German composer
Hindemith.
whose symphonic metamorphosis on themes of Carl Maria von Weber borrows a faux Chinese theme for its second movement, which is titled Turandot.
Our answer is Hindemith.
Right, finally, Hindemith der Schwanerderer is a concerto for this instrument, of which Hindemith was himself a virtuoso. This standard string instrument is lower pitched than the violin, but higher pitched than the cello.
Our answer is viola.
That's all 30 and halftime.
So the score is 310 for TJ and 80 for Hunter.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions, protests, substitutions, or other issues before we go on, players? Hunter, would you like to take a couple minutes, do I sense? Okay, yes, we can take a minute for half here.
A whole minute break, if that's okay.
Okay, that is the full minute for half. Hunter, are we ready to go on?
Pedro's,
yeah,
I
we'll
think.
be back in a moment. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yep, that'll be fine.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, I saw some players disconnect from the buzzer. Let's just do a quick buzzer check. Hunter, each player, go ahead and buzz in. It's Ben, Andrew, Cerulean, and Pedro, TJA, Vishal, Elliot, Justin, Pratyush. Okay, that's everybody. Buzzer still works. Okay, everyone is ready to go on then. And so we'll start the second half with toss-up 11. Good luck, everybody. The insertion of a transposon into the rugosis locus of this organism truncates its branching enzyme, producing a sweet and visually distinct phenotype. Many modern researchers do not believe that Erich von Sermack understood a paper about this organism. Ronald Fisher concluded that it was unlikely that is TJA Pratyush.
So like pea plant?
Yes, that's good for 20 points. Bonus TJA. The New York Drama Critics Circle formed in response to the Pulitzer Committee's thinly veiled refusal to give an award to this play over its controversial subject matter. Chapter H, Part A, name this 1934 play in which Karen and Martha lose their teaching job due to a rumor that they are lovers.
Oh, I don't know. Trojan Tower.
Our answer is Children's Hour.
That's right. This playwright of the Children's Hour feuded with Mary McCarthy after the latter claimed that she was a habitual liar. Dorothy Parker suggested the title of her play, The Little Foxes.
Yeah, our answer is Hellman.
You've got it. Finally, the pamphlet read channels included Hellman on this register because of her unrepentant Stalinist sympathies. Screenwriters Ring Lardner and Dalton Trumbo were among the first 10 people placed on this list.
The blacklist. Yeah.
Our answer is the Blacklist.
Yes, the blacklist is all 30. Toss up 12. In the geography of the imagination, I'm going to take that as an accidental buzz. Okay, yes, I'm going to take that as an accidental buzz. We'll take that buzz back, and I'll restart toss up 12. In the geography of the imagination, Guy Davenport used this painting to examine the history of mail order clothing, gingham curtains, and eyeglasses. Kelly Grovier argues that due to a recent discovery of Pluto, an unusually cropped weather vane, and a brooch, one figure in this painting, that's TJ Vishal.
American Gothic?
That's 20 points bonus.
Yeah.
JA. This theory is termed the official doctrine in a book that claims it supposes an absurd set of paramechanical laws. For 10 points each, part A. Identify this philosophical position that Gilbert Ryle's The Concept of Mind derives as Descartes' myth and The Ghost in the Machine.
Our answer is dualism.
Right, part 2 in Gilbert Ryle's Dilemmas. One of the topics considered is this concept. It is generally absent in determinist accounts. This concept is an agent's ability to choose between different courses of action.
Our answer is free will.
You've got it. Finally, the concept of mind argues that mind-body dualism results from a series of mistakes of this type. Taking the metaphor time flies literally exemplifies this type of error.
Our answer is fundamental.
No, sorry, this is a category error. That's 20 for the first two parts. Toss up 13. Franco Basaglia's Law 180 cut off funding for these places in Italy. Susanna Callahan recently demonstrated how David Rosenhan's 1973 expose of these places was built on falsified evidence. One of these places, named for Vladimir Serbsky, was used to punish dissidents during the Brezhnev era. That is Hunter Pedro.
Psychiatric hospitals?
Yes, that's acceptable. The main answer is mental asylums. 20 points, Hunter A, bonus. A baseball team sponsored by this organization bizarrely played a 1926 game against the Hebrew All-Stars for 10 points each, part A. And identify this white supremacist organization founded by Nathan Bedford Forrest. It sponsored a Miss 100% American pageant during a 1920s revival.
Okay.
Our answer is the KKK.
Yes, this future Supreme Court justice was a Klan member until 1926. This ardent defender of absolute free speech wrote the majority opinion in Korematsu versus United States.
Black, yeah. Okay. Our answer is black.
Right, Hugo Black. Finally, economists Roland G. Fryer and Stephen D. Levitt argued that the Klan's rapid growth in the 1920s was mainly due to this recruiting technique. The FTC ruled that this technique is legal in some circumstances in the 1979 Amway decision.
Bait and switch?
False advertising?
Or bait and, is false advertising? Or let's go with that.
Let's go with false advertising.
Okay. Our answer is false advertising.
Sorry, no, I need multi-level marketing. That's 20 for the first two parts. Toss up 14. The speaker of a poem compares melancholy to a mistress who dwells with this concept that must die. An author who described imagination seizing this concept in a letter to Benjamin Bailey wrote a poem that suggests things embodying it will never pass into nothingness. This is the alphabetically prior of two concepts described at the end of a poem that praises the attic shape of a Sylvan historian that is TJ Justin.
Beauty?
That's good for 10. Bonus to TJ. The accumulation of cold air over Siberia forms the largest example of these systems in the Northern Hemisphere. For 10 points each, part A, name these systems, which, unlike their opposites, produce cloudless areas with little weather. The outflow of air from these phenomena rotates clockwise in the Northern Hemisphere.
Jet stream, trade winds. Outflow of air from these systems. Gyres.
Answer, please.
Our answer is gyres.
Sorry, these are highs. Part 2. The anticyclonic behavior of the Azores high drives the formation of these entities. These entities can only form in a narrow band near but not on the equator, which is hot enough to fuel their formation.
Yeah, our answer is hurricanes.
That's right. Finally, the rotation of hurricanes and other cyclonic systems is due to this effect, in which an object experiences deflection due to the rotation of the Earth.
Our answer is the Coriolis effect.
That's 20 for the last two parts. Toss up 15. The indices of a collection of these objects are defined at isolated zeros and, under certain assumptions, sum to the Euler characteristic. The Poincaré Hopf, that's a Hunter cerulean.
Polyhedra?
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll finish for TJA. The Poincaré-Hopf theorem implies that there are no continuous, non-vanishing collections of these objects on the two-sphere. A result that's TJ, Pratyush.
So vector field?
Yes, a vector is the main answer. Vector field acceptable. That's 20. Your bonus, TJA. This king diverted the course of the Sargetia to bury his treasure in the riverbed before restoring the river to its course and killing the laborers. For 10 points each, part A, name this king whose treasure was nevertheless plundered when Basilis betrayed him. This final Dacian king committed suicide after his forces lost the Battle of Sarmezagustua.
Decabolus. Okay.
Our answer is Decabolus.
Repeat that, please.
Decabolus.
Yeah, Decebalus is correct. Part 2. Trajan commemorated his victory over Decebalus by commissioning a namesake one of these objects, now topped by a statue of Pope Sixtus V. Roman temples tended to have the Corinthian example of these objects.
Our answer is column.
Right. Finally, this leader of the Visigoths was buried in a manner similar to Decebalus. He led the 410 AD sack of Rome.
Our answer is Alaric.
Yes, Alaric is all 30. Next is toss-up 16. An unofficial anthem for this organization was written by a co-founder of Cabaret Pod Aguida and lent its title to a sympathetic TV special hosted by Charlton Heston. The newspaper that is Hunter, Pedro.
The NRA?
Sorry, that's not correct. I'll finish for TJ. The newspaper Robotnik was published by a precursor to this organization called the KOR. This group formed during a rise in meat prices and the firing of a crane operator. This group later, that's TJ, Elliott.
Solidarity.
That's 20 points for solidarity. Bonus to TJ. In the 1940s, psychologist Clark Hall posited that learning could only take place when one of these things is reduced. For 10 points each, part A, identify this Freudian term for the endogenous stimuli that cause human motivations. Freud argued that aggression was one of these things.
Our answer is emotion.
Sorry, it's a drive. Part 2, drive theory underpins Leopold Schondi's test for this trait. Introversion is one of the components of the Myers-Briggs assessment for this trait.
Our answer is personality.
That's right. John Holland's namesake code sought to pair personality types, such as realistic or doers, with these things in order to increase overall satisfaction.
Sure.
Our answer is utils.
No, sorry, these are jobs. So that's 10 for the middle part. And next is toss-up 17.
I'm sorry, could we just get a score check?
A score check was requested. Yep, we can do that.
Yeah, it's 5-10 for TJ, 120 for Hunter.
Everybody agree?
Not that, guys.
Okay. Let's keep going then with toss-up 17. After she crosses a log bridge, a character created by this author hallucinates a plate of marble cake. Another character, that's Hunter, Andrew.
Eudora Balti.
Yes, it is. 20 points.
Right.
Excellent buzz. Your bonus, Hunter. They're not stars, but Bosola compares himself to one of these objects, struck and banded which way pleased them in the Duchess of Malfi. For Chepwetich, part A, name these objects that a Shakespearean king resolves to turn to gunstones after receiving a mock gift of them from the French Dauphin.
Objects.
Maybe something else that
Diamond?
starts with the letter D. Yeah, that would make sense.
Sure.
Our answer is diamonds.
Oh, no, these are tennis balls. Part 2, the Gunstones remark was made by a king of this name who delivers the St. Crispin's Day speech at Agincourt. The only multi-part Shakespeare plays are titled for kings of this name.
Henry. Yeah.
No, it's Henry the fourth part one.
It's Henry, just.
Our answer is Henry.
You've got it. Finally, while instructing Ronaldo to spy on his son, this other Shakespearean character suggests that he may be roused up after a falling out at tennis. This long-winded character ironically advises brevity is the soul of wit.
It is Polonius, right? Yeah, okay. Our answer is Polonius.
Good for 20 for the last two parts. Toss up 18. In the opening to a string quartet by this composer, the ensemble simultaneously plays the notes C, A flat, E flat, and A, creating an effect for which that piece is named. This composer's Opus 18 collection of his last three quartets is sometimes called the concertante quartets because they heavily feature the cello, but are more commonly named for Prussia. The quartets Spring and The Hunt join the quartet that's T.J. Vishal.
Haydn.
Sorry, that's not correct. I'll finish for Hunter. Join the quartet nicknamed The Dissonance in this composer's set of 6 quartets dedicated to Franz Joseph Haydn. A rising arpeggiated figure called a Mannheim Rocket opens the G major 13th string serenade by this native of Salzburg, whose title is often translated as A Little Serenade. For 10 points, name this Austrian composer of Eine kleine Nachtmusik. That is Hunter. Ben.
Mozart.
That's your man. 10 points, bonus to Hunter. An expanded edition of this series predicted that by the age 110, the artist will be good enough that each dot, each line will possess a life of its own. For what's each part A, identify this series of works that includes Fine Wind, Clear Morning, in which the subject of this series morphs in color from cool green to red at the top of the print.
Is it 36?
It's 36 or 70?
36, definitely 30 something.
Our answer is 36 Views of Mount Fuji.
You've got it. Part 2, a much reproduced image from Hokusai's 36 Views of Mount Fuji depicts one of these entities menacing 3 boatloads of men off Kanagawa.
Wait.
Yeah. Okay. Our answer is a wave.
Yes, it is. Finally, the Great Wave off Kanagawa used this then new pigment imported from Europe for the wave. This synthetic dye was a staple of Aizorie prints.
Could be a Prussian blue or something. I don't know.
The only one I can think of, or cobalt blue. I mean,
Let's say
Prussian.
our answer is Prussian blue.
Yes, it is. That's all 30. Well done. Next is toss-up 19. In 2019, this country passed Bokra's law, making it the first in its region to equally divide inheritance between men and women. This country's parliament meets near the Bardo National Museum, the site of a deadly terrorist attack in 2015. That's the same year that this country's National Dialogue Quartet won the Nobel Peace Prize. This country's 92-year-old president died in 2019. That's Hunter. Pedro.
Tunisia?
Yes, it is. That's 20 points. Bonus to Hunter. This artist filmed his light space modulator in the abstract film A Light Play. What's each part A? Name this Hungarian photographer. He created photograms by placing objects on photographic paper and then exposing the paper.
Is it Stieglitz? No.
What? Stieglitz?
I was thinking maybe.
I was thinking Holy Night, but I don't think it's photographer.
Okay.
Hungarian, I think.
Our answer is
Go.
Repeat the answer, please.
Holy Nagy.
Yes, that's right. Laszlo Moholy-Nagy. Part 2. Moholy-Nagy taught at this German art and architecture school. Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, the last director of this school, developed its maxim, less is more.
Bauhaus.
Our answer is Bauhaus.
You've got it. Finally, Moholy-Nagy instructed an enamel factory to create a series of pictures named for this type of object. Salvador Dali attached a plastic lobster to a rotary type of this object.
Telephone?
Yeah.
Okay. Our answer is telephone.
You've got all 30.
Hey, Mike, was it 10 or 20 on the toss-up?
The previous toss-up on Tunisia was 20 points.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mike. And the last toss-up of the round is number 20. Over 100 terabytes of data from this project were shipped to and from Google headquarters as a high bandwidth alternative to its 4 entries in the McCluskey archive. Amateurs can use the drizzle method invented for this project, which involves shifting and adding undersampled pixels. Ultra and extreme data sets were produced by this project after STS-61 added the CoStar assembly and allowed it to capture the deep field images. That's Hunter. Ben.
Oh no. Like SETI?
That's not correct. Sorry, I'll finish for TJ. This project will eventually be replaced by the James Webb. That's TJ, Pratyush.
Hubble.
Yes, the Hubble. Yep, that's all you need to say. 10 points. Bonus, TJ. Leventhal's paradox suggests that this process should take longer than the age of the universe to occur even once. What's each part A? Name this process, which determines a protein's 3D structure. Errors during this process can lead to the formation of prions.
Our answer is protein folding.
You've got it. Part 2, this man investigated protein folding by denaturing proteins with urea and observing their refolding. This scientist's dogma states that a protein's native state is determined solely by its primary structure.
Our answer is Anfinson.
That's correct, Christian B. Anfinson. Finally, the 3-dimensional shape of a protein is also known as this structure of the protein, which is a degree higher than one containing alpha helices.
Yeah. Our answer is tertiary.
That's all 30 and the end of the game.
I'll score TJ 550, Hunter A 250. Congratulations, TJ.
That means TJA are our tournament champions as they've won the final series, having held the advantage. I'll give you a big hand for that, gentlemen. Congratulations. And congratulations as well to our runner-up, Hunter.
We're going to hand it over to Rebecca for some closing remarks here.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. It is my honor once again to read to you now our official top 10 teams for the 2021 NSC. Besides being recognized on our stream, these teams will all be recognized with a mailed plaque listing their finish. Without further ado, our top 10 teams at the 2021 National Scholastic Championship competition were number 10, Choate of Wallingford, Connecticut. Number 9, Beaver Creek High School of Beaver Creek, Ohio. Number 8, Lambert High School of Sewanee, Georgia. Number 7, Chattahoochee A of Johns Creek, Georgia. Number 6, Adelaide E. Stevenson A High School of Lincolnshire, Illinois. Number 5, Belmont High School of Belmont, Massachusetts. And now our top 4 who were just decided in these last games. Number 4, Richard Montgomery A of Rockland, Maryland. 3rd place, St. Mark's School of Texas of Dallas, Texas. And please let us have a hearty recognition for the members of our top 2 teams here in this Zoom call and on the stream. Our 2nd place finisher was Hunter College High School of New York City, New York. And our 1st place finisher in their school's 4th overall first finish at a PACE NSC was Thomas Jefferson High School of Science and Technology from Alexandria, Virginia. Congratulations once again to all our teams. I would like to turn it now over to the president of PACE, Victor Prieto, who has some closing remarks.
I want to thank everyone again for attending this year's National Scholastic Championship. I do want to personally apologize for the delays that we encountered yesterday, and to thank you all for your patience as we sorted everything out. We do regret the delays occurred yesterday, but we sincerely hope that your experience was not substantially impacted and your participation in the tournament was enjoyable overall. The teams that finished in the top 10 overall, as well as the top 3 in the JV division or in the top 3 in the small school division, will receive plaques. The 8 individual scorers and the top 4 individual scorers in 10th grade or below will receive medals. We'll contact the coaches of the winning teams to get shipping addresses so you can get your awards. Stats have been posted to the Quizbowl Resource Center at hsquizbowl.org. The questions will also be posted to hsquizbowl.org shortly following in the next day or two. Question errata can be sent to our VP of Editing, Mike Bentley, at the address editing@pace-nsc.org. We're so grateful to have connected with you over the many time zones and locations that this year's NSC took place in. We would always love to hear from you about your tournament weekend, so feel free to share with us at PACE NSC on Twitter, the @PACE NSC handle on Twitter, or at communications@pacenSC.org. T-shirts are still available for purchase. You can check our Twitter account. Please be sure to get them soon. Each purchase supports us in our mission of improving Quizbowl, both on a national and a local level. The deadline to order T-shirt is Wednesday. We do plan on our next NSC being in person. We haven't finalized the venue yet, but regardless, we hope to see everyone there. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.